Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Sacrifice Healing Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Don't hurt him, Kaken, Izuku shouted, standing between the smaller child and Bakugo, shielding him from Bakugo's wrath. Huh? What are you gonna do about it, Deku? You haven't even gotten your quirk yet. You think you can stop me? Bakugo sneered, taking another menacing step forward. MW warning you, Kaken. I won't let you hurt him. Izuku stuttered, tears streaming down his face. In response, Bakugo leapt forward with a big right hook, ready to sock Izuku in the jaw. Izuku shut his eyes tight, and without thinking lashed out to protect himself, hitting Bakugo right in the face. Now, toddlers aren't very strong, but they aren't very hard to knock over either, so the punch sent Bakugo flying backwards, landing on the ground with a pained grunt. Izuku snapped open his eyes, as a jolt of what could only be described as electricity raced up his spine. He felt it buzz through his fingers and jump around inside him, a pleasant hum filling up his entire being. It was exhilarating. He was snapped out of his euphoria when he heard a strained come from the ground. Remembering what he had just done, he quickly rushed over to Bakugo, who had a purple bruise beginning to bloom on his cheek. Izuku was about to unleash a torrent of apologies, when something made him pause. Kneeling beside his injured friend, he felt the electricity build up on the tips of his fingers and pull his hand to Bakugo's cheek. Deku, what are you doing? Bakugo began, before being cut off. A blue glow began to spread from Izuku's hand, and his eyes flashed the same color with sparks of light. Under his touch the bruise began to recede, the purple fading back to perfect pale skin. The blue light flickered out and Izuku retracted his hand, no longer feeling the electricity. The two boys sat in silence, staring into each other's eyes, forest green against blood red. That is, until Bakugo broke the silence. You just got your quirk? Bakugo exclaimed, grinning ear to ear. It took Izuku a second to process this, before realization dawned on his face. I just got my quirk. Izuku shouted back, matching Bakugo's enthusiasm. They fell to the ground giggling. This was it. They could finally be heroes together. We should tell Auntie Inko. Bakugo decided. Yeah. Izuku agreed, still giddy with excitement. Race you to your house. Bakugo yelled before sprinting away. Hey, no fair. Izuku laughed before chasing after him. Izuku peered out the car window, watching the world around him whiz by. Mommy, why aren't we going to my usual doctor? Izuku asked. I like him. It's because of your quirk, honey. I called the doctors, and apparently healing quirks can be complicated, so we're going to see a specialist. Inko replied warmly. Oh. Izuku said quietly, looking down at his lap. I guess that makes sense. The quirk specialist's office was a charming room with white walls and houseplants scattered everywhere, bringing color to every inch of the place. Izuku sat on a small stool, clutching his All Might figurine and kicking his feet back and forth in boredom. The door creaked open, and a tall woman with long pink hair, wearing a white coat and black gloves, stepped into the room. She smelled like a summer breeze and wore a bright smile that made him match hers with his own. Good morning, Midoriyas. My name is Suzuki Kira, and I'm the quirk specialist. She began cheerfully. Sitting down in front of Izuku, she started taking off her gloves. My quirk is called Identify. It allows me to see what the quirk of anyone I come into skin-to-skin contact with. Just place your hand in mine and we can get started. It may take a minute, but that's normal. She stretched out her hand, and Izuku gently placed his in hers. Her eyes began to glow a faint white, and her expression fell, leaving her face blank. When nothing happened for a while, Izuku resumed kicking his feet in boredom. He expected that finding out his quirk would be a bit more, exciting. After a good minute or two of awkward silence, she retracted her hand, a sad smile gracing her face. Congratulations, Izuku, you have a very powerful healing quirk. It's called equivalent exchange. Drawing a deep breath, she continued, the amount of damage you do to someone else or yourself is the amount you can heal. If you want to heal someone, you will need to hurt someone else equally to gain the energy to do so. You can store this healing energy in your body, so if you gain some, you will keep it in you until you use it to heal. Izuku's eyes widened as what she was saying began to hit him. He tightened his hands on the All Might toy. No, this couldn't be right. He was supposed to be a hero. He and Kaken were going to be a duo. He was going to UA. He was going to save people with a smile. He wasn't supposed to hurt people. This couldn't be it. Inko's breath hitched. What does this mean? She asked worriedly. Suzuki looked at Inko sympathetically before answering. If Izuku ever wants to help someone, he'd need to hurt others to do it. And the All Might figurine clattered on the ground. Oh yeah, Midoriya wanted to go to UA too, right? Izuku could feel the class's eyes on his skin as everyone slowly turned around to stare at him, before they all burst out in hysterical laughter. Honestly, my life. Midoriya? No way. You can't get into the hero course just by studying. They wouldn't let a villain like him in any way. He started curling in on himself, burying his head in his arms and trying to make him seem as small as possible. Bakugo slammed his hand on Izuku's desk. Deku, you think a villain like you could make it into UA? All your quirk does is hurt people. You think you're better than me? No, definitely not. Izuku hurriedly replied, frantically waving his hands in front of him. I'm not even in the same league as you. I just want to help people. You think that you of all people can help others? You just hurt people. You're a villain, Deku. Bakugo yelled in fury. Class, calm down, we still have a lesson. The teacher sighed, you can deal with he paused to look at Izuku, personal issues later. Izuku sank down into his seat in relief, grateful for a teacher for the first time in his life. An explosion-powered hand slammed down on his desk. Izuku looked up fearfully at Bakugo. Terrified green meets furious red. We're not done with that little stunt you pulled in class, Bakugo sneered, leaning closer. You and your stupid villain quirk would never make it into you. You would have thought that after all the beatings Deku would have gotten the message. Wing Boy huffed before breaking into a wide grin. Think we should educate him again? He accented the message by slamming his fist into his palm. Yeah. I think Deku needs another lesson today. Bakugo drawled before grabbing Izuku's arm and ripping him out of his chair. Let's make sure he gets the message this time. A punch landed in Izuku's gut, causing him to fall to the floor in pain. A foot crashed hard against his chest. The periodic thud against his ribs as they kicked him was the only thing he could feel as he fell into the white void of pain. By the time Izuku came back to his senses, golden light was already streaming through the school windows. He slowly uncurdled from the ball he had hunched himself into, wincing at the pain of black-blue bruises covering his torso. His ribs twinged in pain with every shudder of his body. He groaned, Sheet, that hurts. Today really was the worst. Hoisting himself up with a desk, he grabbed his bag and shuffled awkwardly out of the classroom. Izuku slammed his door closed. Leaning against the door, he slid down until he was sitting on the floor. He hunched over. Tears began to gather at the edge of his eyes. It started quiet at first, a small sob escaping his lips, then it started to grow louder, until tears were streaming down his face and loud sobbing was wrenched out of his throat. He tucked his head in his arms and cried harder. Alone in the dark of his room, he bawled his heart out, no one to comfort him. He cried until his eyes ran dry and his throat grew hoarse, nothing left except the sluggish feeling of sadness inside him. Wiping his eyes, Izuku sat up. That's enough of that, he whispered to himself hoarsely, it'll be okay. Even when he said it, it didn't sound convincing. Sighing, Izuku dragged himself over to his desk and began to dress the bruises he had gotten from Bakugo's lesson. He had gotten quite good dressing his own wounds over the years. It's not like he could heal them with his quirk, he almost never had any healing energy on hand. Dragged himself over his bed, Izuku sunk into his mattress, he was so tired of all this. Pulling the covers over himself and forcing his mind to go blank, he drifted off to sleep. Izuku! His mother's voice cut through the quiet of the house, waking him. Izuku! Are you here? She sounded panicked, dread pooled in his stomach. Something must have happened. I'm here, Mom. He threw off his covers and switched on the light. It had gotten dark while he slept. Pulling on a shirt to hide his injuries, he raced out into the hallway. I'm here. His mother flipped around and pulled him into a hug so fast he got whiplash. Oh, thank God. Thank God you're safe. She murmured as she tightened the hug. What happened, Mom? He asked, trying not to wince in pain from the hug. His mom pulled away to look him in the eye. You don't know? She said, surprised. Katsuki got caught in a villain attack on the route you usually take home. Is he okay? Izuku may hate the guy, but he wouldn't be a Midoriya if he didn't care about everyone. He just made it out. All Might was able to save him at the last second. She said, tears beginning to form in the corners of her eyes. I'm so glad you're safe. Well, now he's kind of sad he missed it. All Might doesn't show up in Mizurufu every day. Inko pulled him back into the hug, and this time he hugged her back, snuggling closer. He had an amazing mom. Inko pulled out of the hug. So what would you like for dinner? She asked. Izuku raised an eyebrow at her and smirked. Is that even a question? Inko laughed. Right, Katsudon it is. I'll go make some. I'll help. Hurry up then, dear. The Midoriya household was filled with laughter that night. Mother and son needing only each other. Izuku stepped back into his room, gently closing the door behind him with a click. He glared down at the spot where he had cried earlier. Grimacing, he sat down on his bed. He was pathetic. He had it so easy. He had an amazing mother, a warm bed, a roof over his head, and food in his stomach. He doesn't deserve to feel like that. So many people have it worse than him. What justification does he have to feel that horrible? He was the worst. He couldn't do anything right. He shouldn't feel like this. Why was he such a bad person? His mom doesn't deserve to have such a failure as a son. Everyone else can get past this. Why can't he? Why was he so fed up? His emotions twisted inside him, consuming his thoughts, a rough sea that crashed against the inside of his skull, begging to be let out. Anger and sadness dragging him down into their inky black depths, and the torrent of swirling emotions pulled him further and further into despair. His head ached at the white noise that grew louder and louder, becoming ear-splitting. Static roared in his ears, smothering out the sound of the world around him. He wanted it to stop. Just stop it. Stop it, 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 stop. A glint of metal on his desk caught his eye. A small razor blade rested on the edge of the table, innocent and unopposing. He felt his hands being drawn to it. He could already imagine the pain cutting through the haze of his thoughts, drowning out the wildfire raging inside him with the cool slicing of meta. He shot up from his bed and reached for the door. Izuku needed to clear his head. He needed to be anywhere else right now. Walking down the hallway, he grabbed a black hoodie and opened the front door to leave. Hey, Mom. I'm going on a walk. I'll be back soon. He shouted. All right, sweetie. Be back soon. She called back. The night air was chilling. Izuku shuddered and pulled his hoodie tighter around himself. Believe it or not, Izuku knew there was a problem. He knew that he wasn't okay. He just didn't know what to do about it. He sighed. I'm not gonna deal with this tonight. He continued to walk down the street, relishing the cool night air and calming atmosphere of the city. He should do this more often. It was quite nice. Mizurufu was appealing at night, the pale moonlight contrasting with the dark blues and blacks of the shadows, the quiet rushing of cars and the hum of street lights filling up the empty air with noise, the sound of people fighting in the alley beside him. What? He whipped his head around, and sure enough, there was a hero fighting two villains. Shit, dash. Izuku whispered to himself, ducking behind a wall so they wouldn't see him. He should really go, and not die tonight. But that hero looks super cool, and once a fanboy, always a fanboy, even when it's a better idea not to be. Peeking around the corner, Izuku watched as the hero fought the villains. It was kind of graceful actually. The hero used some sort of scarf-looking weapon, and watching him fight, it almost looked as if he was dancing. One of the villains ran at him, his hand shifting into metal, but the hero flicked his head around, eyes glowing red, and the villain's hand shifted back. Taking advantage of the man's confusion, the hero delivered a quick jab to his stomach. The other villain had a reptilian quirk. He rushed towards the hero, arm raised high, ready to punch him, but the hero ensnared him in his weapon, before decking them in the jaw, knocking the man out cold. Wow! Izuku whispered, amazed. The hero loosened the scarf as the metal villain came rushing back at him, quirk activated. The hero cancelled it once again, but at the last second, the villain drew a knife from his pocket. The hero tried to block, but part of the scarf caught on the reptilian dude's body. A small mistake, but it messed the hero up enough that the villain was able to bury the knife deep in his gut, before dragging it down, leaving a huge gash down the hero's side. The grizzled man fell to the ground, and the villain, realizing what he had done, ran, leaving the hero bleeding out in the alley. Oh no! Izuku whispered. He looked around to see if the villain was still there. He seemed long gone, so Izuku rushed forward. He fell to his knees at the hero's side. What were you supposed to do in this situation? Izuku knew basics first aid, not what to do when someone gets FING stabbed. Okay, calm down, calm the F down. Izuku reached out and put pressure on the wound. He held his hand there for a while, but blood kept spilling through his fingers, and the hero was looking worse. Every second, tears started to stream down his face as he tried his best to help the hero, only for more blood to leak from beneath his hands. He pushed harder, blood still gushed from the gash. He pressed even harder, but the flow didn't stop. Blood pooled on the ground, spreading out like a blooming flower. The hero was going to die, and it was all his fault. A sob was wrenched from this throat. No. If only he had any healing energy, he could save them. He had never wished to hurt someone before, but right now he was really wishing that he had been kicking Kaken in the ribs earlier, and not the other way around. Shifting into another position to push on the wound, he felt his leg brush against something behind him. Turning around, he saw the unconscious body of the reptile villain. Oh no. Oh no. He whispered to himself in dawning horror. He stood up quickly. He didn't have much time. Muttering a string of apologies, he pulled his food back and slammed it into the ribcage of the reptilian man, resulting in a sickening crunch. I'm going to throw up. Feeling the familiar electricity flow into his veins, he turned back to the hero. You are so effing lucky I was here. He placed his hands on the wound and let the power jump from his body, down to his fingers, and into the cut. A blue glow enveloped the gash, and Izuku watched as the flesh stitched itself back together. By the time he was done, the hero by no means looked good, but he wasn't bleeding out anymore, and that was good enough for Izuku. He let out one last choked sob, before steeling himself. He wasn't done yet. All right, upsadaisy, he said as he hoisted the unconscious hero up, throwing his arm over his shoulder. Let's get you to the hospital. If I remember, that's 12 blocks away. F-. You owe me big time, Mr. Hero. The only response was a pained groan. Kiba liked her job at the hospital. She was a relatively new resident in the so she didn't think twice when she said, wow, it's pretty quiet tonight. The entire ER went silent at that remark, staring at her with disbelief, until one of her coworkers, Akano, stepped forward. You've doomed us all, she said, with a look of what could only be described as pure terror on her face. What did I do? Hey, people. I've got a hero here who was stabbed and bled out a lot. Can I get a little assistance over here, dipshits? Kiba. How the F is this my fault? On that night, Sanada Kiba learned to never say the Q word in there. Aizawa's eyes fluttered open. The world around him began to come into focus. He blinked eyes, adjusting to the bright light of the room. Where was he? His body felt numb, and his head was like lead. Glancing around, Aizawa took in his surroundings. He knew this place well. Too well. He groaned. He was in a hospital. Why am I here? Aizawa thought bitterly. He couldn't quite remember. His mind felt fuzzy. What had happened? Aizawa sat up, only to be greeted by a stab of pain in his abdomen. Ow! He yelped. God, that effing hurt. A nurse walked into the room, eyes wide with surprise. You're awake, she said warmly, her face falling into a pleasant smile. Rushing over to his bed to check him over. How did I get here? he rasped. What happened? The nurse looked at him with a knotted brow, her lips pressing into a thin line. That's the thing, Mr. Aizawa, we don't know. We don't know a lot about what happened to you. What do you mean? He asked. The incident that landed you here is as much a mystery to us as you. Last night, a kid rushed in the ER drenched in blood, with you slung over his shoulder. He told us you had been stabbed and bleed out a lot. But it didn't line up. She explained, her mouth twisting into a tight frown. When we took a look at you, there were no wounds at all. It was like it never happened, on the outside at least. You had indeed lost a lot of blood, as he said though, and were barely alive. Where's the kid? He questioned. If they had nothing, maybe the kid could fill in the blanks for him. The nurse shook her head sadly. As soon as you were stable, our staff tried to question him. Only for him to be gone. To quote the resident who was there, it was like he vanished into thin air. Aizawa grimaced, rubbing his temples. What was he doing that night? It all felt hazy. He strained his memory. He was fighting those two villains when he messed up, and then what? What happened? All he could remember was his vision fading to black, haze filling up where what happened should be. A sob echoed through the fog of his memory. Oh no. He remembered the sound of a loud crack. The feeling of warmth spreading through his abdomen. He was hoisted up. You owe me, Mr. Hero? Aizawa opened his eyes with an annoyed huff. He turned to the nurse with a disheartened slouch. I'm sorry, he said. I can't remember. The nurse gave him a sympathetic look. It's all right, Mr. Aizawa. She put a comforting hand on his shoulder. It's common to lose one's memory after a traumatic event. If you remember anything at all, just tell us. And with that, she left the room. Izuku stared at his ceiling. He hadn't been able to focus in school today. Every time he closed his eyes, he was back in that alley again, blood painting his hands and feeling the life seep out of the person beneath him. Izuku shuddered. He didn't like thinking about it at all. Just remembering the slick feeling on his hands made his chest tighten and nausea to overcome him. He curled into a fetal position, shutting his eyes tight, trying to block out the thought. It wasn't working. Izuku gave a weak huff, angry at himself for being stuck on this. It was over, it had happened and he couldn't change that, but he had made it out, and everything was okay. Right? Izuku curled up even more, hands clutching his head and fingers digging into his green curls. He didn't feel okay. Every second he lay there he fell deeper into despair. He felt as if he was sinking into quicksand, the memory filling his lungs and choking out the air. He fought against it, lashing and kicking, only to sink further and further, unable to breathe. It was agonizing, never letting up, even as he struggled for air, even as he kicked at his covers and gripped his hair tighter, even as his pillow was soaked from salty tears. He couldn't help himself as his mind stumbled down the dark rabbit hole of, what if? What if that villain spotted and attacked him? What if the hero wasn't able to knock out the reptilian man? What if Izuku couldn't heal him? What if Izuku wasn't there? He imagined it, the hero bleeding out in that dark alley. Him being all alone as his vision faded, choking out a laugh at the fact that their entire life led up to death over a single mistake. He would never be able to see his friends or family again. They wouldn't know he would have died until much later the next day. No one would know. He would die while the rest of the world carried on the same. The lonesome hero would come to a mournful acceptance of his death, his pain fading away into nothingness as his consciousness flickered out. The curtains closing on the meaningless end of his life. Izuku wouldn't wish that fate on his worst enemy. It scared Izuku to even think about it, and it scared him even more that it wasn't outside of the realm of possibilities. Being the massive hero nerd he knew there was around 100 underground heroes in Nizudafu alone. He knew they worked primarily in the damp, dark alleys of the city, and he knew that each and every one of them could end up like one he encountered, left to bleed out alone, from a tiny slip-up. But that hero didn't die. He could have, and he should have, but Izuku stopped it. Izuku healed him, and Izuku could do it again. He thought about the heroes who get injured with no one to help them. He thought about how he could help. After all, he had the power to. Wouldn't it be wrong not to? Wait FNG second. What the hell was he thinking? That's illegal. Izuku buried his face in his hands. For a minute there he forgot not to be a dumbass. Seriously, what the hell, he could get arrested for that or worse. But he drew a deep breath and glanced around his room, looking at the various hero memorabilia, before settling on the smiling face of All Might. All Might wasn't as great as he once thought. He symbolized everything the world wanted in a hero with no room for imperfections like Izuku. That did not mean, however, that Izuku didn't look up to him or his ideals though. He could almost hear All Might's voice, whispering in his ear, telling him to do what he believed was right. Izuku knew better than anyone that the world wasn't black and white. He lived every day in the gray zone. Labeled a villain, but aspiring to be a hero. Dark and light together. Why not add another shade gray to the list? Izuku tightened his fists, steeling as himself, he could do this. He would do this. He would become a vigilante, coming to the aid of heroes. Izuku closed the front door gently. His mother was fast asleep, and he didn't want to wake her. Especially since what he was doing was less than legal. He felt bad for going behind her back, but he had already made up his mind. He wasn't going back on his decision. Izuku checked one last time to make sure he had everything he needed. His vigilante outfit consisted of a black hoodie with a green, messily sewn-on red cross, which wow, that's an oxymoron, and a small first aid kit from the kitchen, stuffed into his hoodie pocket. He snuck down the stairs of the apartment complex and onto the street. He took one last glance at his house before turning on his heel and walking away. Izuku headed downtown, where a good amount of underground heroes patrolled. He walked the alleyways of the city and across the roofs of buildings, looking for one. His plan was to follow a hero, and once they got really hurt he would swoop in and heal them. So far, however, he hadn't seen a single one. Underground heroes were a bit of a rarity nowadays, since mainstream heroism was becoming so popular to the point that underground heroes were almost obsolete, despite how much work they did. He walked over the top of a building, jumping roof to roof. He couldn't do the bigger jumps, but running from bullies had given him a few interesting skills. He was about to make another jump when a blur of movement caught his eye. Bingo! He quieted his steps and began to follow the hero. Now to play the waiting game. It had been hole. F-I-N-G. And nothing had happened. Every single night he would head out and track a hero. He had even mapped out multiple territories and patrol routes that the heroes took. He had literally nothing else to do after all. And that brings us to where he was now, lying on a roof, playing with his hoodie strings and wondering what the hell he was doing. He was following a hero, her name was X, when he spaced out in boredom and lost her. So he lied down. Honestly, what was he doing? Sure, his points and ideals that landed him here were still valid, but currently he was doing a whole lot of nothing instead of healing like he planned. As it turns out, heroes are trained to not die. His mouth quirked into a frown. Maybe this whole vigilante thing was just an excuse to feel like a hero, to feel like he could save people instead of just hurting those around him. Maybe it was time to give up dreaming. A loud crash shook him from his thoughts. He peered over the edge of the building, looking down into the alley below. A big man with a buzz cut had pinned a smaller woman with fierce auburn hair and scales littering her face against a wall. She looked terrified, shrinking down as the man leered over her. Izuku whipped his head around, looking up and down the block. There were no heroes. He looked back down at the mugging with worry. What was he supposed to do? He wasn't a hero, he could just heal people. He thought about stepping in, but shook his head. A hero would save her, it wasn't his job. Right? He gave her one last panicked glance and began walking away. It would be okay. She would be okay. He was right, it was time to stop dreaming. Izuku was no hero. Please sir. I don't have money. Her panicked voice cut through the night air. Don't fin lie to me, beach, he growled, low and dangerous. I know you have something. I don't have anything. Please. She cried, pleading. A loud crack echoed through the alley, followed by an agonized scream. Without thinking, Izuku flipped around and leaped off the side of the building, landing behind the mugger. Stop! He yelled. The villain turned around, pulling away from the wall, revealing the woman clutching her nose, which was bent at an odd angle with blood was gushing from it. Izuku winced. that was his fault. The villain smiled coldly. What cha gonna do about it, pipsqueak? He taunted, taking an intimidating step forward. Izuku had been scared before, but this take's the cake. He braced himself. When he gets scared, he does what he does best. Be an idiot. Instead of responding, Izuku whipped his hand up, faster than lightning, and delivered a solid uppercut to the villain's jaw. Izuku knew something was wrong immediately. He didn't gain any healing energy from that punch like he should have. Izuku slowly looked up, horrific realization finding its way onto his face. The villain looked back down at him, raising a cocky eyebrow. His jaw hadn't moved an inch. They stared at each other for a few seconds while the gears in Izuku's brain turned, processing what just happened. Sorry. Izuku offered meekly. The villain smiled understandingly before punching Izuku in his gut, sending him flying backwards. Izuku thought as he hit the ground. He has a shock absorption quirk. Coughing, Izuku struggled to get up as the man walked toward him, winding up for another blow. Izuku tried to strike first, a weak punch connecting with the villain's shoulder, yielding the same result before. He only had a second to brace himself before he was sent tumbling backwards again, his medkit flying out of his pocket and breaking open on the ground. Its contents spilled all over the floor. Izuku lifted his head up just in time to see the villain's foot flying at him. He rolled away, the kick just narrowly missing his head. A glint of metal on the floor caught his eye, a small medical knife that had flown out of his medkit when he dropped it. It was only a 2-inch blade used to cut gauze primarily, but it was better than nothing. Izuku scrambled over to the knife, picking it up before hopping back up to face the villain. The man ran at him, fist raised, aiming for Izuku's head. Izuku dodged the punch, but the villain grabbed his arm and yanked him over to him. Izuku reacted quickly, using his other arm to plunge the knife into the villain's hand, making him let go in pain. The Vigilante smiled. Shock resistance was weak to concentrated force, like on the blade of a knife. Izuku glared at the man, his eyes flashing a brilliant blue as electricity crackled around them, fierce and ferocious. Izuku dealt with bullies a lot. He knew how they worked and how they thought. So when he saw the villain's face, he knew he had won. That man was so used to being unharmable and everyone being weaker than him, a big fish in a very small pond, that the second he was hurt, he panicked. The villain stumbled backward, clutching his bleeding hand, a terrified expression on his face. His eyes met Izuku's, fear versus courage. He held his gaze for a second longer before turning tail and running away. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. He turned back to the alleyway to pick up his stuff, only to see the woman was still there, shaking from fear and frozen from shock. Izuku felt panic flood his chest. He had completely forgotten about her. He rushed over to her side, hands waving uselessly in the air. "Oh my gosh, are you okay?" he fretted. Looking at her crooked nose and blood-covered, well, everything, he slapped his face. "What am I saying? Of course you're not." The woman gave a small laugh at that, a smile ghosting her face before she winced in pain from the action. She let out a sob, and tears started trickling down her face. Izuku put a gentle hand on her arm. "Hey," he whispered comfortingly, "it's gonna be okay." He looked her directly in the eyes before saying, "This may hurt a little bit, but it's gonna help. Do you trust me?" She stared at him for a second, before nodding quietly. Izuku placed his fingers on her forehead, letting the healing energy he had flood into her. He watched as her nose straightened itself and the purple flesh faded in color. She scrunched her eyebrows in discomfort while he worked his magic. He eventually ran out of energy and the blue light faded, but her nose was still black and blue, clearly not fully healed. Izuku frowned in contempt. "Looks like I couldn't heal it fully," Izuku sighed as he stood up. He offered the woman a hand. "Let's get you to the hospital," he said with a small smile. The woman returned the smile, taking his hand. Izuku walked through the hospital doors with the mugging victim, only to be greeted by a loud shout of, "Hey look, I's hero boy." Izuku looked at the person who shouted it, a tall woman with long light brown hair, golden eyes, and slitted pupils pointing at him with a large smile and an overall look of excitement. Izuku pointed a finger at himself. "Me?" he asked. "Yes, you," she responded, before catching eye of the woman he was with, and more importantly, her injury. She turns to a coworker who is sitting beside her, a shorter woman with light red hair and blood-red eyes who is doing paperwork. "Hey Akano, can you take this one?" She asks. Akano presumably sighs. "I'll have you know this is highly unprofessional that you're forcing your work onto me so you can talk to hero boy, Kiba," she complains bitterly. "Oh, please see," Kiba begs. "Fine." Akano hisses, glaring at Kiba one last time before rushing over to take away the patient, leaving Kiba and Izuku alone. "Susu," Kiba starts, "are you a vigilante or something?" She asks, gesturing to his outfit. Would you be mad if I said yes?" he asked sheepishly. "Nah dude," Kiba dismissed him with a wave of her hand. Her face lit up, smiling brightly, showing her rows of fangs. "That's pretty cool actually." "Oh," Izuku chirped, while maybe being a vigilante wasn't as bad as he thought it was. "Although," she paused, "I do have to ask you why you lied about that hero you brought in a week ago." "What do you mean?" he questioned. "I didn't lie about anything." She stared at him. "Yes you did," she said slowly. "You said he was stabbed, but he had no wounds." Izuku squinted, looking at her like she had grown a second head until understanding dawned on him. "I'm so stupid," he groaned. Of course they would be confused. Most people didn't have healing quirks. "Ugh, yeah, I healed them." It's my quirk," he explained. "Dude, that's awesome." Kiba exclaimed. "That's illegal quirk use." Akano deadpanned. "When did you get back?" Kiba shouted, jumping out of her seat and raising her arms in defense comically. Akano raised an eyebrow at her. "I gave the patient to Haru because I don't trust you with a criminal." "Vigilante," Kiba corrected. "CRL," Akano said pointedly. Kiba frowned bitterly. "He's not a criminal, Akano. All he wants to do is help people, Akano. He heals people." Kiba yelled. "And he's breaking the law to do so." Akano replied hotly. She picked up her phone. "I'm not going to stand here and let someone get away with that. Do you know how many people he could hurt by doing what he's doing? And yet all he's done so far is help. He is untrained." Akano countered angrily, starting to dial a number in. "He could be trained." "We can train him, Akano." "That's illegal." "If he hadn't broken the law, that hero would be dead, Akano." Kiba roared. Akano looked like she had been slapped. Silence filled the ear and Kiba covered her mouth in regret, looking for words to say, but finding none. "Fine," Akano said dangerously, dropping her hand down and shutting off her phone, "but I'm not going to be a part of this." With that she turned on her heel and stalked off. Kiba turned back to Izuku with a sad sigh. "I'm sorry about that," she said glumly. "You will need basic medical training though. Just pop by at night and I can give you some lessons. Try to do a bit of research on your own as well, just the basics though." She gave him a sad look. "It's good to have another pair of boots on the ground, God knows we need it. You'll be our little aide." She smiled at that. "Hey, that could be your vigilante name. You don't have one yet, right?" No I don't," Izuku admitted. Kiba stretched her hand forward. "I look forward to working with you, aide." Izuku met her hand with his own and smiled at her. "Likewise." They shook on it. Izuku stared at his ceiling like so many times before. It was nothing like all those times before, however. Instead of crying like all those times before, he smiled. He thought back to the woman he saved. When he was walking her to the hospital. "Thank you so much," she had whispered. "For what?" he asked. He had let her get hurt. He had tried to walk away. He didn't deserve thanks. "I just did what anyone would have and you got hurt." "No," she said, "most people would have left, but even though you knew it wasn't your responsibility, you stepped in." "You don't understand." He looked away, tightening his fists. "I tried to walk away. I let you get hurt. It's my fault." She cut him off. "But you didn't walk away. You had every opportunity to, but you came back. In the face of danger you chose to help me. You saved me. You were a hero." Izuku smiled at the memory. Maybe she was right. Maybe he wasn't just dreaming after all. Maybe he could be a hero, if illegally. Maybe he could be aid. Izuku stumbled as he landed from his jump. Running across buildings had become much harder since upgrading his costume, the new weight throwing off his balance. He had added a messenger bag full of medical supplies including gauze, antiseptic, band-aids of varying sizes, and all the stuff you found in a standard med kit. He also added weapons to his gear. Having a knife was the only thing that kept him alive in his last fight, so he added some to his gear. His weapons consisted of 2 combat knives and a set of throwing knives. He didn't know how to use them, but he could learn. Plus, he thought it would look cool. Not that he would ever admit that out. But he was taking heavy inspiration from one of his favorite heroes, Ares. They used guns and knives primarily, raining down attacks on villains like the god of war himself. It was a shame he went into retirement. He was so cool. He thought it would have been hard to get weapons. Apparently not. The amount of stuff you could get on the internet was unreal. He did have to sell some hero merch to buy it though. Izuku shed a single silent tear at that. It was a limited edition All Might figurine. He was a disgrace to fanboy culture. A true fanboy would have never sold it. Izuku was able to finish mourning the loss of his greatest possession, besides the rest of the merch he has, to see a man get pulled into a dark alley. Jumping down onto the ground, he stalked over to the building, peeking around the wall to see what was happening. It was horribly dark, so he could just barely make out the figures. A muscular man had pinned a smaller dude against the wall, gripping his shirt collar threateningly. The other man looked like he was about to PSS himself in fear. That simply wouldn't do. "Hey!" Izuku shouted, "Stop it!" The villain turned towards Izuku, glaring at him. "Get out of here, kid," he growled threateningly, "or you're next." "Yeah, I'm not going to do that," Izuku said, letting a cheeky smile onto his face to cover up his fear. The man pushed his victim to the ground harshly, stepping forward into the street light. Izuku had to stifle a laugh. This tall, muscular, intimidating man had a large bean sprout growing from his head instead of hair. He looked like a cartoon. A cocky grin spread over his face. Izuku could take him. The villain cracked his knuckles. "I warned you, kid." Rushing forward, the man swung at Izuku. Izuku dodged the blows, smiling confidently, proud of himself, only to be immediately clobbered by the villain's other fist. Never mind, Izuku could not take him. Izuku reached for his messenger bag to grab his knife. The villain beat him to it, however, grabbing the bag strap and using it to pull Izuku into his raised knee, connecting with a loud smack to his stomach, winding him completely. Izuku collapsed to the ground, coughing as the man drew his foot back, winding up a kick. Izuku closed his eyes and braced himself for the imminent pain. Instead of pain, however, a loud crash comes from in front of him. Izuku snapped open his eyes, seeing the villain sprawled out on the floor with a scarf-like thing snaking around him. Wait a second, he knew that scarf. Izuku looked up to see the same scruffy hero he had rescued all those nights ago standing triumphantly over the villain. Relief washed over Izuku for 2 reasons. 1, he wasn't having the sheet kicked out of him right now, and 2, the hero was alive. A grin spread over his face, and he scrambled up to thank the hero. He was about to introduce himself when the scarf thingy wrapped around him, trapping him in place. Izuku glanced down at it before looking at the hero questioningly. "What? You're a vigilante," the hero stated, voice in a dangerously low growl. "Well, yeah." Izuku replied dumbly before mentally slapping his forehead. "Oh yeah, he forgot that's illegal. I'm going to have to take you in, kid." The black-haired man huffed. Izuku panicked. Wait. No, he couldn't be arrested, his mom couldn't know, it would crush her. Bakugo's mocking voice echoed through his head. Stupid little Deku tried to be hero, thank God someone put him in his place, arresting him like the villain he is. Izuku shuddered. No one could know. He wouldn't let this guy take him in. He began to struggle and shout at the man, fighting against the scarf to no avail. The hero began to drag him and the villain away. Put a sock in it. Izuku wilted like a leaf, the fight in him leaving in an instant. This was it, the gig was up. The disappointment only lasted a few seconds, however, before hot, indignant anger burned it up and replaced it. Fury flowing through his veins, Izuku's expression twisted with rage. Wow, Izuku scoffed. You save a guy's life and this is how he repays you? The hero froze, stopping dead in his tracks. After a long pause, he stiffly turned to face Izuku, his eyes wide in shock. Izuku went ramrod straight as the hero stared at him. Izuku cringed. He shouldn't have said that. Their eyes met, his black irises boring deep into Izuku's. Izuku shifted uncomfortably as the hero gaze weighed down on him heavily. The pressure of his glare alone was crushing. "You were the kid who took me to the hospital?" he finally asked. "You bet your butt I am," Izuku spat, still angry. "Healed you wound too." The hero went back to staring at him, eyes pensive. After a minute or two the bindings on Izuku loosened, until they were completely slack on him. Izuku glanced down at them before looking back at the hero, his face contorted in confusion. One unspoken question hovering in the air between them. But they lapsed back into an uncomfortable quiet. The hero was the one to break the silence. "Hit me." There was a long pause. "I'm sorry, what?" "Try. But me," the hero said, glaring at Izuku. "Why?" Izuku exclaimed. The hero sighed. "If you're going to be a vigilante, you're going to need to know how to fight, so this," he gestured at the alley, "doesn't happen again." Izuku was confused. One second this guy tries to arrest him and the next he's trying to teach him? What is his deal? "Why should I trust you? I don't even know your name." Izuku said incredulously, a single eyebrow raised. The hero paused, pressing his lips tightly. "Eraserhead," he finally offered. Izuku considered the man before him. After a second he broke into a grin. This guy wasn't going to arrest him for whatever reason, and Izuku would be a fool to look a gift horse in the mouth. "Nice to meet you, Eraser." "Don't call me that. My name's Aid." Eraser gave a long-suffering sigh. Back to the matter at hand. He said, "Hit me." Izuku considered it, looking Eraser up and down before finally punching him as hard as he could. The scruffy man barely budged, and Izuku gained almost no healing energy. Eraserhead quirked an unimpressed eyebrow at him. "That's going to need some work." Aizawa watched as Aid ran off and wondered if he made the right choice. Aid was a criminal, and it was his job to arrest criminals. That should have been the end of it. Aizawa thought back to the snippets of that night he could remember. He couldn't recall most of it, but he did know that without Aid he would have died. He could still remember the second when the knife plunged into stomach. The searing pain spreading through his body. The feeling of the cold night air seeping into his flesh as life drained out of him. He could still remember coming to the horrific realization of, "I'm going to die." Aizawa's hand ghosted over his side, wincing at phantom pain. Here he was though. Still standing, still breathing, still alive. All thanks to a small, scrawny teenager who just wanted to be a hero. From a legal standpoint, Aid was in the wrong and by extension Aizawa as well for letting him go. From a moral standpoint, Aizawa just couldn't bring himself to arrest him. He had saved his life. Aizawa knew the cruel reality of death all too well. Heroes die, often far too early. So, Aizawa let Aid go. If that kid could continue to save lives like he did for him, Aizawa drew a deep breath. It was worth letting him run free. The black-haired man glanced around the wrecked alley and sighed. If that kid was going to save other people, he was going to need to learn to not die first. Aizawa dragged the unconscious villain behind him as he started walking to the police station. He would make sure that kid stayed alive. If only to return the favor. Izuku listened intently as Kiba explained how to wrap an appendage with gauze. He had been visiting there whenever he had the time and was infinitely grateful for Kiba. Even if she wasn't an incredible teacher, he had gained so much from her lessons. She was also fun to be around. Constantly raving about the latest movie or manga, waving her hands around to brazenly accentuate her points and laughing loudly. Izuku hadn't really had any friends since he got his quirk, everyone either hating him or fearing him. Who knows, maybe Kiba would stop talking to him too once she found out about his quirk, but until then Izuku would savor every second of lessons. Kiba took out a roll of gauze and started demonstrating how to do it correctly when Akano approached the table. She extended her arm, offering Kiba a file in frigid silence. Kiba stopped talking to grab it, matching Akano's cold shoulder with her own. Their eyes met, the tension in the room becoming so thick you could cut it with a knife. Akano held her gaze for a moment longer before stalking off. A heavy quiet filled the room. Izuku finally broke the silence. Are you and Akano, he paused looking for the best way to say this, on bad terms with each other? Kiba gave a mirthless laugh. You could say that. Her expression fell downcast. She's been upset since our argument about you. Izuku's eyes filled with panic. Oh no. I'm really sorry. I can leave if I'm causing you trouble. He didn't want to completely ruin their relationship. Although looking at them, it looked like he already had. Kiba forced a small smile on her face. Nah, kid. It's not your fault. I said I was going to teach you and I will. I always keep my word. Don't worry about me and Akano, we'll sort it out. With that she turned back to wrapping her arm. Izuku closed his hero notebook. It had taken a while, but with the power of determination, Google and energy drinks he had the name, Quirk, and a few videos of the hero Eraserhead. He had started researching as soon as he got home from school, but by now the sun was setting. He was definitely one of the hardest heroes he'd ever had to research, but Izuku was nothing if not determined. He leaned back in his chair. He knew that it wasn't going to help build any trust with his new friend, but knowledge is power, and Izuku didn't want to be helpless again. Pain sparked from his bruised side, as if to say, oh dipshit. Knowledge may be power, but you're weak. Maybe learn how to actually fight before getting all philosophical dumbass. Izuku blinked. Since when did his inner voice sound like a watered-down Bakugo? Interesting. Weird thoughts aside, his inner voice was right. He couldn't exactly be a vigilante without knowing how to fight. Eraserhead had helped him a little bit in that regard by showing him how to actually throw a punch. The man may have tried to arrest him that one time, but he was willing to put that behind him, as he would take any training he could get. Eraser was right, what happened last night was a disaster. He was completely overpowered and would have ended up a bloody pulp if not for Eraserhead swooping in. Izuku ran through his fight with Plant Man, as he so affectionately named the villain, going through every second in detail in his head, picking out the mistakes he made and fixing them. He paused when he reached the part where Plant Man knocked away his knife, leaving him defenseless. That's probably not a good thing. Izuku stood up and walked over his closet, pulling out his vigilante bag. Rifling through it, he picked up one of the throwing knives. The weight felt uncomfortable and unfamiliar in his hands. I really need to learn how to use these. He balanced the knife on one finger. It's not like he could just learn to use them on the job. What if he hit something vital on a villain? Sure, he could just heal it, but he didn't want to hurt anyone more than necessary. But how would he learn then? Izuku's eyes lit up. Wait a second. I think I still have it. He turned back to his closet and started rummaging around. I haven't used it in ages. He dug through his random sheet until he found what he was looking for. Pulling it out of the dark abyss he called his closet, he held it up triumphantly. In his hands was an old dartboard. It was dirty, cheap, and beat up, but it would do. His mom got it for him as a birthday present when he was 10. He loved the thing, but eventually got bored with it and shoved it to the back of his closet. It felt reuniting with an old friend. Izuku hung it up on a wall, then crossed over to the opposite side of his room. Holding one of his throwing knives, he drew back his hand. Sking in a deep breath, he closed his eyes. He stayed like that for a second before letting out a slow exhaling. He snapped open his eyes and whipped his arm forward, launching the knife. It flew across the room like a bolt of lightning and hit drywall. Izuku blinked, staring dumbly at the knife embedded in his wall. Yeah, that made sense. A part of him was hoping to have a cool movie moment where he discovered his hidden potential or some sheet. Sadly, that stuff doesn't happen in real life. If his life was a movie, then the author was messed up. They couldn't even give him cool knife skills that he didn't have to work for. Throw me a rope, man. He chuckled at his joke. Yanking his knife out of the wall, he observed the damage. There was a small hole left in the drywall, but other than that nothing was broken. Oh well, he could cover it with a poster. He walked back over to his spot and drew his hand back again. After all, there's only one way to improve. Izuku had been throwing his knives for 10 FNG minutes and he hadn't made any progress. Sure, 10 minutes isn't that long, but he hadn't even hit the board once. The wall now had many small holes to accompany the original. He groaned. This was going nowhere. Maybe he should just give up for tonight. I can't do it. Eraser looked at him and sighed. You just need to work on it. Nothing ever comes without work. Nothing ever comes without sacrifice. Izuku gave a disheartened whimper. You need to pivot your torso, put your weight behind the punch, or else it won't have any power. Like this. He threw a punch into empty air, looking back at Izuku. Try it. Izuku went back into position and threw a punch as hard as he could, focusing on twisting his body as he went. He paused in surprise. That felt much better. Eraser smiled. Better, he said gruffly. Try pushing off your back foot more. Izuku did as he said, hitting the empty air, and reveling in the feeling of the slight improvement. Eraser's grin widened, again. Izuku snapped back to the present. Determination flooding back into his veins, he couldn't give up just yet. Izuku dropped into his chair with renewed energy and cracked open his computer, searching for videos of the hero Ares. He clicked on one of his favorites and nostalgia washed over him. He had watched it so many times. Ares flipped through the air, dodging large metal spikes. His signature army jacket and tall combat boots standing out from the brightly colored costumes of his allies. He rushed forward with frightening speed. Ares was a large man with broad shoulders, yet he moved with the grace of a dancer, whizzing across the battlefield with calculated, smooth movements. He planted his feet and in a fraction of a second, flicked a knife out, twirled it in his hands, and launched it across the field. The knife hit its target with incredible precision, embedding itself deep into a villain's calf. Izuku rewinded a few seconds and slowed down the video, watching with undivided attention. Ares twirled the knife between his fingers to get it into position. Yeah, not doing that. They pulled their hand back and whipped it forward, flicking their wrist at the end. Huh. He thought, I haven't done that before. Izuku stood up and picked up his knife, lining himself up with the dartboard yet again. He reached his arm back and threw it, trying to flick his wrist as he let go. The knife flew across the room with blinding speed. Izuku's face lit up and he smiled brightly. On the other side of the room sat the knife, planted deeply into the outer edge of the board. It wasn't a good throw, but he had finally hit the board. He picked up another knife. He could do this. Izuku flopped down onto his bed, a wide grin plastered on his face. He had been throwing knives for the past hour, non-stop. His arm was burning and he was drenched in sweat, but he was still smiling like a fool. Pale moonlight filtered through his window. It was nearly 9:10 now, and Izuku felt like passing out. You know what? That doesn't sound so bad. His eyes fluttered closed. He deserved a good rest. He was proud of himself after all. Across the room, knives littered his dartboard. A single blade lodged directly into the bullseye. Tsukachi sighed loudly. He slumped back into his chair, looking like he wanted to melt into it. Aizawa looked up from his paperwork. You okay? He asked. Tsukachi slammed his head on his desk. I want death. Don't we all? Aizawa murmured. But seriously, what's up? The detective groaned. That new vigilante running around, he's been at it for 2 weeks now, turning in multiple criminals and providing medical treatment to all the victims. He's improving at an alarming rate in both first aid and fighting according to witnesses. He's still a total rookie, yet we have nothing on him. Aizawa was lucky he was a MSTR at holding a poker face. It was incredibly awkward having his friend complain about the same vigilante he had been training for the past 2 weeks. He wouldn't admit it out loud, but he had grown fond of Aid. The kid had some spunk, but not unbearably so, unlike a certain cockatoo. He inhaled deeply. I mean, what's the harm in letting him go? He's not hurting anyone. In fact, he's doing a lot of good. Tsukachi raised an eyebrow at him. That is the last thing I expected to hear from you. Usually you're pretty gung-ho about this sort of thing. He paused, looking for the right words. I just think he's helping people, not just civilians but heroes too. He gripped his side. Besides, we've worked with vigilantes before. Tsukachi sighed again. I know, it just frustrates me. Have you met him? Aizawa hummed. Once or twice, he said, electing to leave out the fact that he has been actively teaching the kid. He's a sweet guy. He's even healed me before. The man chucked. Lord knows you need that kind of help. Remember when you decided to keep working when you broke your arm because you didn't want to go to the hospital? Namuri and Hizashi practically had to drag you there. Aizawa opted to not respond, instead looking back down at his paperwork. Tsukachi huffed. I do see your point, Eraser. He isn't really hurting anyone. The detective smiled and he leaned back in his chair. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened. However, Aizawa, the second he toes the line of a villain, I expect you to bring him in. Izuku finished putting a band-aid on a victim. They were lucky as they had just gotten a few scratches. The offending villain was knocked out cold on the ground. Izuku flashed a bright smile. There you go, pal. You're good to go. Just head on over to the police station and report what happened here. The victim, a small woman with pale blue skin and webbed fingers, stood up shakily, Izuku assisting her up. Thank you, she said quietly. He smiled again. No problem, ma'am. Izuku waved at her as she walked away. A quiet thud came from behind him. The local hobo has arrived. He spun around, arms spread widely and a grin decorating his face. Eraser! He exclaimed. Eraserhead gave him a small nod in acknowledgement. Aid. It's time for our nightly spar, is it? Also known as Izuku getting his butt kicked repeatedly. Eraser hummed in confirmation. Walking away, preparing to climb the fire escape of the building next to them, as they usually spared on the roof. Izuku followed with a skip in his step. So what? He was proud of himself. He was actually starting to become a competent enough vigilante, and he would savor every moment of pride until Eraser inevitably crushed it. Eraser stopped suddenly, turning back to look Izuku in the eyes. Aren't you forgetting something? Izuku paused, considering this for a hot minute. I don't think so, he said slowly. Eraser slapped his forehead, dragging his hands down over his face. The sheer amount of disappointment radiating off the man was actually impressive. Staring Izuku dead in the eyes, he gestured at the knocked-out villain on the floor. Oh, him! Izuku chirped, smiling brightly. His face suddenly fell into one of confusion. What about him? He deadpanned. Oh boy, and Izuku thought the disappointment coming off Eraser was bad before. What do you mean, what about him? Eraser exclaimed. You can't just leave him there. He needs to be turned into the police. Izuku visibly shrunk down, eyes wide. He gulped, mustering up all the courage he had. He spoke. I can't? He chucked weakly. Eraser stared down at him. Aid, I swear to God. Izuku straightened back up. If today is the day I die, I will go out confidently. Eraser took a deep breath. Aid, please don't tell me you spent the last 2 weeks knocking out villains and just leaving them there. I have spent the last 2 weeks knocking out villains and just leaving them there. The hero said in a breath, eyes widened with barely contained anger. He spun around on his heel and started walking off, his hands thrown up in the air. Izuku chased after him. What was I supposed to do? The vigilante asked incredulously. Just walk up to the police station? Hello there, police, here's this villain I apprehended. Please don't arrest me though, I'm only committing the same crimes as him but with better morals. Eraser sighed long-sufferingly, brows furrowed in annoyance. He reached up to his ear and grabbed something, then extended his hand to offer it to Izuku. In the palm of his hand was a small black earpiece. The device was made of polished metal with silver accents, and had a white button on the side. This is how underground heroes call in arrests, request backup, and communicate with each other at night. He explained, when you take out a villain, press the button on the side and give the location of where you are, the police will pick them up, you just need to be out of there before they get there. Don't worry about taking this one, I have spares. Izuku was taken aback. He expected Eraser to stay angry at him. Thank you, he whispered. He cupped the device in his hands gently. Well, Eraser said, call in. Izuku's eyes shot up. Right now? Yes, now. When did you think? Tomorrow? Eraser quipped. Izuku fumbled with the earpiece, hastily putting it in place. His finger hovered over the button. His lips pressed tightly. Izuku was never the best on phone calls with people he didn't know. Anxiety would overtake him every time, like a boa constrictor tightening around his chest. His breaths would turn shallow and panicked. It made him flinch at every word he spoke until all he wanted was to curl up into a ball and disappear. In short, anxiety Esicus. For the most part he could avoid situations like this, but there was no getting out of this one. He could feel Eraser's expectant gaze on him, unaware of Izuku's internal plight. There was only one out of this. Time to rip off the band-aid. Izuku uttered in a harsh breath and in one swift motion pressed the button. He heard a soft click followed by the monotone voice of a police operator. Eraser head, state your call and reason. Izuku let out an awkward laugh. Yeah, about that. He trailed off. The operator's voice turned harsh. Who are you and how did you get this device? Izuku panicked. Sheet, I didn't think about that. My name's Aid. I stole it off Eraserhead when he was bleeding out a few weeks ago, came his bullshit answer. You're that vigilante, aren't you? The operator growled. I thought that was obvious, but yes. Here we see the wild Midoriya using phone call survival technique number 7. Cover up your insecurities with sass. And anyways, he drawled awkwardly, I've apprehended a villain on 16th and Niwaki. He's here waiting for you to pick him up. Hey, why? Anyways, nice talking to you. I really enjoyed this call. He shouted over the operator's indignant squawks. Bye. He ended the call and let out a sigh of relief, visibly relaxing. I hate you. Izuku groaned. Fair. So back to our spar. Why do I let you teach me again? Izuku grumbled, his cheeks squished into the pavement after Eraser had pinned him for the umpteenth time. Because you kept getting your butt handed to you. Eraser said dryly. Izuku considered that fair, but I'm still angry, so F you. Eraser got up and offered Izuku his hand. He took it begrudgingly and the man hoisted him up. The second Izuku was on his feet, however, he flicked a knife out of his pocket and launched it at Eraser. The man dodged and ran towards him. Utilizing the element of surprise, I see. You're improving. His capture weapon whipped through the air, aimed at Izuku. Izuku jumped backwards, barely avoiding the scarf. Just as the capture weapon started to fly back to Eraser, Izuku reached out and grabbed it. He yanked it back, making the hero stumble forward. Using my own weapon against me. Clever. Eraser grinned, but it's going to take more than that to win. Instead of trying to pull back like Izuku expected him to, Eraser went with the motion and ran forward. Izuku tried to jump back, but the capture weapon snagged his arm first. He reached for his knives, but it was too late. Eraser swiped his feet out from under him. Once again Izuku's face met the floor. He was getting real tired of the taste of asphalt. USCK. He bit out angrily. His pride was too wounded to make good insults. I'm not the one on the floor now, am I? Eraser quipped back. Yeah, well, Izuku stumbled for a good response. At least I don't look like a hobo. Eraser clutched his heart in mock pain. You wound me, Aid. How will I ever recover from such a vicious insult? Shut it, old man. Izuku grinned. Pipsqueak. Eraser shot back. Fossil. F this. Dumb butt. Problem child. Their bickering was interrupted by a quiet meow. A small black kitten with short fur and bright yellow eyes sat on the edge of the roof. Its fur was ruffled and messy, clearly a stray. It was thin, unhealthily so. The poor thing looked like it hadn't eaten in days. Kitty! Izuku exclaimed, scrambling up to go pet it. It didn't matter if he looked immature, it's a cat, he can't just not pet it. Izuku reached out his hand, letting the cat smell it so as to not scare it. The kitten sniffed the hand twice before deeming Izuku safe and pressing its head into his hand. Izuku smiled softly and began scratching the cat behind its ears. Its fur was surprisingly soft despite its looks. Eraser came up from behind him. You like cats? Izuku scoffed. Of course. They're the superior animal after all. Eraser noted. For once we agree. The hero kneeled down, pulling a dried sardine out of his pocket. He offered it to the cat, who gobbled it up in seconds. The little guy must have been really hungry. They spent the rest of Izuku's patrol feeding the kitten. So this Eraserhead fellow, he's not gonna turn you in? Kiba asked. Apparently not. Izuku replied. Huh, interesting. What's he like? Well, he's grumpy, constantly, like 24/7, he's teaching me to fight, which I'm starting to believe is just an excuse for him to kick my butt repeatedly. Izuku's eyebrow twitched in annoyance, and he's a mega buzzkill, always so serious. Huh, sounds like someone I know. Kiba said, tapping her chin like she was trying to think. Shut up, Kiba. Akano gripped. Kiba snapped her fingers, and Izuku could swear he saw a light bulb appear over her head. Oh, now I remember. She shot a playful glance at Akano, who scowled in return. Anyways, Izuku said, he's actually a pretty nice dude. Good-natured enough below his grumpy exterior, and you can tell he actually cares about people and his job. Plus he likes cats, so he's already in my good book. Kiba smiled. That's good to hear. But back on topic, she said, returning to the lesson she was teaching before. When you're packing a wound, it's critical to pack the gauze tightly enough so the bleeding stops. So I just stuffed a ton of gauze in a bleeding hole? Well, yes, but no. Wait, yes, but there's more steps. Actually, there really isn't, but there's a proper way to do it. Like things you have to do correctly. I'm like, you know? Akano cut her off. When packing a wound, you want to stuff the gauze all the way down by the artery. If you don't block the blood vessel, the wound will keep bleeding and you ultimately did nothing to help. Kiba whipped her head around to face Akano. She was surprised Akano would chime in when she had so passionately declared that she wanted nothing to do with aid. Akano, seeing her surprise, huffed. It's only because you're so incompetent that I had to step in. Don't expect me to do it again. Regardless of Akano's cynical answer, Kiba beamed. The redhead turned back to filling out some paperwork, a frown decorating her face. Unbeknownst to the two chaos gremlins besides her, when no one was looking, a soft smile found its way onto her lips. Izuku jumped across the roofs, racing to find the source of commotion. He was heading to the hospital. He said he would meet Kiba at 11:25 for a lesson, when he heard a yelp. He immediately abandoned his plans, sprinting off to find where the fight was, which led him to where he was now. A crash came from his right. Izuku changed trajectory and raced to the noise. He came to the edge of the building and heard the sound of the scuffle beneath him. He jumped down into the alley where the fight was. He spun around to face the fighters just in time to see Eraser get punched in the face. The man stumbled backwards only for Izuku to catch him. Fancy meeting you here, Eraser. He chirped brightly, looking down at the hero in his arms. Looks like you're in quite the predicament. Not the time for sass aid. Eraser shouted, jumping back into the battle. Are you gonna help or just stand there? Yes, yes. Izuku said, a pout on his lips, before joining the fight. Izuku flipped a combat knife out and ran at the villain, a man in his early 30s with shaggy brown hair and dressed in baggy clothes. Izuku made a calculated slash at his torso. The man jumped backwards, just barely dodging it. Taking advantage of the villain's defenseless stance, Eraser landed a kick in the man's stomach, winding him. The villain stumbled back, eyes filled with panic as he realized he was outmatched. He jumped back and activated his quirk. Copies of himself flickered to life around the alley, quickly circling Eraser and Izuku. The villain tried to run into the crowd of duplicates only for Izuku to run forward and grab the villain's arm. He flipped around, the whites of his eyes showing in fear. The fakes flickered, turning translucent and losing shape. He yanked his arm away from Izuku, and before he could grab it again, the villain disappeared into the sea of fakes, who stopped flickering once the original was out of sight. Curious. The clones leapt into attack. Aizawa used his capture scarf to yank two of them into each other. 3 more swarmed around him. He twisted and flipped, dodging their continuous assault. Izuku wasn't let off the hook either. He had to stay light on his toes. A large right hook came at his face. Sidestepping the fist, Izuku grabbed the extended arm and judo flipped the clone. The recipient of the action landing on the ground with a pained grunt. Ha, take that, you ectoplasm ripoff. Izuku cheered in victory. 8 behind you. Eraser shouted in warning. Izuku leaped to the side not a moment too late, a clone's fist passing where his head had just been a moment ago. The clone, not expecting to meet empty air, stumbled forward, leaving them vulnerable. Izuku whipped his arm forward, throwing the combat knife in his hand, which sunk deeply into the clone's skull. The clones flickered again, becoming transparent and allowing Izuku to see the original. The man's face was painted with fear, eyes wide and sweat forming on his brow. The villain looked positively terrified. The clones became solid again before Izuku or Eraser could do anything. The clones have flickered twice now, what's causing it? A light bulb went off in his head. Could it be? It's a wild gander, but it just might work. Izuku grinned, time to put on a show. A malicious grin split over the Vigilante's face, turning glare at where he last saw the original. I see you, he drawled, ending with a maniacal giggle. He drew another knife, tapping it against his cheek. You saw what I did to that clone. He pointed his knife in front of him. God, I hope this works. His voice fell deadly serious. I can do the same to you. The clones flickered out, revealing the original again, the villain looking scared to death. I was right. The clones disappear under mental duress. Izuku smiled. They disappear in reaction to fear. The Vigilante threw the knife. The blade buried itself into the man's thigh, downing the man. Healing energy flooded Izuku, the euphoric feeling spreading over him. It felt good, like stepping into a hot shower after being out in the cold. He just wanted to melt into the warmth. He enjoyed it and he hated himself for it. He shouldn't take pleasure in hurting others. He didn't want to be the villain he was told he was. Izuku rushed over to the villain. This is gonna hurt, sorry. In one swift moment he yanked the knife out. As soon as the knife was gone, he placed his hand over the wound and healed the man, the wound shutting in seconds. He left some of the damage, just a shallow cut, about half an inch, so he could keep some of the healing energy for himself. He was building up a stockpile in case of emergencies. Eraser ran over to him. Aid, what the hell was that? The hero exclaimed, referring to his earlier performance. Izuku didn't look up from bandaging the cut. I was bluffing, Eraserhead. He can't keep his clones up when he feels fear, so... Izuku paused, smile on his face. I made him feel fear. Eraser's anger faded, his face softening. How did you know? He asked. I noticed every time the clones flickered the villain looked terrified. It was a gamble, but it paid off. Izuku explained. Eraser smiled. You're smarter than you look, Aid. Izuku blushed at the compliment. Ah, thank you. Wait, what do you mean smarter than I look? Eraser hid his mouth behind his capture weapon, clearly suppressing a laugh. That BSRD. Izuku scowled. Oh sure, laugh it up. If I didn't have to meet with someone I would still wait. Meet with someone? I have to meet with someone? Sheet, I have to meet Kiba. He was late. Sure, he wouldn't be too late, but he could completely miss her shift if he wasn't careful. The year was an unpredictable hellscape of sleep deprivation and pain after all. Kiba? Eraser questioned. He shouldn't have said that. He was fairly sure what Kiba was doing was illegal to some extent. Not important, he said, glossing over it. Eraser, can you handle this guy? I have somewhere to be. Sure, dude. Eraser reached his hand up to his ear to call in. Thanks, man. Izuku spirited away, waving goodbye. He could hear the faint murmuring of Eraser as he bound off. Akano glanced over at Aid and Kiba from behind the bookshelf she was hiding behind. No, not hiding, she was simply there totally by coincidence. The Vigilante had arrived around 10 minutes ago, bursting through the door and loudly asking if Kiba was still on shift. They were sitting together talking about the lesson. Kiba was explaining how to apply a tourniquet. Suddenly, Kiba threw her head back and her loud, boisterous laugh rang through the air. Aid must have told a joke. A pang of sadness jolted through Akano. Despite her aloof attitude, she missed being close with Kiba. Ever since their argument over Aid, their friendship had become tense and wore thin. It always felt like walking in a minefield around her, Akano just trying not to mess anything up again. Their relationship was in tatters, and the worst part was Akano knew it was all her fault. She had just gotten so angry when Kiba said that the hero would have died if not for Aid. It hurt so bad to be reminded of her father. It felt like Kiba was using what happened to him against her, even though she knew she didn't mean to. The fact that Kiba was right made it all the worse. She was right and Akano had lashed out. This left Akano in a weird position. She wanted to apologize and join them, but her pride kept her feet rooted in place. Pride was a chain binding her to the same spot, trapping her from moving forward or mending relationships. Pride made her voice catch in her throat when, "I'm sorry," tried to bubble up. Pride made her watch from afar while her loved ones drifted away. Pride hurt her. Their relationship shouldn't have ended at one FANG argument, but Akano couldn't work up the courage to admit she was wrong. She just couldn't apologize. So Akano did the only thing her prideful mind knew. She ran from Kiba and she ran from their friendship. Aide's voice cut through the haze of her thoughts. "Hey Kiba," he said, "do you think I could try learning some more advanced stuff? Like how to stitch a wound or something?" Kiba hummed, "Sure." Oh hell no. Akano was not going to let that idiot teach a vigilante how to stitch a wound closed. With Kiba's help he would end up making it worse. This simply wouldn't do. Akano grabbed a textbook from the shelf, drew a deep breath, and walked towards Aide. "And Kiba? Really? You'll teach me?" Izuku beamed. He had finally mustered up the courage to ask, so he was over the moon. Kiba agreed. Kiba laughed. "Of course dude, I said sure didn't I dash." She was interrupted by the loud thwack of a book slamming down onto the table. Kiba looked up at Akano with an eyebrow raised. Akano sighed and pulled up a chair. If he's going to save people he might as well do it right. A large smile, bright as the sun, spread across her face. Akano let out a huff. "Go to your job before I change my mind." Kiba scrambled out of her seat, scurrying off, the smile never leaving her face. "Maybe, just maybe," Akano smiled back. Akano turned back to Izuku, cracking open the book. A sadistic smile spread over her face. "Welcome to hell." Izuku gulped in fear. It was a quiet night. The air was still, barring the occasional gust of wind. Silence hung like a blanket over the city, dampening the noise. All that could be heard was the quiet hum of the street lights. The stars twinkled above, shining beautifully as if a million diamonds had been spilled across the night sky, and the moon hung in the air like a shining opal. The night sky was an incredible mixture of the deepest blues, purples and blacks, a complex tapestry woven by a god. Despite all the wonders around him, Eraser had but one thought. "I want to go home." He was sitting on a rooftop, daydreaming about the end of his shift. He loved his job, but he was perpetually tired. He just wanted to go home and sleep. He didn't care if his cat would try to suffocate him while asleep, at least then he wouldn't have to wake up. That would be at least one thing to thank the BSTRD for. His cat, Charles III of the Great House of Meowister, or Charlie for short, was a menace to society. He was a small tortoiseshell cat with blue eyes, and he was the worst. That cat acted like he ran the house, like he was a prince or something, hence the name. He would unravel all the toilet paper, meow at 3 a.m. for food, one of the only times Aizawa wasn't working and could actually sleep, and would chase Nemuri whenever she visited. Actually, that part was kind of funny. The biggest thing that set Aizawa off, however, is that he knew. Every single time he did something bad he gave Aizawa the smuggest FANG look possible. FANG knew what he was doing. He did it on purpose. Despite all of his problems, Aizawa loved that cat. He was family even with how obnoxious he was. Plus, he gets a kick out of it that Nemuri is now afraid of cats. He was interrupted from his thoughts when a hand slapped down on the edge of the rooftop. Aide pulled himself over the edge of the building with great effort. He then promptly collapsed into a puddle of exhaustion. His hair was messy beneath the hood, his eyes had dark bags under them, and he looked like the life had been eaten out of him. In short, he looked like sheet. Aizawa walked over to him, nudging Aide with his foot. "You all right?" Aide groaned. "My teacher is a SLV driver." Aizawa couldn't help but grin. "That's our job." Aide sat up to look at him. "You're a teacher?" "Sadly, yes." Aide laughed. "Somehow I can't picture that. You look more like a tired dad, not a teacher." Eraser scowled. "Gee, thanks." Aide laughed again. I'm kidding. But seriously, what do you even teach?" "Homeroom and Heroics Foundation." "Oh, you work at a hero school?" Aizawa raised an eyebrow at him. "Aide, I'm literally a hero. Did you think I just teach math at some random school?" "Touché." A beat. "So where do you teach?" "UA." Aizawa replied without looking at him. Aide's face fell into one of disbelief. "You're shitting me." Aizawa shot him a look as if to say, Do I look like the kind of person who would lie about that? Aide seemed to get the message as he went starry-eyed and beamed, "Dude, that's so cool." "UA? Like the UA? That's so awesome." It was at times like these that Aizawa remembered that Aide was a kid. Sure, he acted immature all the time, but most vigilantes did. Aide was hard-working, focused, and knew when to be serious, which was more than he could say for most of his students. Sure, Aide was still a child, but more importantly he was, well, a friend. "Yes, I teach at UA. Will you shut up now?" Aizawa huffed. Something in Aide's eyes said he wouldn't, but he did close his mouth. They sat in silence for a while. Just them and the quiet of the night. Aide fidgeted. "Hey, Eraser," he spoke softly, breaking the silence. Do you think I co?" He was cut off by an ear-splitting scream. It was full of fear, terror, agony in it. "Didn't." So, Aizawa met Aide's eyes. The seas of deep green filled with panic. There was no need for words, the unspoken message already understood by the two. "We need to go." They raced off to find the source of the sound. Izuku ran as fast as he could, Eraser trailing close behind him. The rhythmic pounding of his feet and the harshness of this breath faded into the background as his mind focused solely on the scream. It was an animalistic howl of pain. The only breaks in the screaming were loud, suffering gasps and sobs. It was a terrible sound, like twisted music composed in the pits of hell. He ran faster, driven by the soul need to make it stop. To save. To help. The scream got louder, they were getting close. He skidded around a corner and there lay the source of the scream. The alley was disheveled, large stone spikes jutted out at random angles, bits of concrete chunks were scattered around, and lying by the alley wall was the writhing body of the victim. Above the mess stood the villain. Izuku could care less. His eyes were drawn to something else. Blood had pooled out of the victim's body and was continuing to spread out from it at a rapid pace. Time slowed down. His breath caught in his throat. Izuku felt sick. He could almost feel the slick blood on his hands again, the same gross feeling of the warm liquid spilling from between his fingers. The same panic from weeks ago returned. His chest tightened in fear. He felt like the same person as he was that night again, kneeling over Eraser's body, begging, screaming, pleading for him to not die. He felt helpless. Another loud wail from the victim broke him from his thoughts. He didn't have time for this. He had a job to do. The villain's feet disappeared behind the exit of an alley. In his shock, the villain had started running away. Eraser rounded the corner behind him, finally catching up, Izuku having overtaken him in his adrenaline-powered dash. "Eraser!" Izuku shouted, "Take care of the villain," he said, pointing to the end of the alley. Eraser hesitated. "Don't worry about the victim, I've got them. Go!" The vigilante yelled. Eraser looked at him again, worry clear in his eyes, before nodding and racing off. Izuku turned back to the victim. He kneeled beside them and inspected the wound. Or at least he tried to. All he could see was a blood-soaked breathed leg and snippets of the actual injury below it. He grabbed a pair of trauma shears from his messenger bag and cut off the breathed leg. There lay what was beneath it. The victim had a large hole in their right thigh. The bone was completely destroyed and the lower half of the leg was barely attached by 2 strands of muscle on either side of the leg. Blood was gushing out of the wound at a dangerous pace. He needed to act fast or they could go into hypovolemic shock. He couldn't just heal it right away either. There was concrete debris and dirt inside the wound. He couldn't heal over debris because the tissue would heal over it, trapping whatever it was inside the person. He needed to stop the bleeding to buy time to clean out the wound, then he could heal it. "Hey, I'm going to have to apply a tourniquet," he said to the victim, already reaching into his medial bag for it. He had started carrying better tools for trauma situations with him after starting classes with the ER staff. "It's just a device that I'm wrapping around your leg to cut off the blood flow. It's going to squeeze a lot and hurt, but I need you to bear it." He met eyes with the victim just for a second, a woman in her 30s with silver hair. From that brief look he knew all she was trying to tell him. Help. Acting as quick as he could, he wrapped the long strap around her upper thigh. Just above the wound, he fed the strap through the buckle and started turning the knob of the windlass rod, tightening the band around her leg until the bleeding was stopped. He didn't have time for a break though, and he was already reaching into his bag again. He slipped on a pair of black LTX gloves. "Alright, I'm going to clean out the wound," he told her. It wasn't exactly pleasant to have a surprise pair of tweezers poking around the inside of your leg after all. She choked out a sob, but nodded her head. Izuku unscrewed the cap on a bottle of water. "This is gonna burn," he warned her. With that he started to rinse the wound. The water helped wash out some loose dirt and loosen the bigger debris. The lady winced in pain and muffled a sob, but stayed strong. After a second or two of rinsing it, he pulled out a pair of tweezers and started picking the larger bits of rubble out of the flesh. He worked quick but careful, being mindful of the softer tissues. Once the wound was clear of the larger debris, he rinsed it one last time, getting out the last of the dirt. "Alright, almost done, I just need to heal you now. I'm going to use my quirk. Don't worry, this will not hurt." He removed his glove and placed his hand on her injury. Just like he had done many times before, he let the power surge through him. It was almost exciting. He had never used this much healing energy before. Blue arcs of lighting crackled around the alley before jumping back into him. The wound below his hand glowed the same color, and he watched in wonder of his own quirk as the bone regrew and the muscle stitched itself back together. Some may have found it disturbing, but to Izuku it was like watching an appealing piece of art unfold. In just a few seconds, in place of the life-threatening injury, was instead perfect smooth skin. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. It was over. He removed the tourniquet, as it would only cause harm to a healthy leg. The victim's sobs grew quieter. The pain was gone now after all. They devolved into small sniffles, clearly still distressed. One does not go through trauma and simply walk it off. Trauma stays, even long after events pass. Izuku grabbed her hand and rubbed the back of it with his thumb comfortingly. "It's all right," he whispered, quiet but confident. She needed reassurance, not a teen who was just as scared as her. It didn't matter if his heart was still beating a mile a minute and his legs felt like jello. He needed to be strong. He needed to be a hero. "It's okay now, everything's gonna be fine." He hoisted her up so she was kneeling on the floor with him. She was shaking like a leaf. The woman still looked scared. Her brow was knotted and her eyes held barely contained tears. He continued rubbing the back of her hand. Suddenly, she threw herself into his arms. Izuku's hands hovered uselessly in the air, shocked by the unexpected hug, before they wrapped around her, hugging her back. "I know it's scary. It's all right, he continued, murmuring his soft comforts. She broke back down into hysterical tears. Maybe in shock that she survived, maybe in relief. He would never know. All Izuku needed to know was that she was grateful. It filled his chest up with a warm feeling, not unlike the hug he was in right now. She continued to cry, all breathless sobs and sharp intakes of breath. Crying isn't a pretty sight, but this time it made him smile. It was confirmation it was over, it was okay, that he did his job. They stayed like that for a minute, just her crying into the hug. "Aid." Eraser's voice cut over the sound of the sobs. Izuku glanced back over his shoulder to see Eraser at the end of the alley. There was another hero behind him. The hero was wearing a long black coat, over a black military-style jumpsuit with combat boots and a peaked cap. On top of the ensemble he wore a white full-face mask with red detailing. Izuku tensed at the sight of the newcomer. Eraser didn't act hostile towards him, but that didn't mean other heroes wouldn't. Eraser seemed to notice. "Don't worry about him, he just heard the scream and we met up while I was catching the villain. He's not going to try to apprehend you, I made sure of that." The hero stepped forward with his hand outstretched. "Hi there, I'm Sar. So you're like an actual vigilante then? Wow, I've never met one before. That's so dope. Crime is Pog. Wait, no, I'm supposed to be a hero. Crime is not Pog." Sar leaned in closer to whisper to him, "Although vigilante-esque crime is pretty Pog. You're like Batman." Eraser shook his head and mumbled something about Sar not even being able to catch him if he tried with his 4 brain cells. Izuku looked back down at Sar's outstretched hand and hesitantly shook it. He wasn't expecting him to be such a character. Eraser stepped forward. "You can leave the victim to Sar, despite his looks he can handle this." Izuku let go of the hug and stood up. Sar took his place beside the victim and started to comfort her. Eraser jutted his chin towards the exit of the alley, motioning for Izuku to follow. He did. Once they were out of earshot from the crime scene, Eraser spoke. "You did good, kid. You saved a life tonight." Izuku's eyes widened. However, his shocked expression soon morphed into a soft smile. He really did save a life, didn't he? It hadn't really sunken in yet until Eraser said it. It just felt so natural, like that was what he was meant to do. Pride swelled in his chest. He finally did what he had been training for, heck, what he became a vigilante for. He thought back to the woman he saved, how she hugged him. He helped her, he healed her, he saved her. He was a hero. Eraserhead smiled at him, and unbeknownst to Izuku, he was thinking the same thing. Izuku skipped along the sidewalk. He couldn't help it, he was feeling pretty good about himself. Could you really blame him? In short, if he wanted to skip, he was going to skip. It was kinda weird being at street level. He usually traversed the rooftops, but because his legs still felt like jelly, he chose the sidewalk. He didn't want to fall and die because he just came off an adrenaline high. That would suck so bad. If he didn't die immediately, he wouldn't have the healing energy to heal himself either, as he had just used most of his stock to heal that woman. If he survived the fall, then he would have to go to the hospital, like a non-healing Quirk pleb. Plus, he didn't want to see that smug look that Akano was sure to have if he ended up in the ER because he slipped. So in summary, he chose the sidewalk. Izuku hummed a tune to himself, sometimes singing an occasional word or two. "I used to think maybe you loved me, now baby I'm sure." He skipped in time, bouncing from foot to foot, just tapping his feet to the rhythm as he walked. He was happy, he was excited, and he had a good taste in music, so he could dance a little if he wanted. Sue him. He continued to hum and move to the beat. Not really anything extravagant, just a little jig here and there. "I'm walking on sunshine, whoa." He wasn't a good singer, but no one could hear him anyways. The street was empty and he was barely muttering under his breath. "I'm walking on sunshine, whoa. I'm walking on sunshine, WA." He was cut off by a large blast of white light exploding out the alley right in front of him. The beam was only a hair's breadth away from his nose. He jumped back in surprise, arms pinwheeling in an attempt to regain his balance. What the f was that? A part of him, the sensible part, told him to leave. To just be safe. He didn't know what that was, and it could very well be dangerous, but that beam also looked cool. He really shouldn't. He should just go home and celebrate tonight as a victory and not investigate a mysterious beam that he saw at 12 o'clock at night. At least, that's what he kept telling himself as he snuck over to the alley wall to investigate a mysterious beam that he saw at 12 o'clock at night. Curse his curious heart. He peeked around the corner and gazed into the alleyway. He was half expecting to see a hero bleeding on the ground again. After all, that's what he saw last time. He let his curiosity get the best of him and peeked around an alley corner. Instead, he saw what could not be a more different sight. A tall woman with platinum blonde hair wearing a white one-piece hero suit, a white cape with a silver sparkle gradient from the bottom to the top, a silver belt with a star buckle hanging around her hips, and long white gloves and knee-high boots which where weight are those heels, stood with her arm outstretched. A man was kneeling at her feet, quaking in fear. Long swords made of light hovered in the air dangerously, pointing directly at the man. She must be a new hero. She certainly looked the part, and her quirk looked perfect for the job as well. He did wonder why she was underground when she could probably easily be a spotlight hero. Izuku bet she would be insanely popular. She tossed her hair. Wow, she was pretty. Izuku didn't really feel attraction yet, but he could still see beauty, and man, she was appealing. She would definitely be popular. The man at her feet trembled. Please, don't hurt me." Izuku was confused. Why would she hurt him? She was a hero? At least he thought she was. But come on, she was literally wearing a hero suit. How could she not be one? He supposed that the villain could just be afraid. Yes, that made sense. He turned back to the hero. He wondered what her name was. He would have to keep his eye on her. She had the situation under control. The presumed villain at her feet was subdued without a scratch on her, so she must be good at her job. She would 100% become a rising star. The hero laughed. "Oh, don't worry, darling, it will only hurt for a second." Wait, what? In the blink of an eye, one of the light swords flew across the air and right through the man's head. It pierced the skull with no resistance, like a hot knife cutting through butter. Blood sprayed across the alley, splattering the concrete with droplets of crimson. Some landed on the hero's, no the villain's face. Her smile grew manic, and her eyes filled with sick, twisted pleasure. She flicked her wrist and the sword pulled from his head. The body fell to the ground with a sickening thump. Blood pooled from the skull, painting the ground the deepest shade of red. And Izuku ran. Izuku's feet pounded the ground rhythmically. His breath was harsh, his lungs screaming for air. His legs were burning, sore and getting sore with every step, but he didn't care. He just kept running. He didn't know where, just away. His legs carried him powered by adrenaline and fear. He fell into tunnel vision, the world around him fading away into the background. All that he cared about was that he was running away. Each leap and bound moving him further from that bleeding body. Nothing else mattered. Every time he closed his eyes he saw them again. He felt those dead eyes of the body burying into his own. He saw the gaping hole in their forehead revealing the bloody brain matter and cerebrospinal fluid oozing from the cavity. He saw the blood spilling from their head and pooling onto the dark pavement below, and saw every detail of how it blossomed along the concrete. Most terrifying of all was seeing the villain standing over the carcass with a maniacal grin and eyes gleaming with pleasure as though she was looking at the finest of paintings. Izuku snapped his eyes open, pushing off his foot with more force than before. The image of the dead man and the villain propelling him forward. The thought of them hot on Izuku's heels, threatening to swallow him whole if he didn't run faster. So he did. He picked up the pace despite his body screaming at him to stop. It felt like he was dying, his lungs stung with the cool night air that filled them, and his muscles felt like they would give out at any second, but he didn't stop running. He kept going. Each breath he drew became more ragged than the last, and each step more wobbly. He didn't dare to look back. He's not sure he wanted to know if the villain was following him or not. If they were, he would surely be dead. Just another bleeding body for the heroes to find in the morning. So he kept running. Running until his legs went numb and he couldn't draw another breath. He didn't even register when the red glow of the ER sign illuminated him or when he pushed through the doors of the hospital. He was far too deep into his panic, the world around him just white, white, white and white. His uneven breaths were all he could hear. In out, in out, in out, in out, in out, faster and faster each breath came, in out, in out, in out. It was so loud. So incredibly loud. And he was scared, oh so scared, yet his mind called for him to keep running. His body was about to break down, but it didn't matter. He just needed to keep running. ID dash. His feet wouldn't budge. He couldn't stop now. He needed to run. He should run. Why couldn't he run? AI dash. His subconscious screamed at him, shrill and loud. Clawing at the inside of his skull, thrashing around inside him, it wanted him to leave, to keep moving. It howled. He needed to run, yet his feet wouldn't obey him and they stayed glued to the ground. The voice continued to shriek, run, 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 run. Aid. Izuku snapped his head up, surveying his surroundings frantically. He was met with a familiar sight, clean white tiles, bright lights, and the scent of antiseptic in the air. He saw the white reception desk and the boringly bland waiting room he had seen so many times before. He knew this place like the back of his hand. He was in the ER. Kiba's hands clenched his shoulders, her face painted with worry. Aid, what's wrong? Are you all right? Izuku met her eyes briefly before collapsing to the floor in exhaustion, Kiba just barely catching him so he didn't crash into the ground. Tears sprung from his eyes and harsh sobs ripped from his throat. Akano ran up to them, standing behind Kiba. He continued to sob. Heart-wrenching cries erupting from him periodically. Kiba squeezed his hand tightly. Aid, please, I need to know what's wrong. Izuku gasped out another sob, slowly nodding his head. Tia was a woman, a villain, in an alley. She killed someone. Oh God, she killed someone. There was blood, it was pouring out. God, he muttered in horror, there was so much blood. It was everywhere. Izuku curled in on himself, tucking his head under his arms in an infantile attempt to shield himself from the world. "I'm so scared," he whispered, and then again louder, "I'm so scared," he cried, tears falling from his eyes. Izuku shrunk down even more. "What do I do?" he whimpered quietly, a sound that was so broken and lost. It reminded the ER staff that this was just a child. He may be a vigilante, but he was still a kid. Surprisingly, Akano knelt down beside him, pushed Kiba aside and took Izuku in her arms, wrapping him in a hug. The embrace was warm and comforting, not unlike his mother's. A bit rougher and a bit tighter, but comforting nonetheless. I know. It's scary," she murmured softly, letting Izuku cry onto her. She pushed off his hood and combed her fingers through his hair. They stayed like that for a minute, just letting Izuku wail into her arms. Eventually she spoke. "You have a hero friend, right?" she asked. "Eraserhead, was it?" Izuku nodded weakly. Akano rubbed his back. "Okay, good. You need to tell him. He'll help." She tightened her arms around him. "It's going to be okay. Things are going to be scary, but you need to be brave right now. Go get that hero and then take care of yourself." Akano briefly pulled out of the hug and looked him in the eyes. "Be safe." She embraced him one last time. It was Izuku who pulled out of the hug now. He didn't want to. He just wanted to stay in the safety of her arms and let himself be hidden away from all his fears. But Akano was right, he needed to be brave right now. He walked over to the doors, and taking one last glance at Akano and Kiba, he left, pushing through the glass doors and stepping into the dark void of the night. "Eraser!" Izuku raced over the rooftops towards the hero. The man in question flipped around to see who spoke. Upon seeing it was Izuku, his face became light, friendly, almost letting that stony poker face of his fall. The expression didn't last though, as only after a few seconds his face fell into one of worry. Izuku was aware of how he looked, disheveled, tears still streaming down his cheeks, a complete and utter mess. It wouldn't take a genius to figure out something was up, let alone Eraser. "Wait? What's wrong?" he asked urgently. "Eraser, we need to go. There was a murder," he said, trying to muster up enough confidence to keep the shakiness out of his voice. It didn't work. Eraser turned serious. "Tell me everything." Izuku swallowed a lump in his throat. "I was passing an alley, some light burst out of it, so I went to investigate." He began, stuttering throughout the story. "There was a woman, she was tall, had shoulder-length blonde hair and was wearing some kind of white hero suit." He said, trying to best describe her. "She was standing over a man, she said something, I forgot what, but before I could do anything she killed Achichim." "How did she kill him?" Eraser asked. "Was there quirk use involved?" Izuku nodded. "She had some sort of light manipulation quirk. She had made swords out of light, one of them pierced his forehead and went right through. He was dead before he hit the ground." Eraser nodded. "Where did it happen?" he asked. I don't remember the street name, but I can show you." Eraser considered it. He really didn't want the kid to have to be anywhere near the crime scene again, but they needed to get to the scene as quickly as possible. As a teacher, and as an adult he wanted to refuse, but as a hero he needed to agree. He knew the kid. He knew he was strong. He knew that Aid would want him to, and would give him hell later on if he refused. As much as he didn't want to, he needed to say yes. Hesitantly and a little unsure, Eraser said, "Okay." Izuku turned on his heel and sprinted off, quickly tailed by Eraser. They flew across the rooftops. The ground beneath them simply a passing blur. Eventually, after 5 minutes of running, Izuku slowed his pace, eventually coming to a full stop. They had reached a drop-off of the building roof that led to an alley below. "This is the place," Izuku whispered, keeping his eyes trained on a crack in the concrete roof. He refused to look over the edge. He refused to look down and see that bleeding, broken body again. Eraser hummed in acknowledgement. Before Izuku could react, he pulled him into a hug, the man tucking Izuku's head under his own. "You were very brave, Aid," he said softly. "I know what happened tonight was terrifying, believe me, I know. I had to witness my first death too after all." At that, Izuku let himself choke out another sob. Eraser reacting by pulling further into the hug. It's scary, but it'll be okay. Eraser pulled out of the hug and looked over the ledge. Now go home, Aide. Take care of yourself and I'll take care of this. Eraserhead tensed his body, preparing to leap off the edge, but before he could, an arm shot out and grabbed his shoulder. The hero looked up at Izuku in confusion. Go in with erasure activated. Izuku explained. From what I saw, her quirk can kill in the blink of an eye. He let go of the arm. Eraser shot him a grateful smile, then leapt off the ledge, eyes glowing a brilliant red. Izuku as turned to leave, he could hear the faint sound of Eraser's voice calling in over the comms. This is pro-hero Eraserhead reporting a homicide on 19th and Shida. One victim, unidentified male. He went on to rattle off the info Izuku had relayed to him. Then, Izuku heard the last words he needed to hear. The assailant has fled the scene. She is nowhere to be found. Izuku's eyes fluttered open. Pale morning light filtered through the windows, casting a muted glow across his room. His face felt sticky with dried tears, his legs felt sore, and his hair was plastered against his face with dried sweat and splatters of blood. All in all, he felt disgusting. With a groan, he sluggishly rolled out of bed to take a shower, only to find himself still dressed in his vigilante outfit. Even his clothes were a mess. His sleeves were soaked in blood from when he had healed the woman last night, and the whole hoodie was splattered with specks of the same liquid as well. He sighed. The jacket was completely ruined. He would need to get a new one soon. That was an issue for a later date though. Right now he had to deal with this mess. He looked down at his hands. They were in a similar state to the sleeves, with dried blood coating the black LTX glove on his left hand that he had forgotten to take off. The other hand was clean, with only a circle of blood around his wrist that had transferred from the sleeves. That shower couldn't wait any longer. He really didn't want to go to school today. He was just too tired and he wasn't sure he could deal with his hell of a school life right now. Unfortunately, he didn't have a reason to not go, and if he skipped today, then tomorrow there would be 6 times the suicide jokes than usual. He didn't really have a choice. He had to go. But first, that shower. The lunch bell rang. Students began shuffle out of their seat and file out of the classroom. Izuku hadn't been able to focus in class. He just felt like shit. Every time his eyes closed, he saw the crimson-covered alley from the night before down to every minute detail. So excuse him if he couldn't focus in class. He just wasn't able to give his full attention to a lecture on quadratics when thoughts of a dead man filled his head. The words flew in one ear and out the other. He couldn't understand them and they just became droning background noise. He ended up spacing out for the whole PRD despite his best efforts to listen. Unfortunately, his sorry state didn't go unnoticed, as out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Bakugo and his lackeys stalking towards him. God, he should be better than this. He knew better than to show any signs of pain around Bakugo. Izuku had one FANG job and he messed it up. Before Izuku could try and make a break for it, the group had already circled his desk. All of them grinning down at him with malicious intent. Izuku's lips quirked down into a frown. What's wrong, Deku? The explosive teen mocked. You almost look sad. Izuku opted to not respond. He knew it would make it worse. At Izuku's dismissal, Bakugo continued, tapping his finger against his chin like he was trying to think, what could have happened? Izuku gave Bakugo the side eye. This only seemed to encourage him as he sneered down at Izuku, why don't we guess then? Bakugo started circling Izuku's desk, like a shark around its prey. Did a hero try to arrest you? This was met with snickers from the group. Bakugo grinned. Did you get yourself put on probation? Again more laughter. Izuku's frown deepened. Bakugo leaned down so his mouth was right by Izuku's ear, and went for the kill. Did Auntie finally get fed up with your villainous butt and leave? At that, Izuku finally responded, Look, Bakugo, I don't feel like doing this today, he sighed. It was a meek attempt to defuse the situation, but of course, it didn't work. Bakugo's grin widened. He had finally found a weak spot. What? You angry both mommy and daddy left you? More laughter, louder this time. Izuku clenched his fists, barely holding restraint as to not sock Bakugo in the face. Bakugo scoffed. It only makes sense. Why are you so upset? He chuckled. After all, who would want a villain as their son? Izuku snapped, "Mine didn't abandon me Bakugo." However, this was the blonde wanted, yet, he smirked, and again a round of laughter circled the group. It's only a matter of time with that quirk of his. A villain like him doesn't deserve love. One of the lackeys whispered. The comment was met by giggles. Izuku knew he shouldn't. He knew it would just make it worse, but he couldn't help himself. "I'm not a villain," he roared. He wasn't, he knew he wasn't, he couldn't be. He saved people, he was a hero. He was the good guy. "I heal people." "You hurt people," Bakugo corrected smugly, "and you like it. You know you do. It's how you quirk works." Izuku went quiet. Bakugo was right. He thought back to every time he hurt someone, every bruise, every cut, every broken bone. Each and every time, he felt a rush of pleasure from his quirk. He hurt people and it felt good. He didn't want to hurt people. He didn't want it to feel nice, but it did. It didn't matter if it was just his quirk, it was still him. His silence didn't go unnoticed. Bakugo leaned in, "That's what I thought." Inko twiddled her thumbs sitting at the dinner table. She had gotten off her shift at work early today, with one of her co-workers offering to cover for her. She didn't have much to do, so she decided to surprise Izuku with katsudon when he got home. Katsudon had always been his favorite. In fact, Inko could still remember the first time he had it. He was 3 at the time, and they had just gotten back from the park. Inko decided to make dinner, and pulled out an old recipe for katsudon. It had been a favorite of hers too when she was a little girl, and her father would make it for her. A half an hour later she set down 2 bowls for her and Izuku, respectively. Izuku had taken 1 bite when his eyes widened. Without missing a beat he said, "Holy F, that's good." Inko had been speechless at the time, eyes blown wide and mouth agape. It only made sense that Izuku would know swear words. He was Katsuki's friend after all, but she was still in shock. Did her baby boy really just say F dash? She chuckled at the memory. Inko disciplined him something fierce after she could form words again, but she had never been fully able to get him to stop swearing. It didn't matter much to her anyway as long as he wasn't rude. The front door swung open and Izuku walked inside. "Speak of the devil and he shall appear." A warm smile spread to her face. "Welcome home, Izuku. I made katsu dash." She cut herself off. Her boy looked tired. Not just a normal tired, but the kind you see on someone who has lived a long, strenuous life. The kind of tired of someone who is tired of life itself, someone who couldn't take it anymore. The kind of people who sat on the bus with slumped shoulders and hollow eyes as they commuted to work. She saw that in Izuku. Her child. "Izuku, what's wrong?" she asked worriedly. At the sound of her voice he met her gaze. Those eyes that had been full of vibrance and shine just a day before were now dull. The life in them left leaving only sad defeat. Deep, dark green pools of a million words unspoken and a million tears not shed. A child should not have those eyes. "Am I a villain, Mom?" he asked. Inko was taken aback. Out of all the things he would say that was not one of them. "Of course not, honey," she responded. It was the truth. She knew her boy, he was gentle, he was kind, he loved with his whole heart no matter how many times it was broken. Her boy wasn't a villain in the slightest. What brought this on? He ducked his head. "It's nothing," he mumbled. Inko was not blind. She understood the world had not been kind to her son. People looked at all his gifts, all his kindness, and they shoved it away. They looked at his quirk, the wondrous thing it was, and ignored the beauty of it in favor of calling him a villain because of how it worked. She knew that people didn't love her boy as much as she did. But this? How much worse were they to Izuku than she thought? "Izuku, look at me," she spoke, waiting until his eyes met hers to continue. "You are not a villain. You are kind, you are loving, and you are you. I love you no matter what. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise," she said, never breaking eye contact, never questioning her words, never speaking a single syllable without full conviction. It was like a dam broke. Izuku burst into tears, rubbing them away with his hands and letting out muffled cries. Crying ran in the family, but Inko didn't shed a tear as she walked forward and pulled him in the warmest hug she could muster. Her son didn't need more tears right now. He needed a mother who was there for him. They stayed like that for several minutes. Inko rubbing his back and tightening the hug whenever the shudders got worse and the crying got louder. Whispering, "I've got you, Orsant, it's all right," to him. Inko let him cry his heart out. She knew it wasn't easy for him to break in front of her, so there was no way in hell she would even consider insinuating that he wasn't allowed to be vulnerable around her. Eventually, the sobs turned to sniffles, and Izuku relaxed slightly. He asked. "Yes, dear? See, can I be a hero?" It was but a quiet whisper, but Inko heard it with perfect clarity. The voice was filled desperation, a voice that said it had asked 1,000,000 times and never heard the right thing. Inko thought back to the last time Izuku had asked her that. His eyes filled with tears as he replayed All Might's debut over and over again. She could never forget that day. She could never forget her biggest regret. She could never forget how she just cried, I'm so sorry Izuku, over and over at him uselessly. It was what kept her up at night, what made her ask if she was a good mother. With the question Izuku had given her a second chance, whether he realized it or not, and this time she was doing it right. She was sure this was a turning point in her son's life and she was going to make sure it was a good one. Izuku didn't need tear-filled apologies or pitying looks. Her son needed a strong mother. Of course you can, Izuku. You'll be the best DMN hero out there. Izuku shut his front door as quietly as he could. He felt bad continuing to go behind his mother's back when she put so much trust in him, but it's not like he could tell her. What would he even say? Hey Mom, remember how you said I could be a hero? Yeah, well I've been a vigilante for the past month or so. Repeatedly breaking the law and risking my life. Sorry for not telling you. So no, he couldn't just tell his mother. He crept down the stairs into the street. To be honest, he didn't even want to go out tonight, but at this point he just felt like his nightly outings were the only thing that he was good at. The only thing he could do right. If he wasn't saving people, then what was he worth? His quirk had two parts, hurt and heal. If he didn't heal people, then he was just the bad half of him, he was just the hurt, he was just the villain that everyone thought him to be. Plus, after last night's ordeal, Eraser and the ER duo were sure to be worried about him, and he didn't want to make them needlessly fret. He stalked down the street, shoulders hunched and eyes flitting left and right nervously. A shiver ran through him. The night was cold, colder than usual. God, he hated weather. Who decided it was a good idea? A gust of icy wind blew through the air, and he tucked his arms in tighter around his torso, trying to keep himself warm. Izuku took in every part of the street, observing it in detail for anything out of the usual. It probably wasn't normal that he felt the need to see everything around him, to check over his shoulder every minute, to tense at the slightest noise, but he couldn't help it. He felt a tightness in his chest, a snake that coiled around his heart for every second he couldn't see behind him, only alleviating the pressure when he fell to those compulsions. As his gaze raked over the setting, his eyes caught on a dark alley. In the swirling shadow, he saw the man, light sword still lodged between his eyes. Mouth agape, blood dribbling from his chin. His breath hitched, and the snake squeezed tighter than before. God, the blood was everywhere. Deep crimson dripping from every corner of the alley. The heavy scent of iron in the air. Blood pooling out from the body covering every surface. It was everywhere. Just blood, 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 blue. He blinked. There was nothing there but empty blackness. With great effort he ripped his eyes away from the passageway. He squeezed them tight, trying to push the image out of his head. Willing his legs to walk despite them going rigid with fear, he strode away from the alley. It's not real. His pace quickened. He needed to talk to Eraser. Scaling up a fire escape, Izuku climbed onto the roof that he and Eraser would usually meet at before patrols. He sat on the ledge, waiting to hear the signature sound of Eraser's footsteps. He didn't have to wait too long. Hey kid. A voice sounded from behind him. Izuku turned to face Eraser. Hey. The hero sat beside him. There was quiet for a minute, as neither of them were great conversationalists after all. Eraser inevitably broke it. How you holding up? He asked. Izuku looked at his feet. All right, he said, his voice unsure. He winced from the tone. He couldn't even convince himself with that voice. and he was a emissary of delusioning himself. Izuku sighed, I don't know. He corrected himself, he paused awkwardly, he didn't know what to say. He wasn't exactly looking at the gross ball of pain he called his emotions and go, yes I know what that is still, he tried his best, it just feels like he paused again looking for the right word, stuck, he finally settled on. He looked at Eraser who motioned for him to continue. Izuku in a weary breath, every time I close my eyes I see a dead man, he began. I see him in my dreams, I see him in every dark corner, I see him whenever I give my mind enough time to wander. I see her too. I see her smile, I hear her voice. He wrung his hands together nervously. It's scary, you know? But it's even more terrifying that I can't stop. He shuddered a breath out and felt tears start to prick his eyes. It feels like I've been told to climb a mountain without a peak. Where do you even begin? I'm scared to even start climbing. So I'm just sitting at the bottom, stuck in place. Not moving, just wallowing in my fears because it feels easier than climbing. I feel scared and alone and I don't know how to stop. I don't know how to make it stop. He was crying now, hot, silent tears streaming down his cheeks. I just want it to stop. He turned to face Eraser again, a deep melancholy and fear in the back of his eyes. How do I make it stop? Eraser was silent for a second, then sighed. That's a complicated question. He said, it's not like you can just flip a switch and all your pain goes away. Emotions are never that simple. No, trauma is a tricky thing, it's sticky, it clings to you tightly when you try to shake it off, but it never leaves if you don't try to. It takes time to heal, maybe a few days if you're lucky, maybe a few months. Eraser looked off, seemingly in a different place, sometimes years. Izuku wrinkled his nose at the word, trauma? He was many things, but he wasn't traumatized. War veterans were traumatized, not him. Eraser continued, it's all right to be scared, to feel like you'll never get better, but it will. Trust me. Izuku looked at his lap. So what do I do? Eraser reached over and gave his hand a comforting squeeze. You don't ignore those feelings. You let yourself feel. You are gonna fall. Many times in fact, but you get back up, and you keep living. That mountain may seem impossible to climb, but sometimes, you need to look at it, and despite your fears, despite the fact you feel that you will never reach the top, you just take that first step. He pulled him into a hug, and that's enough. Akano watched as Aide and Kiba said their goodbyes, the latter now making his way for the door. The kid had turned up at his normal time, after his patrols. Kiba had, obviously, been very worried about him, launching herself at him and wrapping him in a hug the second he pushed through the doors. The doctor had wrangled answers for all her questions out of him. Are you okay? Do you need help? You know that you can always talk to us, right? Aide swore that he was okay and pleaded to please release him because he couldn't breathe. She didn't let him go until he started turning blue from the hug and she was convinced that he was, in fact, okay. They didn't have an actual lesson. It just didn't feel right. How can you just return to normalcy after something like that happens? Instead, Kiba just cracked jokes and kept up a cheery attitude. She was trying to make Aide more comfortable. It was what she did, she was who you went to when your problems feel like they'll swallow you whole. She gave smiles and laughs so freely, she helped you forget about life for a while. Cut the chains that held you down, temporarily perhaps, but that feeling of freedom was something. So desired she always had people trailing after her. She was a light in the dark. She'd lift you out of your misery, if only for the short while you were allowed to bask in her presence. Maybe Akano was just waxing poetry though. It was actually how they met. Akano was overwhelmed by her personal life and med school, and Kiba helped her rise above them. But that was a story for another time. No, that wasn't what she was worried about. You see, Kiba had always been the sociable one, but Akano? She preferred to sit back and watch. She would sit idly by while others would chat, watch their every move, and slowly pick them apart without them ever knowing. Her quirk certainly made that part easier. She was able to see the parts of people that were hidden behind a mask. She could observe them and see what they wanted to say but didn't, what they loved, what they feared, she could see it all. She was a master at sniffing out secrets. In fact, she had wanted to go into underground heroics for a while, However, that dream didn't last. But back to the point. Nothing was able to go unnoticed by her, which is why she was able to see that Aid was not okay. Between peals of laughter and jokes, something would flash in his eyes. Oh sure, he was good at hiding it, only letting it seep into his face when he was sure they couldn't see, but Akano could always see. Hiding something from her was futile. That wasn't what upset her. No, she had no qualms with him trying to hide something from them, but instead was worried by that look. What it meant, what it said about the person who wore it. It was something she was familiar with, too familiar. It was a look that spoke of not just sadness, but fear. Fear of letting others know you're hurting, fear of disappointing people who loved you, fear of looking weak. She knew that look well. She herself had worn it for years of her life after all. Pride kept her rooted in place, while fear made sure she would never dream of leaving. Akano chewed on her thumbnail, a nervous habit she had picked up in college. Akano had the gift of sight, but what she saw in Aid terrified her. She saw herself. Another person afraid of saying, "I'm not okay." It scared her. She knew from first-hand experience how damaging that mindset was. She didn't want that for Aid. Akano pushed out of her seat. "Kiba, I'll be right back, cover for me." "What?" Kiba asked, tilting her head in confusion. "Where are you going?" She spared a glance back at her friend, to find Aid. She pushed out of the outdoors and into the cold night and started running down the block, eyes scanning the street for his ruined hoodie. The dark blues of the starlit city whizzed past her as she ran. "Aid!" she called, hoping he would hear. She needed to talk to him. "Aid!" She turned the corner. "Aid!" Where was he? Akano ran another block, about to make another turn, when a flash of movement caught her eye. There, walking down one of the alleyways, was the Vigilante. "Aid!" she yelled, sprinting to catch up to him. "Wait up!" He flipped around, surprise clear on his face. "Akano? What are you doing here?" Now that her impulsiveness had worn off, self-consciousness was seeping back in. A million words she wanted to say were caught in her throat. Damn it. She wanted to tell him it's okay to not be okay, that he's not weak for experiencing emotion, but she couldn't find the words. Her mind raced in distress. She wants to be able to say the right thing, but she just can't. She just doesn't want him to be like her, trapped in place by the double-edged sword of silence. She said awkwardly instead. What if she was wrong? What if he was fine? God, he would probably think she was stupid. She knew what she saw, but what if she was just interpreting it wrong? "Akano?" he asked with a tilt of his head. She looked down at him and bit her lip. She couldn't just stand still and say nothing. But what if? She could look like an idiot if she was wrong, but if she was right, she would never forgive herself if she didn't say something. She essayed in a breath. "It was now or never. I just wanted to say, you can tell us if something is wrong. I know what it's like to be afraid to admit that sort of thing." She rubbed her arm awkwardly. He looked taken aback, like that was the last thing he expected her to say. "Obviously you don't have to talk to us if you don't want to," she explained quickly, before calming her nerves and saying in a slower tone, "Just don't bottle it up. If you ever do want to talk, me and Kiba are here and we won't think any less of you for it." She shifted on one foot awkwardly. "I know you might not want to admit something is wrong, trust me, I know, you've been there, but sometimes the first step is to finally say, I'm not okay, you know. Even if it's just to yourself. Sometimes it's just better to," she shrugged, "let yourself feel." He looked shell-shocked. His mouth hung agape, and his eyes were blown wide. He stood there speechless for a minute, every passing second making Akano regret her choice more. Had she read it all wrong after all? Finally he pulled himself out of his stupor. Tears glistened at the corners of his eyes. I made him cry. Akano felt panic surge through her. Why was he crying? Did she do something wrong? "I don't deserve this," he finally said, his voice a quiet whisper. "Wait, what?" Akano opened her mouth to speak, but before she could, he continued, "Both you and Kiba are so nice," he sniffled. "You're both so kind to me," he said the word like it was foreign to him. "I have Eraser too. I don't deserve any of this. I don't deserve your kindness. Why are you nice to me? Why do you all care so much?" He shouted, distraught. Tears were streaming down his cheeks now, hot and angry. Akano was shocked, though she didn't let it show. She hadn't expected this. She stared at him, cool and calculating. Heavy silence filled the gap between them. Finally she spoke. "Are you an idiot?" she asked. "What?" He stuttered, a slight look of hurt and surprise flashing across his face. "I said, are you an idiot? I don't you understand dash." Before he could finish she pulled him into a hug. "You dumbass," she said exasperated. "Of course we care about you. You're our friend, and I'm sure that Eraserhead guy feels the same. You deserve kindness, stupid." He went stiff, before a sob racked through his body, followed by another and another. He wrapped his arms around her and cried even harder. Akano didn't say anything, but simply rubbed his back. Thank you," he blubbered. "You've got nothing to thank me for, kid. No, you don't get it. You guys are the first people to ever want to be my friends." Akano frowned. Why wouldn't people want to be his friend? "What?" she asked. He choked out another sob. People don't like my quirk. It's a villain quirk." Akano laughed. You heal people. How is that villainous?" He tucked himself tighter against her. "You wouldn't say that if you knew how my quirk worked." Akano pulled out of the hug to quirk an eyebrow at him. "Try me." He bit his lip, before whispering in a small voice, "You wouldn't like me anymore if you knew." "I sincerely doubt it." She deadpanned. He hesitated for a moment more, then finally gave in. I have to hurt people to heal them. If I hurt someone, I get healing energy that I can use to heal another person or myself. My quirk makes it so I get a rush of pleasure when I gain healing energy." Akano looked at him, considering the vigilante before her. "And that's villainous how?" Knotted his eyebrows together as a fresh wave of tears slid down his face. "Don't you get it?" He yelled. "I have to hurt people to heal. I like it when I hurt people. I'm a villain. Why can't you see that?" "Because you're not a villain. Clearly." "Well, everyone else says I am," he yelled. Akano smirked. "Well then everyone else is a bunch of morons. Stop lying to me." He spat. "I know my quirk is villainous. I'm not going to delusion myself again." The doctor looked him up and down, then sighed. Is Kiba a villain?" Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. "What? Of course not." "Ah, but did you know Kiba's quirk gives her venom that could kill a man in a minute? By your logic she's a villain." Akano pointed out. But Kiba is nice. She would never hurt anyone." He cried. "Exactly," she exclaimed. "Don't you see, it's not about the quirk. It's about the person. No quirk is villainous. Just as Kiba isn't a villain because of her quirk, you aren't either." He took a step back. But my quirk makes me take pleasure in hurting people. I enjoy hurting people." Akano sighed. Do you want to hurt people?" He shook his head. "No. I would never." She crossed her arms. "Then I don't see the problem. You are not villainous. Your quirk is not villainous. It just has a side effect. It doesn't make you a bad person, Why you're lying?" "I don't think so." He grabbed his head and hunched over. "Stop lying to me, Akano." Akano didn't waste a second to pull the distraught teen back into a tender hug. "I'm not." He wailed into her shoulder. "Why are? Everyone else says I'm a villain. What does it matter what you say?" Akano huffed. "Are you saying I'm invalid? Rude. Did you mean to say that everyone else in the world is wrong?" "Yes." Laughed through his tears. "That sounds just like you. So, do you finally admit you're not a villain?" She asked, a grin on her lips. "No," he rasped out. "See? This is why I call you an idiot. Akano, even if you think I'm not doesn't mean it's true. Everyone else says I am. There's no way everyone could be wrong." She smiled. "Yeah, well, everyone thought the Earth was flat at one point, and look how that turned out. Besides, it's not just me, you've also got Kiba and that eraser guy. Who cares what the rest of the world has to say? They're just stupid." For once, he had nothing to say. Akano tightened the hug. "If anyone else thinks you're a villain, then they can go F themselves," she said softly. The only people who aren't dumb to see are the ones who are smart enough to see otherwise. The only people who matter are the ones who can see you as the kind, caring, heroic person you truly are. She held him gently as he sniffled against her. They stayed like that for a minute. Eventually she pushed him out of her arms. Now no more mushy stuff, go do some heroing or whatever you do. He chuckled, tears still fresh on his face. I'm not a hero, I'm a vigilante. She shot him a grin, not to me. His eyes softened and a wobbly smile found its way onto his lips. Go on, little hero. She flicked her hands, gesturing for him to leave. I'm sure there's someone who needs saving right about now. He wiped his eyes with a sniffle, then gave her a mock salute before running off. Wait, Aid! She shouted at him. He turned around, confused. Don't tell Kiba about this, she said sheepishly. I have a reputation to uphold after all. He laughed, giving her a thumbs up and continuing on his way. Akano smiled. She could tell Aid wouldn't be like her. He would be so much better. He was already a hero. She couldn't wait to see the world realize that too. Aizawa straightened his tie. He absolutely loathed formal wear and wouldn't wear it if he could, but he didn't exactly have a choice in the matter currently. He stood at the door to a meeting room. It was a large oak double door and was surprisingly fancy for a case conference. It wasn't often that he had to attend a conference with other heroes, as working as an underground hero gave him a lot more independence than most, but when a big threat starts to arise, he has to. He ran a hand through his hair wearily. "An" was a loose word for the action, as his fingers more accurately plowed through his knotted mess of locks. Yamada and Nemuri had been able to force him into a suit and tie for the meeting, and they had tried to get him to comb his hair, but to no avail. The second he walked in the staff lounge and saw them holding a brush, he booked it down the hallway. They never stood a chance at catching him. With a sigh, he pushed through the doors and entered the room. Heroes were sitting around the oval conference table, making idle chatter. Night Eye was speaking to Fat Gum about something or other, while Miss Joke was having an engaging conversation of what seemed to be a pun exchange with Sar. God, he wanted to leave already. He strode across the room and took the only available seat left. It was beside Mrs. Joke. Trust him, if he chose another chair he would, and unfortunately for him, both the Joke hero and Sar noticed him immediately. Eraser! Ms. Joke said loudly, promptly announcing his presence to the entire room. How's my favorite handsome hero? Wishing he wasn't here, he replied dryly. In response, Ms. Joke just laughed. That's Eraser for you, always so cut and dry. I'm actually quite sociable with people I like. That was a lie, but she didn't need to know that. You know, Sar said slowly, you really should be kinder to your future wife. Aizawa scowled at him. He couldn't see Sar's face because of that stupid mask he wore, but he knew the BSRD was grinning at him. Ms. Joke was shocked for a second, before matching Sar's grin with her own. He's right. So when are we getting married, huh? She asked. I bet you probably have the whole wedding planned already. You're always so proactive. Aizawa just banged his head on the table in lieu of responding. This was why he didn't like hero conferences. Ah, come on, Eraser, don't be like that, she pouted. He's probably just sad you spoiled the surprise, Sar chirped. Ms. Joke gasped. You're right. She turned back to him. I'm so sorry. How about I make it up to you and we do it together this time? Aizawa just groaned. What would the wedding colors be? Sir, I was thinking maybe green and black because of our hair colors. That might look a little dark and edgy. True. What about green and red to match our eyes? Wait, no, then it would look like Christmas decor. That's what I was thinking. So then what do you think would work then? He hummed. Maybe a color that complements both of you? Oh, that's a great idea. How about gold? That would look great, but I think Eraser here is a silver man himself. Good point. Silver it is. Now what about flowers? Oh, definitely go with white roses. They continued their banter back and forth, hemming and hawing about decorations for a wedding that would never happen. They were like a feedback chamber, each amplifying the other's chaos. Aizawa would rather listen to Aid rant about the different kinds of stitches there were for the rest of his life than this. The two dumbasses behind him had moved on to food. For the wedding cake they decided on mocha because everyone knows he likes coffee, but I can tell Eraser is definitely a chocolate lover as well. The worst part was he was right. He did love chocolate. How the F did Sar know that? Finally, after what seemed like hours of torture, Tsukachi entered the room, signaling the start of the meeting. The heroes all quieted as the detective took his seat at the head of the table. He folded his hands in front of him. "You are all probably wondering why I gathered you here today," he began. Before he could explain, Sar cut him off. "Asuki, you make it sound like this is a funeral." The detective shot him a frown, before continuing, "We are here to discuss the appearance of what could potentially be an A-class villain. Eraser, you may begin," he said, motioning at the black-haired man. Aizawa stood up, all heads in the room turning towards him as he did. "4 days ago, a new villain appeared." He began. "She was originally discovered by a local vigilante, Aide. He witnessed the murder of Yurai Shino, male. Age she appeared to use a light manipulation quirk to kill him." The air of the room turned serious, and the heroes, who had been relaxed moments prior, now stood at attention. Tsukachi took over. "This was her first confired kill," he explained. "Since then we have identified 2 other bodies whose cause of death was unknown with similar-looking wounds, and we are almost certain the murder Aide witnessed was not her first. In the 4 days that have passed since Aide witnessed the murder, she has killed another person." A police officer walked around the room, passing out a copy of the case file to each of the heroes. "There is no pattern to her killing," Tsukachi continued, "or at least there is no connection we can see. It's just indiscriminate slaughter. We will keep you all updated if we find anything." The detective sighed. "I'm going to be frank with all of you, we don't have much on her. Just a simple quirk and a description of her appearance from a child vigilante." His gaze swept over the room. "All of you will be working with us to take her down as quickly as possible. I expect each of you to work hard on this case. Each of you will have a job to do on this case. Night, you and Sar will be investigating her." Night Eye frowned. "Tsukachi, I thank you for giving me this job, but Sar would be more useful elsewhere," he said. "I can handle this by myself." Tsukachi frowned. "Proposition denied, Night Eye. Sar's quirk would be extremely useful for recon." Fat Gum said awkwardly, "I think I'm missing something. What is Sar's quirk exactly?" "An inferior version of mine," Night Eye griped. Sar shot him what was probably a scowl, but it was hard to tell with the mask. "Okay, first of all, rude," he said angrily before turning to Fat Gum. "Second of all, thank you for asking. It's nice to know not all above-ground heroes are assholes," he said pointedly towards Night Eye. "My quirk is called Remix. It allows me to see the past 48 hours of whoever I touch in snippets. A sort of remix of their lives, you could say. Some stuff is left out, but I can see around 87% of it. Like I said, an inferior version of my quirk." The green-haired man said stubbornly. "For someone who can see the future, you sure lack vision." Sar shot back. "People lie to cover up their past, and I expose their secrets. You can see what they'll have for lunch tomorrow. How is that inferior? I can see every decision they will make, showing me their secrets just like you, and making me invaluable in combat." "That is enough, both of you," Tsukachi growled. Sar scoffed, completely ignoring the detective. Big words for someone who uses their quirk as a crutch to fight. Night Eye glared at him. "If you know so much about the past, then you should know that I am emser at fighting, even without my quirk. But with it I can see the way a battle will play out to the smallest detail." "I said that's enough," Tsukachi repealed, raising his voice slightly. Sar pulled out his primary weapon, a sleek black pistol, from his cloak, and laid it on the table. "Then you should know you can't outrun a bullet," he said dangerously, eyes locked with the other hero. "Enough!" Tsukachi shouted, slamming his hands down on the table. "Both of you are adults and heroes. Act like it. Stop throwing around schoolyard taunts." Sar tucked his gun away, holding tense eye contact with Night Eye as he did so. Tsukachi pointed at them. "Both of you will work together for this assignment, and that is final. This is bigger than some stupid quarrel or rivalry you two have. This is about a potential supervillain. So if both of you could act your effing age, that would be great." Ms. Joke leaned over towards Eraser. "Why do they hate each other so much?" she whispered. Night Eye made a snide remark about his quirk while Sar was interning from him. He asked Night Eye for a formal apology and he refused. The kid got so angry he up and left, even going so far as to leaving the case he was working on. "They've been bitter about it ever since," he whispered back. Ms. Joke gasped. "Sar interned for Night Eye?" "Yes." Eraser hissed. "Now be quiet." Sar turned towards the detective, pretending not to notice his whispering colleagues. "Sorry, Suki, just some people are insufferable little twats." "Enough, Sar." Tsukachi bit out, low and angry. Sar put his hands up in surrender and leaned back into his chair. Fine, I'll play nice." Tsukachi looked over the room angrily. "Any other complaints?" He was met by silence. "Good, now that little distraction is over with, we can get back to stopping murderers. As I was saying, Night Eye and Sar will be strictly on recon duty, and will dedicate more of their time towards investigating the villain. The rest of you will be on the case primarily for combat purposes. Eraser, you will be doing a split of normal patrols and recon." Eraser nodded. "Oh," Tsukachi said, "and keep an eye on Aide as well, he is a valuable source of info. Plus, from what I've heard, he trusts you." That made Aizawa smile softly. Tsukachi gave him a look, but didn't say anything as he continued to address the group. "As for all of you, if any of you find out anything, report back to me immediately." He was met with a round of agreements from everyone. Tsukachi gave a slight head nod in approval. "Good, now for our final topic of the meeting. The villain was reported to have an extremely powerful quirk that can kill in seconds. If you spot her, do not engage without backup. Tail her and wait for help to arrive before attempting arrest. If possible, get Eraserhead with you before you try to fight her, as his quirk is the best counter to her dash." Bang! All the heroes jumped up from their seats, taking a fighting stance from the noise. The door had been flung open, and a police officer with a cat head who had burst through stood at attention. "Sansa?" Tsukachi asked. The officer in question saluted. "Sir, we have just gotten an update regarding the case." Tsukachi's eyes widened. "What?" "It's not much, but one of our informants reported that she has given herself a name." "Well, what is it?" he asked, almost excitedly. Sansa's eyes swept over the room, addressing everyone as he spoke but one word: Aurora. Izuku stared at his vigilante outfit, or more accurately, what was left of it. The black hoodie was blood-stained and fraying at the edges, looking more like a dish rag than a jacket. Izuku signed. It was absolutely beyond repair. He had still worn it out the past few nights, simply because he didn't have time to get another one and the fact that it wasn't exactly on the top of his list of worries at the moment. No one had really cared at first, the ER duo and Eraserhead more concerned about his safety than his wardrobe, but for the past few days now he had been getting looks. It didn't help that it smelled. It was caked in blood, dirt, and sweat. What did you expect? Does it smell like roses? Kiba had tried to make a polite comment about it, but Kiba wasn't exactly great at subtlety. Still, the others took this as the go-ahead to talk about it, and once the topic was opened for discussion, everyone was telling him to buy a new one. Literally everyone. In fact, last night a villain he had been fighting had stopped attacking him the second he saw what Izuku was wearing, just muttering, "Oh God, that's ugly." He was right, of course, but Izuku still knocked him out cold for saying it. What, were manners not important anymore? Anyways, rude comments aside, all the signs were pointing to one thing: he needed to get a new outfit. Izuku let out a disheartened whimper. That meant he had to go shopping. Izuku wrung his hands together nervously. He was at the mall. Groups of friends and shoppers walked past him while he stood in the middle of the sidewalk, sticking out like a sore thumb. You see, Izuku had never really gone to the mall that much. It was a thing you did with your friends, and Izuku never had those. He does now, but they are all adults who he only talks to at night. That sounded much sadder than he thought it would. Anyways, the few times he had gone to the mall, he had made a beeline towards the comic shop, and had left immediately after. He was completely out of his element here, like a fish out of water. Forcing himself to move, he started walking through the street, taking glances at the window displays in the shops. He passed a bakery. It had nice white walls and a light red awning. A sign hung above the door with the words, "Red Butterfly Bakery," written on it. Inside he could see layer cakes and rows upon rows of pastries. At the front counter he could see an older woman with silver eyes and blood-red hair that was tucked into a bun. She reminded him of someone he knew, but he couldn't quite place it. He decided he should check it out sometime, maybe with his mother. She had a sweet tooth that could only be matched by his own, and the place looked quiet and calm. Two things Izuku was not, but that was the reason he enjoyed them. It was nice to have a balance of calm to his chaos gremlin on occasion. He kept walking, passing by the comic shop he knew all too well, giving it a wistful look as he forced himself to keep moving. He wasn't here for comics, though he wished he was. He walked past a small barber shop. Through the windows he could see people getting their hair cut. One of the barbers, a man with light blue skin, had 4 arms, using them to cut their client's hair, while a woman with long green hair seemed to be making a client's hair grow with just a touch. He wanted to keep observing them, maybe take some notes, but, alas, as cool as their quirks were, he didn't come to get a haircut either. Or, not actually get his hair cut at all, but just watch people get haircuts through a window like a creep. No, he was here to buy clothes. So he kept walking. He passed multiple more stores, a jewelry store, a dress boutique, a flower shop, a lingerie store, which he definitely was not looking for, etc., etc. Eventually, he did stumble upon what he was looking for. A clothing shop. The store loomed over him intimidatingly. Why did clothing stores have to be so goddamn big? The name Richards written in big neon red letters, their brightness contrasting with the shadow the store cast, giving it a sense of foreboding. Yes, Izuku was intimidated by a clothes store. Izuku, the vigilante who faced down villains without fear or a second thought, was intimidated by a god. Clothing store. In his defense, the only times he had gone to them was when his mother dragged him away from his room to go buy clothes, which didn't happen often because the only times he did was when he grew out of his old clothes, which was, not a lot. He was short, okay? It's normal. Wait, no, not short, fun-sized, yes, that. His mother had tried to get him into fashion, but he was perfectly content being a little gremlin who only wore sweatpants and his t-shirt shirt. So no, he didn't have a lot of experience with clothing stores. With a gulp he willed himself to enter the store, despite the rest of his mind screaming at him to just turn around and just use the uniform he already had. You know, the gross one. He walked through the large automatic doors and immediately he was hit with how big the store was. Jesus Christ, and he thought it looked large from the outside. The store looked like an infinite expanse of aisles and shoppers. Was it too late to leave yet? He thought back to Akano yelling at him for touching her with his disease-ridden sleeve, as she had called it. Yeah, he would rather buy new clothes than face that again. Swallowing his fear, he took his first step into the depths of hell and started his dive into the sea of clothing hangers and misery, grabbing a shopping basket on the way and brandishing it like a weapon. The only thing to defend him from the onslaught of shirts and shoes alike. He wandered the aisles of briefs and shirts, not finding anything to his liking. Eventually he reached the hoodies, and found a black one similar to the one he had worn as his Vigilante outfit last time. He picked it up to inspect it. It was a black hoodie. It was plain, and it was the same thing he wore when he first impulsively decided to be a vigilante, before had even had a weapon to fight with, before he even really knew what a vigilante did. It just felt, kinda, outdated. He turned the item of clothing over to get a better look at it. It didn't exactly scream vigilante costume, it just seemed unfitting of the work he did. Izuku reached into his pocket and pulled out his wallet. He fiddled with the money inside of it. A whole $100. He had sold his limited edition All Might mug to get it. It kinda felt like waste to spend that money on a plain black hoodie. He tucked the wallet back into his pocket and set the hoodie back down on the shelf, walking away to continue his search. The vigilante strolled through the different sections of the store, completely lost. He passed the dress shirts, ties, dresses. All of which he didn't need. Though he would look pretty FNG good in a suit and tie, and why cow what? He would look good in a dress too, but again, he wouldn't exactly need that to go vigilante ing. Though, maybe he should remember the dress idea for later. Dresses could look cool as F-. Izuku kept up his search. scanning the rows of clothing for something that fit what he was looking for. So far, he had found nothing. Izuku banged his head against a wall and let out a defeated groan. It felt like he had been in here for hours. What was this, the twilight zone of socks? He pulled away from the wall and scrounged up just enough determination to keep walking and walking and walking. As he was wandering down the jackets section, a flash of green caught his eye. There, displayed on a mannequin, was a desaturated green hoodie. The sleeves were short and cut off at the elbow with light gray hems, and it had a high collar of the same color. Izuku stepped back to observe it. The green worked with his hair without being too bright as to draw attention to himself, and the short sleeves meant that they wouldn't get soaked in blood as easily. He thought back to his old hoodie with dried blood caked on the sleeves and shivered. Yeah, the short sleeves were definitely a plus. Izuku walked around the mannequin to get the full view of it. The sleeves were missing the red cross, which he would never actually make red because he doesn't want to look like a Christmas tree, but he could sew it on. Yeah, he thought, this'll work. Izuku grabbed the hoodie, but before he could run to the checkout and leave the godforsaken store, he noticed a matching pair of tall combat boots. Izuku glanced down at his sneakers. They were worn down and dirty. The once vibrant red had now faded to a washed-out brown. The shoes' soles were covered in dirt and what was probably dried blood. He put the shoes in the bag. Izuku walked out of the store, breathing a sigh of relief to finally be free from the clothing purgatory. He started walking back home, passing the same shops he had seen before: flower shop, barber shop, bakery, and wait, is that a cat cafe? Izuku stopped in his tracks, looking up at the cafe. It was a quaint-looking coffee shop with the words, Cafe Cappuccino, painted on a sign hanging from the awning. Yep, definitely a cat cafe. Izuku checked his phone. It was only 1:15 p.m. His mom had told him to be back by, "Yeah, I got time." He muttered to himself. Pocketing the phone, he walked up to the store, pushing through the doors. I've got $30 and probably insomnia. How much time can that buy, Yayi? He started to say but trailed off. At a table in the far corner, practically drowning in cats, was a very familiar face. It was Eraser. The black-haired man was in civilian clothes, which, while that was a weird sight, and was nursing a mug of black coffee. He had two cats sitting on his shoulders, one on his head, and at least three in his lap. Izuku promptly did a 180 and noped the F out of there faster than ingenium. He walked away from that store like a soccer mom, taking glances back to see if Eraser was following him. It was irrational, as he was fairly sure the man hadn't even seen him. But pointless things such as logic didn't stop him from checking over his shoulder every few seconds. Was Eraser following him? Nope. What about now? Are you sure? He took another glance back. Yeah, he was sure. He kept checking over his shoulder, to the point that he was more accurately looking behind him and occasionally checking in front of him. He took another glance back, surveying the crowd of people behind him to try and spot that familiar mess of black hair. He was abruptly shaken out of his paranoia by the gentle feeling of two skulls crashing together at high speed. Ow! Izuku fell backwards onto the ground, landing on his butt. He rubbed his head. God, that hurt. I watch where you're walking, dash, he started to shout before pausing, taking in the person he had crashed into. Kiba? The woman in question stopped rubbing her own head to look down at him. Aid. Izuku looked up at the woman in front of him. Seeing Kiba out of the hospital was weird. It was like seeing your teacher outside of school. You only see them in one place, so when you see them out and about in the rest of the world, it's just strange. Unnatural even. He only saw Kiba at the hospital, so he kind of forgot that she doesn't, live there. It was odd, when she wasn't wearing her scrubs, and was instead wearing regular clothes, she just looked normal. Speaking of regular cloths, he just remembered that he ran into Kiba while in civilian clothes. If he messed up. Kiba tilted her head and raised a brow. Messed up what? She asked. He just said that out loud, didn't he? Kiba laughed. Yep, and that too. Izuku ran a hand through his hair, then hoisted himself up off the ground. Well, he said with a disappointed sigh. It's just that, I'm supposed to have a secret identity and you just saw me out of costume. Kinda defeats the purpose if the secret identity isn't secret. Kiba gave him a look. an eyebrow raised and lips pressed into a thin line. Aid, not to be rude, but your costume does literally nothing to cover your face. Izuku glared at her. Well then lucky for you because I'm getting a new one. Kiba's face melted into one of pure and utter relief. Oh thank God, she whispered to herself. He shot her another glare. My old costume was fine, and my new one is even better. Kiba wrinkled her nose. Your old costume smelled like a college dorm, and that's not a compliment. As for your new one, it still doesn't cover your face, does it? Izuku frowned. The high collar covered part of his chin, which wasn't really doing anything to conceal his face, but he sure as hell wasn't going to admit that and give Kiba the satisfaction of knowing she was right. Kiba waited on his answer. When none came, her lips split into a sheet-eating grin. I'm gonna take that as a no then. Shut up, he gritted out, an embarrassed blush on his cheeks. Another laugh rang out from Kiba. Don't worry about it, dude. I don't know your name. It's just like seeing you in different clothing. I don't know your secret identity. She made quotation marks with her hands. Izuku squinted at her. Good, he said, then glanced around before leaning in and whispering, because if you did I'd have to kill you. A smug smile settled onto Kiba's lips as she crossed her arms. Sure Aid, sure. A flash of white caught his attention. Izuku's eyes flitted down to her hands. She had a shopping bag in them, which he's not sure how he missed until now. On the bag he could see the logo of the comic shop he always went to. But she got to buy comics. All he had were clothes. Bomb but clothes mind you, but still just clothes. From the edge of the bag, he could see the corner of a comic book. It was red, white, yellow and blue, and he could just make out the word, Adventures, written across the cover. It was extremely familiar and… Wait a second, he knew that comic. He yelled. You read Mighty Adventures? Kiba's eyes lit up. Hell yeah. You like them too? Oh my god, yes. Kiba squealed. Yes. I finally found another comic nerd. Akano listens to me rant about them but she doesn't get it. That is such a mood, he replied. My mom is the same way. She's trying to support my interests, but I can tell she's confused about why I liked the Poisonous Plant Party arc so much. Kiba hummed, that's a good one, but I prefer Blinding Night. Meh, it's not my favorite, Izuku admitted. The art was great, and so were the characters, but the writing suffered from the management change halfway through. Kiba gave a slight shrug. Yeah it did, but the villain was effing amazing. Oh definitely, he said. Her name was Fallen Star, right? She was one of the best villains from the series. Kiba vigorously nodded. Yeah. She was so awesome. I know that she was a villain, but she made me really sympathetic for her, and I agreed with some of her points and even parts of her goal. She didn't deserve what happened to her. Plus, she was badass. Yeah, he agreed. She was a good one, and her costume was dope. Oh shit. I really want to cosplay as her. Izuku tilted her head. You cosplay? Kiba blushed. Yeah, I dabble. It's really fun to go to Comic-Con and HeroCon and see all the costumes. I've gone as a couple of comic characters before and a few heroes. I even went as Present Mike once. The wig was a pain in the butt to get right. What about you? You go to cons? I've only gone to HeroCon before, he said sadly. I've always wanted to cosplay, but never had the courage. Kiba nodded sagely. I didn't have the confidence to cosplay for my first few years. It was still fun though. She was quiet for a moment, when suddenly her eyes blew wide and a bright smile spread across her face. Aid. I just realized we can go together. It's always more fun to go with a friend. I usually go with Akano, but we could go. Izuku smiled just as bright as Kiba. We should. That sounds so fun. HeroCon is in a little bit, right? Yep. Then let's do it. The timing couldn't be better. Maybe I'll cosplay this time. Who should I go as? Best Jeanist? Suddenly he was cut off by a call of Kiba from the crowd. It was a voice he knew well, usually delivering dry remarks and used by the only person with more than 3 brain cells in their disaster trio. Izuku looked at Kiba with a raised eyebrow. You're out with Akano? Kiba smiled. We hang out outside of work, you know. We've been friends for years. She continued to talk, but Izuku tuned her out, focusing on something else instead. Izuku wasn't really one to take notice of clothing, but as he looked at Kiba, his eyes caught on something unusual about her. Her outfit. Kiba usually looked like, well, frankly, a mess. If you saw her in the ER, her hair was unkempt, her scrubs were ruffled, she had dark circles under her eyes, and looked like she didn't know what put together meant. But today, she was actually wearing a cohesive outfit. She had on an off-white shoulderless top that was tucked into high-waisted charcoal briefs. She wore light makeup with red-tinted lip gloss and silver earrings. It was a nice outfit, not unlike something someone would wear on a date. Was Kiba on it? Izuku snapped back to reality. Kiba was still going on a spiel about how Akano and her are friends. She was currently recounting how they had met. It was at a small cafe. And Akano looked sad and tired. Yada yada, he wasn't listening. Izuku had important things to ask. She looked dead in her seat, just waiting for the Reaper to come and claim her. So of course I had to sit down and... He cut her off. Are you and Akano on a date? He blurted. Immediately, Kiba turned red and started sputtering. What? Of course not. We're just friends. She started denying it, all the while failing on the account that she looked like a tomato. Izuku smirked. So it's not an official date then, but basically is one? Again, Kiba started vehemently denying it, but again Izuku cut her off. So you would like for it to be a date? He pressed. At that Kiba had nothing to say, instead just standing there in defeat, mouth agape and looking like a goddamn strawberry. So that's a yes then? He said smugly. That seemed to snap her out of it. No. She shouted, blushing furiously. Sure, he said, drawing out the word and not sounding the slightest bit convinced. Before Kiba could get another word in, Akano yelled again, Kiba? Izuku turned to see where the voice was coming from, only to see the red-haired woman jogging over. He turned back to Kiba with a broad smile. Gotta go, Kiba, wouldn't want another person to know my secret identity. He gave a cheeky wave as he turned to leave. Good luck on your date. Her face somehow got even redder. It's not a date. She shouted at him, but Izuku was already running away laughing. From the distance, he could just make out Akano's voice speaking to Kiba. Who was that? She asked. Just some brat. Kiba grumbled in response. Izuku laughed again. It was nice having friends. He hoped Kiba had a good date. Hey, Eraser. Aizawa turned from his perch on the roof edge to face the voice. Aide was jogging over to him with a large grin, waving his hand at the hero. He wasn't wearing his usual outfit, which honestly Aizawa was grateful for because the last one was disgusting. Like, Aizawa had seen some gross but chic due to his job, but that jacket was definitely in the top 10. Luckily for him, Aide had donned some new gear. It was a dusty green jacket with a gray high collar, and with hems of the same color. He was also wearing a pair of black cargo briefs tucked into high combat boots that matched the jacket. You got a new outfit? He asked. Aide sat down on the ledge by him, rubbing his head sheepishly. Yeah, the old one was kind of ruined. Boy, did Aizawa know it. Do you like it? Aizawa gave Aide a quick once-over. Looks sufficient. Aide clutched his heart dramatically and let out a loud sniffle. That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me. He pretended to dry tears. Has the ice on your cold, frozen heart finally melted? In response, Aizawa just shoved him, causing the kid to fall over. Yuri dash, he muttered, cheeks squished into the concrete. Aizawa chuckled from behind his scarf. Aide pushed himself back up, flicking the hero on the arm. Don't laugh at me. Aizawa smirked. Sorry, it's just so hard not to. Aide snorted, Ahole. They lapsed into a comfortable silence, each waiting for the other to speak. So, how are you holding up? Aizawa finally asked awkwardly. He didn't need to clarify what he meant. They both knew. All right, I guess, Aide said, rubbing his arm and looking away. It's gotten better. I still see it when I try to sleep sometimes, but it's less, so I guess that's something. He laughed mirthlessly. You know that if you ever want to talk about it, I'm here. It's all right, I'm fine. The Vigilante replied, his voice hard. Aizawa frowned at the obvious attempt to shut down the conversation. I'm just saying dash. I'm fine, Eraser, he snapped. Aizawa raised his hands in surrender, deciding to not push the topic and back off. They fell silent again, this time a tense one. The air between the two pulling taut like a bowstring and turning fragile as glass, one wrong step breaking it and releasing something far worse. They stayed like that for a minute. It was like not knowing where a villain would strike next, so you just have to wait for them to make their attack. This time, it was Aid who spoke. About the villain, he said, the one who I saw. Did you find her? His voice was small, almost meek, but was laced with hope. It broke Aizawa's heart to shatter that hope. I'm sorry, he began, we haven't. Oh, he said dejectedly, did you find out anything new about her? Aizawa hesitated, he didn't know if he should tell him. Aurora wasn't his problem. The kid should be trying to move on, not fixate himself on her. Aizawa knew shouldn't tell him, but he felt like he should. Aid was just concerned, he just wanted to know who the villain is, he's not trying to join the case or anything. What was the problem with that? He sighed, not really, just that she's calling herself Aurora. Aid hummed, Aurora, he muttered to himself slowly, testing the word in his mouth. He wrinkled his nose, turning to face Aizawa. Has she killed anyone else? Now that was too far. He didn't need to be worried about her, or how many had been slain by her hand, no. Aid looked scrutinizingly at him, green irises boring into his head, only breaking eye contact to scoff. Don't lie to me, Eraser. Someone like that doesn't just stop killing. But she did, for now at least, he replied lamely. Aid glared at him. How many, Eraser? No one, Aid. How many? The look in Aid's eyes could kill a man, the sharp glare cutting deep into him. His gaze was unwavering and strong as steel. The message sent was clear, he wasn't going to believe any of Aizawa's bullshit. One, he admitted in defeat, but we confirmed 2 kills before the one you witnessed. He saw Aid's hands curl into tight ball, and his jaw set into a firm line. He was angry, no doubt. Aid closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. Without looking at Aizawa, he stood up and started walking away, back turned to the hero. Come on, Eraser, let's go patrol. They crept across rooftops and through the dark alleys of the streets. Aizawa moved like the wind, confident and smooth, completely natural, like he should be there. You could walk past him and not even notice that he was standing right beside you. Years of hero training made him able to slip into the night, unnoticed, exactly as he wanted to be. What surprised the hero was how Aid was able to do the same. Yes, perhaps slightly clunkily, but still, Aid could slip into shadows like was one, melting into the dark almost seamlessly. His footsteps were muted as well, and he didn't brush up against any walls. You couldn't hear him at all, barring the sound of quiet breathing. It was quite impressive. They were currently perched on the ledge of a rooftop. Below them was a group of people. It was probably a drag sale judging from their hushed tones and how they glanced around worriedly. The price is too high. One of them, a man with large antelope horns growing from his head, growled. That's the price, I don't make the rules, the other replied. He had short pink hair cut in a cheap-looking fade with light green skin. Too high. Antelope gritted out, taking a step forward. Pink hair scowled, reaching a hand in his pocket. Are you going to have a problem with that? Antelope pet his head, taking another step forward. You tell me. The tension in the air was so thick you could cut it with a knife. In fact, that's apparently what Pink Hair decided to do. Aizawa was already jumping down to stop them before he could see the silver of the blade gleam in the light. Pink Hair lurched forward at Antelope, hand extended with the knife, but before it could connect, Aizawa used his capture scarf to yank Antelope away. What the F, man? Screamed the horned man, who was now leaning against the alley wall, disheveled from his unexpected flight. He scanned the scene before they landed on Pink Hair, and by extension the knife in his hand. His eyes widened with anger and realization. You tried to kill me. He raced forward, arm raised to deliver a punch, but in his anger he had forgotten about Aizawa, who quickly grabbed his arm and flipped him over onto the ground. Both of you are under arrest, he said gruffly. Pink Hair grimaced. I don't think so, hero, he spat, twirling the knife between his fingers. By now, Aid had followed his example and jumped down, landing behind Pink Hair. If you won't surrender for a hero, what about a vigilante? he said with a stupid grin on his face. Aizawa wanted to slap his forehead. Of course, Aid would give up the element of surprise to deliver a cheesy one-liner. Pink hair flipped around, swiping the knife in front of him with frightening speed. It would have slit Aid's stomach and gut him like a fish if he wasn't just as fast. The Vigilante grinned. Too slow, he said, before delivering a solid uppercut to the villain, sending him reeling. I've got this one, Eraser. You handle Horn Guy. He shouted, motioning to Antelope, who had pulled himself off the ground just seconds prior with a furious expression on his face. Aizawa gave Aid a small nod, before turning to face his opponent. I'm gonna kill you, Antelope growled. Haven't heard that one before. Aizawa muttered to himself, voice heavily laden with sarcasm. Apparently though, Antelope heard him as he let out an animalistic cry of pure rage and charged towards Aizawa. His head down so his horns were pointed at the hero, clearly intended to impale him. Aizawa simply sidestepped and stuck out his leg to trip the other man. Antelope fell for it quite literally as he stumbled for a few feet. Just as he regained his balance and turned to face Aizawa, he was hit in the chest with a hard punch, sending him stumbling back again. F you, he spat. He raced at Aizawa again. The hero easily avoided the attack, but this time Antelope followed up with a second punch. It was easily dodged though, just like the one before it. Now, with both of the villain's arms out of the way, he was wide open for attack, and Aizawa didn't hesitate to punch him in the gut. Antelope stumbled and coughed, but recovered quickly and went in for another round of attacks. They easily fell into a rhythm. Duck, jump back. Oh, that was new punch. He was starting another round of repetition. He dodged one punch, then the next, and went for an uppercut when suddenly a scream of pain made him freeze. His head snapped over to the source of the sound. Pink Hair had one hand on Aid's shoulder to hold him still, the other holding a knife that was buried in the Vigilante's gut. F-dash! It screamed. Panic flooded through Aizawa. He knew firsthand how bad those injuries were. Without wasting a second to think, the black-haired man grabbed Antelope's shoulder and kneed him in the crotch, eliciting a shrill scream from the man. Yes, he knew it hurt. Yes, he felt kind of bad 'cause ouch, but Aid was hurt so he couldn't give two sheets about Antelope and his D-dash. Aizawa started to run over to Aid and Pink Hair, sprinting as fast as he could. You absolute sheet stain! Aid yelled with fury in his eyes. That made Aizawa freeze in his tracks. What? Before Aizawa had time to question it, Aid grabbed the villain's hand off him, and using his free arm flicked a knife out from his pocket, before stabbing the villain's hand clean through. Aid snarled angrily. This was brand F new, he screamed, gesturing at his jacket, which now had a hole in it and was soaked in blood on account of the knife currently buried in his stomach. The villain fell to the floor in pain, Aid yanking the knife out so it didn't go with him. The kid didn't spare a glance down at the man, just murmuring, I'm not healing that for you. He gripped the handle of the knife in his stomach and tensed his arm. Wait, is he going to? Aid, wait, don't! Aizawa yelled, lunging forward to stop him. But he was too late. Aid yanked the knife out anyway, a small grunt escaping his lips. Blood began to gush out of the wound, sputtering out of the gash unevenly. Aizawa rushed forward. Why did Aid yank it out? He should know not to do that. He's a team medic for Christ's sake. The hero reached into a hidden pouch in his costume that had some basic medical supplies and pulled out a roll of gauze. The Vigilante would go into hypovolemic shock if he didn't do something soon. Aid, you F.A. idiot! He shouted, reaching his hand out to start packing the bleeding wound. You better not die on me. Aid just raised an unfazed eyebrow at him and swatted his hand away. Wadash, he started to say but stopped. Aid held his hand over his wound, blue light beginning to emanate from it, and similar colored lightning crackling around him, weaving through his fingers and snaking up his arms. The wound began to close itself up. Suddenly what Aid was doing hit Aizawa. He was using his quirk. A healing quirk. On himself. You can heal yourself. It wasn't a question. Aid tilted his head in confusion. Yeah? Aizawa just stood there in shock for a moment, before shaking his head fondly. Of course you could. Why am I not surprised? Aid crouched down by Pink Hair, who was now staring at him in fear, and started wrapping the wound. "What?" he asked. "Is that not normal?" "No, I've never heard of a healing quirk that could heal both patient and user. Your quirk just makes no f-ing sense, kid." Aid looked at him quizzically. "What do you mean?" Aizawa shrugged. "You can heal both yourself and others. Sometimes you say you can't use it, and other times it seems like it has no limit to what it can do. Your eyes glow when you heal, and they glow randomly during a fight. It just doesn't line up." Aid scrunched his eyebrows together, before realization dawned on his face. "Oh," he said, "I never explained my quirk to you, did I?" Aizawa shook his head. Aid bit his lip and looked away. He opened his mouth like he was about to say something, then closed it. He did that a few more times before finally steeling himself and speaking. "It's a fairly simple principle. I do damage which allows me to heal health. Think about it like this. Everyone has a set amount of what can only be described as life force, or life juice, I guess. When normal people hurt others, this life juice just disappears, but when I hurt someone He hesitated for a moment. "Steal it," he finally said. "Once I have it I can give it to someone else and that heals them. That's why I can't heal people on occasion, I run out, and that's why my eyes glow during battle. I'm gaining life juice and my quick activates." Aizawa hummed. That made a surprising amount of sense. "Nice." Aid stared at him as if waiting for him to say something else. When he didn't, Aid burst out into laughter. "What?" he asked. "What's so funny?" Aid was wiping tears from his eyes at this point. Sorry. It's just that usually people have more to say about my quirk than nice." That made Aizawa frown. "Why?" "It's just a cool quirk." Aid smiled at that. "Thanks. Would you two stop being so wholesome?" Pink Hair gripped. In response, Aid glared at him, which shut him up quick. "That's what I thought," Aid said smugly. The vigilante stood up and jabbed his thumb at the two villains lying on the floor of the alley. "I think I'm gonna go patrol on my own. Can you take these two in Eraser?" Aizawa nodded. "Thanks," Aid chirped, giving him a wave as he turned to leave. "See ya later." "See you." "Ouch," Izuku shouted as he pricked his thumb with a needle. He was sewing his jacket back up after that a-hole had stabbed him. His lessons with Akano and Kiba taught him how to sew up people, not clothing, so it had been slow work. He wanted the seam to look, well, as seamless as possible. So far, he was succeeding, so that was good. You could hardly see any imperfections in the green fabric. Yes, it was still green despite being soaked in blood. If Izuku could marry hydrogen peroxide, he would. "Hello, sleep-deprived people of the Aid announced loudly as he pushed through the doors. "Hey, Aid," Kiba replied cheerfully. All Akano did was hum in acknowledgement. They were seated at their posts, with Akano sitting further down the desk than usual, filling what looked to be a form out on a computer. A grin spread across Aid's face as he slid over to Kiba, leaning on her desk with his elbow. "So," he whispered, "Akano, huh?" Immediately the brunette snapped her head up, a blush already spreading across her face. "Shut up," she growled. Aid stifled a chuckle. "Did the date go well?" Kiba blushed even more. "It wasn't a date." She was trying to whisper, but was obviously struggling not to flat out scream at him. Aid gave her a look, but went with it. All right, did your 100% platonic hangout go well?" Kiba shrunk down in her seat, her face looking more and more like Akano's eyes. "Well, did it?" he asked. "Yes." She finally bit out. "Happy now?" Aid smiled. "Always." "What are you two whispering about?" Akano spoke up. "Nothing." Kiba shouted at the same time as Aid said, "Taxes." Kiba turned to Aid. "Taxes? Really?" she hissed. He flushed in embarrassment. "At least it's not as painfully obvious as nothing." "You guys realize I'm still here, right?" Akano asked. "We do," Aid said, "but that doesn't mean we have to admit jack shit." Akano huffed. "All right, keep your secrets then." Kiba slumped back into her chair in relief, mouthing, "I hate you," at the vigilante. Aid stuck his tongue out at her. In retaliation she did the same thing. Akano pinched the bridge of her nose. "Jesus Christ, You two act like your children. Aide pulled his tongue back in. Hey, he squawked indignantly, at least I have an excuse. Oh yeah, you're like 12, right? Akano asked. Aide gasped. I will have you know I am 14. Akano shrugged. Same thing. It's not. Aide protested. Kiba hummed. I'm going to have to agree with Akano on this one. Aide gasped again. I've been betrayed. Kiba smirked in triumph. Suffer, she whispered to him. Aide fell to the floor dramatically. How could you? He cried. I trusted you. You were my friend, my brother in tomfoolery. Kiba placed her hands on her hips proudly. That's where you went wrong. I was never on your side. I was only ever standing by one person, me. She laughed maniacally. It's always a pleasure to crush the innocence of those who believe the world to be fair and just. It's time for you to learn that the only one you can trust is yourself. Nu cried. It's time for you to face the truth, hero. No. Kiba, I know there's still good in you. Kiba crouched down beside him. Yet again you're wrong. Whatever light I had left in me, I snuffed out my personality. Aide bowed his head in defeat and let out a loud sniff. Kiba did not say anything, simply letting him stew in his miserable defeat. Holy shit, you two are such nerds, Akano said, breaking the silence. The two nerds in question turned their heads to face the red-haired woman, blinking at her owlishly before devolving into hysterical laughter. Akano stared at the two shaking forms below her, scowling, but when it was clear they couldn't see her through their tear-filled eyes, she smiled. Holy shit, Kiba wheezed out, that was good. Aide nodded his head in agreement, unable to talk due to the laughs raking through him. Their laughter was cut off at the sound of their doors being forcibly flung open. A paramedic rushed through the doors, pushing a man on a stretcher in front of them. The man was screaming loudly, broken sobs of pain chopping up the noise a bit. I've got a man in need of immediate medical attention, the paramedic yelled. The left humerus has a compound fracture in it, he too cracked ribs, and a possible concussion. His breathing is stable, and the bleeding is under control. Immediately, Kiba and Akano jumped up to assist the paramedic. Aide stayed frozen in his place on the floor. The abrupt chaos caused him to completely freeze. Kiba and Akano were already rushing further back into the ER to treat the patient. They disappeared behind a doorway, and Aide snapped from his trance. He rushed after them, following where he had seen them go. He ran past the new doors he had never crossed before. Luckily for him, they hadn't gotten far. They were still rushing down the hallway with the stretcher. Wait! He shouted, I can help. Kiba turned to face him, eyes widening in shock. Aide ran up to them, but before he could even place his hands on the stretcher, he was stopped by Kiba's outstretched arm. Aide, we've got this, she said. But I can help. He protested, growing more anxious as he saw Akano and the paramedic get further down the hallway. I know you can, Kiba said, but if you do, me, Akano, and the whole hospital would be under fire for letting you. It would break so many laws. I break laws all the time, he exclaimed. I'm a vigilante. Yes, but it would get me and Akano fired, or worse. At that, Aide had nothing to say. Kiba ran a hand through her hair. Listen, that man's life is not in danger. He is in pain, yes, but he'll be fine. This is our job. Just let us handle this. Okay? Her face was worried and pleading. It was clear he needed him to agree. Hesitantly, he gave a nod. Kiba hugged him in relief. Thank you, she whispered before running off after Akano and the paramedic, leaving Aide standing alone in a deserted hallway. He felt powerless. He could help that man, but not legally. Not without hurting those around him. Same old story. How he longed to chase after them, to do it anyway, but he knew he couldn't. Akano and Kiba were wonderful people, dedicating their entire lives to saving their fellow man. They did so with grace and efficiency. He knew the darkest parts of the world, and he knew they were the brightest. All he wanted was to help people. All he wanted was to be just like those two. If only he could. If only. Izuku walked down the dark streets. He had stood around in the air uselessly for a bit after Kiba's talk, before he noticed that he really had no reason to be there, so he left. It was an incredibly clear night. Not a cloud in the sky, and not a gust of wind. It felt like the world was on pause and he was wandering through a still picture. It was a new moon, so the only light came from the yellow street lights and the glittering stars above. The sky looked like a vast ocean, and he felt like he could just reach up and dip his hands right in. He imagined how it would feel to have the night sky flow around his fingers, to feel the stars bend beneath his touch. It was incredibly serene. The air smelled clean and fresh, a little cold, and quite dry, despite Mizuta being an ocean city. It was the kind of air that stung a little when you breathed in. It carried its coldness down your throat and right into your lungs. Izuku inhaled deeply, letting the air fill his chest, savoring every sensation it brought with it. He exhaled and felt the feeling slip from him. Part of him wished he could take moments like these and capture them forever. Moments where the rest of the world just seemed to fall away, leaving him and only him left. Moments where he could forget every dark thought swimming in his head. He wished he could put this moment, this memory, this feeling in a frame or hold it in a jar. Sadly, no matter however hard he tried, that was impossible. So instead, he took note of everything he could feel and see. The way the streetlight flickered, the feeling of his hood rustling softly every time he moved, the scent and taste of the air, the slight chill on his cheeks. He tried to remember every little detail. Moments like these were far and few, so he tried to appreciate them. Unfortunately for him, he would always have to leave this piece behind. Nothing lasts forever, and the real world comes calling for him eventually. This time, it called for him to return to reality in the form of hushed whispers coming from the alley he was about to pass. Izuku, being a vigilante, found it in his nature that he had to investigate. He peeked around the corner, spotting 3 individuals standing in the shadowy passageway. "Do you have the product?" One of them, a man holding a large bat lazily in his hand, asked. "Of course." Another one of them replied gruffly. He had large metal claws and defined muscles. "Do you have the money?" he asked in return. Bat Guy turned to the third figure and nodded, and the third person, a scrawny woman with gills on her neck, held a duffel bag forward. Just as Metal Claws reached forward to grab the bag, Bat Guy pulled it away. "Wait," he said, "I want to see the product first." Metal Claws sighed and mumbled something under his breath, but acquiesced. He pulled out a small case from his pocket and opened it, showing its contents to Bat Guy. Bat Guy gave a low whistle. "That's some nice-looking trigger." Metal Claws huffed a laugh. "You bet your butt it is. Highest quality stuff right here. You have no idea how much convincing it took from me to get my boss to allow me to bring even this much out here without backup." Izuku thought, so this is a trigger deal. He had heard about them from Eraser. Apparently, they can get out of hand really quickly, due to the fact that any one of the people there could easily inject the trigger and Izuku would be left to deal with the consequences. So if that was the case, all he had to do was get rid of the trigger. Judging from Metal Claw's earlier comments, he probably didn't have any other trigger on him. All Izuku had to do was take care of that one case. See? Izuku could be smart. He was always smart. 100% of the time. He has never, ever, in the entirety of his vigilante career done something stupid. Nope. Not him. He could feel Eraser rolling his eyes from wherever he was. Izuku shook his head. He needed to focus. He reached into his bag and slowly drew a knife from his pocket, pulling his arm back and waiting for the opportune time to strike. "Lela," the Bat Guy said to the fish gill woman, "hand him the money." Lela did as she was told, and slid the duffel bag over to Metal Claws. Metal Claws squatted down and unzipped the bag, glancing over the contents, before letting out a satisfied hum and zipping it back up. He stood up again and held out the trigger for Bat Guy to take. Like a RBB band that was released from tension, Izuku's arm shot forward, launching the knife out of his grip and sending the knife careening down the alleyway. The blade embedded itself right in the middle of the trigger case, and sent it flying as well. It soared about 20 feet before landing and skidding about an extra 10 more. Izuku rushed forward before the 3 had enough time to even realize what was happening. Eraser was always berating him for giving up the element of surprise after all. "What the dash?" Bat Guy started to say, but was promptly cut off by Izuku punching him in the side of the head, effectively knocking him out. Izuku turned to face the others just as Bat Guy crashed to the ground. 1 down, 2 to go. A wild grin split over his face. So, he asked, who's ready to tango? In response, Lela, the Gill girl, rushed over and tried to take a swipe at him, only for Izuku to duck under it and pop back up to deliver an uppercut to Lela's jaw. Before he could take another swing at her, Metal Claws ran at him with his right arm extended and tried to stab him with his long, metal claws. Izuku parried it with a combat knife, pushing against them and subsequently beating the hand away. Metal Claws in response took a swipe at him with his left hand, which Izuku sidestepped. He then grabbed the outstretched arm, pulling it closer to him. This set Metal Claws off balance and made him stumble towards him. Izuku simply took the hilt of his knife and conked him on the head, knocking him out too. 2 down, 1 left. He turned to face his last opponent, Lela, who had now recovered from the blow he dealt to her. "Shall we dance, love?" he asked in a fake British accent. Because he thought it was funny. Apparently, Lela did not, judging by the way she screamed in fury and ran at him. She aimed a punch for the gut, but lost her balance and stumbled forward when Izuku jumped back, causing her to miss. He then took a step to the side, letting her fall forward even more, uninterrupted. But, just when her face was about to hit the ground, Izuku caught her by her. She looked up in surprise. Izuku shrugged. "Broken noses SEK, he provided. It'll hurt less if I do this." And by this, he meant also hitting her square in the forehead with the butt of his knife, knocking her out as well. And that was 3 for 3. He reached into his messenger bag and pulled out some zip ties. He cuffed each of their hands together, and using one last zip tie he attached them to a pole on the alley wall. They won't be getting out of that anytime soon. He ran down the alleyway and pulled his knife from the box, inspecting the vials in it as he went as well. With that out of the way and nothing else to do, Izuku pressed a finger to the device in his ear. He waited for the telltale click, followed by a long-suffering sigh on the other end. "What is it today, Aide?" the police operator asked. Izuku faked a gasp. "I'm so honored you remembered me." The operator huffed. "You're the only one who uses this device. You think we wouldn't mark that down? You could have at least pretended like you cared." Izuku pouted. "I guess that SEK's for you then." The operator said, "So, are you going to tell me what you want or are you going to waste my time?" And then quieter, "My job is but dealing with you is worse." "Wow." Izuku said, giving a dramatic sniffle, "I'm hurt." Yes, the operator said, "Just get on with it." "Akano is more fun than you," Izuku thought bitterly. "Fine," Izuku groaned. "I'm on 23rd and Sakura. I've got 3 guys tied up and knocked out." It was a trigger deal, apparently high-end stuff. The trigger is at the end of the alley, in a box with a knife hole in it. "I'm not even going to ask." He huffed a laugh at that. "These guys are gonna wake up soon, so hurry." "Roger that." The operator said, "Is that all?" "Yep." He chirped. "All right, a cop car will be at your location in 5 minutes." He heard the soft click of the line going dead. Izuku looked back up at the stars sitting in their vast ocean, pretty as ever. Tonight was a good night, he decided. He couldn't do some things, but he could do others. Maybe one day he could do both. But for now, one seemed like enough. He smiled. For the time being at least. The fist connected with Izuku's face. "Motherfucker!" Izuku took a blind swipe with his combat knife in front of him, but Eraser had already jumped back. Izuku stumbled away, trying to get distance to allow him to recover from the blow. Once he was steady again, he rushed at the hero with frightening speed, powered by anger and his stinging nose. Izuku flipped his knife around in his hand, turning it from a saber grip to a reverse grip. He easily closed the distance between them and took a strike up at Eraser's jaw. Eraser pivoted on his heel, so all the knife cut was empty air, and snagged his arm tightly with his capture weapon. Attack from long-range aid. "If you get close, it's easier for me to attack you." Eraser yelled at him, yanking his scarf and by extension, doing the same to Izuku. Izuku let himself fall forward into a roll, using the momentum to cut the capture scarf with his knife, and coming out of the roll right below Eraser, allowing him to swipe the hero's legs right out from under him. Eraserhead also allowed himself to fall, but pushed into a backwards handspring, righting himself as quickly as he had fallen. "Come on, aid," he shouted. "You have throwing knives, don't you?" Izuku nodded and hopped back, taking Eraser's advice and keeping his distance while flicking a few knives at him. Eraser dodged them or knocked them away with his capture weapon. "Good, see how I have to come to you or stretch out my defenses?" he said, while lashing at him with his capture weapon. "You control the battle. Be proactive, not reactive." A knife flew through the air, and Eraser just managed to duck under it, a few strands of hair being shorn off by its razor-sharp edge. "That's it." Eraser grinned. "Just like that. Moves like that one will really throw your opponent off." Izuku nodded, too out of breath to reply. This match had been going on for a while. He threw another knife, which was easily dodged, and then threw two more in quick succession. Eraser jumped out of the path of the first one, and caught the second between his fingers. He threw the knife right back at Izuku. "Showing off, are we?" Izuku thought. Well, two can play that game. The knife soared past his ear, but just as it was about to fly out of his reach, he caught it by the handle and twirled it between his fingers with a grin on his face. Eraser gave him a slight smirk in response, before launching an attack of his own. His capture weapon shot out, faster than a striking snake. It was in Izuku's face before he could even blink. Izuku grabbed the capture weapon that was trying to latch onto his arm, and in one swift motion stabbed his knife clean through it and down into the concrete below. The blade lodging itself into the hard ground, sending small cracks out on either side of it. One thing Izuku always noticed was that if Eraser couldn't use his capture weapon properly, it would throw him off. He had seen it on the first night they met, when it snagged on the villain, allowing him to be stabbed, and he had seen it a few times since then. Whether it led to him taking a few more seconds to execute a move, to stumbling, to even him needing to disengage from the exchange entirely to collect himself. Whatever it may be, it always resulted in one thing: an opportunity for the opponent. Without wasting a second, Izuku abandoned the knife in the ground, and ran at Eraser in his moment of defenselessness. He grabbed another combat knife from his bag as he moved. He had two for a reason, and in a flash, he was where he wanted to be. Standing toe-to-toe with Eraser, a gleaming blade held at the hero's throat. "Checkmate." There was a beat of silence. Eraser broke into a crooked grin and raised his hands in surrender. "Well, what do you know?" he said. "I surrender." Izuku lowered his knife slowly, as if he thought this was a trick or test. Eraser, seeing this, chuckled. "Aid," he said. "You won." Izuku stared at him warily, before realization hit him like a ton of bricks. I won," he whispered to himself, then louder, "Holy shit, I won." Eraser shook his head fondly. "Yes, you did," he said plainly. But Izuku was not done celebrating. "Oh my god, I actually won. SCK at Eraser. The student has become the Emperor." Eraser full-on laughed at that. "Yeah, no. You won, be proud of that. But this won't happen again anytime soon. Plus, now your knife is ruined." He gestured at the blade that was still stuck in the ground. "Oh right," Izuku said, running over to pull it out. With a yank and no small effort, he dislodged the blade. He frowned at the weapon. It was completely ruined. The tip was bent and chipped, and the edge was completely dull. The whole of the blade was scratched and dented. Looking back, maybe it wasn't the best idea to slam a relatively cheap knife into hard concrete. Izuku sighed. He would need to get a new one. "Ah, that's it," he groaned, waving the knife in the air over his shoulder for Eraser to see. "Yeah," Eraser agreed, "but on the bright side, you won your first match against me." Izuku's energy was back immediately. "You bet I did. I was finally the one to kick your butt for a change." "I wouldn't take it that far." Izuku grinned caustically. "You won't, but I will." Eraser raised a brow at him. "For someone who's only won against me once, mostly out of luck, you sure talk a lot of shit." "Of course I do," Izuku said proudly, chest puffed out. "This is the first time I've ever won. I'm celebrating. More like bragging. Obviously. I've finally proved I'm the better fighter." Eraser hid his smirk behind his capture weapon. "I hate to remind you, but the current score is 348-1. Izuku's cheeks turned red. And? Your point? Eraser shrugged coyly. I'm just saying, I remember multiple occasions where you ended with your face pressed into the concrete and I was largely unscathed. Izuku groaned. Don't remind me. So you admit this was a fluke? Eraser asked smugly. Oh hell no, Izuku was not giving him the satisfaction of winning this argument. Not a chance. I'm celebrating, no matter how much of a buzzkill you are. Eraser crossed his arms and mumbled, I'm not a buzzkill. Izuku just shot him a look. It said enough. Okay fine. I'm a bit of a buzzkill. Eraser admitted. God, you sound like Namuri and Hisashi. How are you even supposed to celebrate? We're sitting on a random rooftop at 2 a.m. Are you just gonna brag all night? Yes, Izuku said, and he swears he could see the soul drain from Eraser's face. But more than that, I'm gonna get us a drink. Nice, get me some vodka. I could use some. Hey wait, you're like 12. I'm 14. Eraser waved his hand dismissively. Same thing, and you can't drink either way. I was talking about coffee, you asshat. There was silence, then, oh? Izuku laughed. Huh, dumbass. In my defense, you worded that horribly. Eraser complained. Izuku shrugged. Maybe so, but you're still an idiot. That's rich coming from you. Izuku scoffed. Rude. How do you even plan to get coffee? Eraser asked. All the cafes are closed at this hour. Izuku laughed. I'm not going to get it from a cafe, silly. As much as I know you love cappuccino. How do you know that? You're going to have to settle for homemade coffee. Wait. Do you just bring coffee with you everywhere? Eraser questioned, confused. Again no. Izuku said, I'm going to go make some. Wait, Eraser said, right now? But by now Izuku had already vaulted over the rooftop rails. Bye Eraserhead. See you in a bit. That left Eraser standing alone on a rooftop, with no other choice to wait around for the Vigilante to come back if he wanted free caffeine. Somehow, he knew this was going to take a while. Aid was back in 10 minutes, slightly out of breath and now holding a black thermos in his hands. It's coffee time, baby! Aid shouted as he plopped himself down on the ledge right next to Aizawa. He set down the thermos between them and started rifling through his messenger bag. There was a soft sound of rustling fabric, then the sound of what seemed to be metal clanking together. Where did I put them? Aid said, eyebrows scrunched in focus. I swear, this bag is like a black hole. It SCKs up anything I put in here and it gets lost in the abyss. I mean, how hard should it be to find if there they are? He pulled out a pair of tin mugs triumphantly. The Vigilante then grabbed the thermos again, unscrewing the lid with vigor, and pouring himself and Aizawa a generous serving of coffee each. He offered Aizawa one of the now full mugs, which the hero gratefully took. He savored the warmth seeping from the mug into his hands. It always got annoyingly cold at night in Mujwafu, winter or summer, didn't matter, it was always cold once the sun had set and the moon took its place in the sky. He brought the mug to his lips and took a greedy sip. He basically ran on caffeine due to his sleep schedule, and he wasn't planning on cutting back anytime soon. Holy shit, he whispered, that's really effing good. Aid laughed. You bet it is. Aizawa snapped his head towards the teen. How do you make it? He asked. He needed to know. Too long he had suffered with the mediocre-tasting staff lounge coffee and his sorry attempts to make something better than average. Heck, Aizawa would say this was better than anything he had gotten from a coffee shop. Aid gave him a sly grin. Family secret. That smug BSTRD. Please, I need to know. The corners of Aid's mouth somehow curled up even more. The kid looked like the effing Cheshire cat. Never. Aizawa bowed his head in defeat. Are you sure you can't just tell me? He asked feebly. Aid patted his back. I'm sorry, Eraser, but that's between me and God. He seemed to think for a second. And my mom, he tacked on. Just your mom? Aizawa asked. What about your dad? Aid scoffed. They fed off when I was like 4. As far as I'm concerned, I don't have a dad. Oh, Aizawa said quietly. Sorry? Aid just slapped his shoulder. I don't worry about it. I don't really give two shits about him. It was still insensitive. Aid shrugged. Like I said, I don't really care about it. You didn't know. No biggie. Aizawa was quiet. Aid downed his coffee in one gulp and then slammed the mug down. All right. No more sad sheet. Back to the fun. Aizawa huffed. Why is it that this is how you always move on from darker topics? What? Would you rather we just stayed quiet for like 30 minutes because we don't know how the social interaction works? This. Then I wouldn't hear your irritating voice. Aid threw his mug at him. Aid was nursing the last cup of coffee in silence. After shouting and laughing at each other for a while, they had decided to just drink their drinks quietly. It was getting late, or was it early? Yep, early 3. So they were pretty tuckered out. Despite this, something was still on Aid's mind. A single thought was buzzing around the back of his head like a rather annoying fly. Hey, Eraser? He finally asked. Yeah. Have you got any updates on Aurora? Did you guys catch her yet? Aizawa hesitated. Then came a soft, almost apologetic, no. Aid drooped. We are working our hardest on it though. We have Sar, Fat Gum, Ms. Joke, and even Night Eye on the case. We'll find her soon. He assured. Aid nodded, before lifting his head to meet Aizawa's gaze. Has she, he drew a thumb across his throat, finding himself unable to say the word, any more people? Aizawa sighed. Yeah. From the last time I talked to you about her, she has killed 2 more. Aizawa could see Aid's jaw clench. In anger? In fear? He didn't know. He suspected it was a combination of both. He set a hand on the Vigilante's shoulder. Aid, please, just promise me this. If you ever see her, you run the other way. Aid didn't respond, simply lifting his mug back up to meet his lips. You did what? Aid flinched from Kiba's unexpected outburst. I, may have bought 20 scalpels, he admitted shyly. Kiba scrubbed her face. Please tell me they're the disposable ones. They're not. Kiba gave him a horrified look. Why? I don't know. I just thought I would need them. Aid shouted defensively. Why would you ever need 20 scalpels? It's amazing, Akano marveled from her place down the desk. You two created a feedback loop of chaotic stupidity. Shut it, you overgrown strawberry. Aid snapped. Akano scoffed and checked her watch. I don't have to put up with this, my shift is over. You were the one who insulted us first. Kiba yelled at her, but the redhead had already started walking away. Hasta la vista fuckers. She crowed over her shoulder at them, swinging her hips in exaggeration as she sauntered off. She even spun around to blow a kiss as a cherry on top. Granted, she did it with dead eyes and her mouth pulled into her resting face, also known as a frown. She had become less uptight lately, and it made Kiba smile to see her loosening up and letting herself have fun. Or Kiba would have been smiling about that, if her mind had not been occupied with, other thoughts. That was hot. She murmured under her breath. Unfortunately for her, it was just loud enough for a certain brat vigilante to hear it. Could you keep your pining inside your own head at least? Aid asked, feigning annoyance. Kiba knew he loved to tease her over this sheet. I'm not pining, she grumbled. Sure. If you want to pretend you weren't staring at Akano's but 2 seconds ago, go right ahead. Kiba squeaked. I was not. She was so incredibly thankful that Akano had already left. She would actually die of embarrassment if Akano heard any of this sheet. Aid gave her a knowing look. Aha. Right. Kiba made a choked noise in the back of her throat. Aid sighed. Listen, this is becoming painful to watch. Just goddamn ask her out. Oh hell no. Not in a million years. Why not? Kiba fidgeted. What if she says no? Aid propped his chin up on his hand. What would happen in your mind if she did? I don't know, Kiba stuttered. I guess she would hate me. Aid patted her on the shoulder. Listen, I see 2 scenarios. 1, you get a hot girlfriend. Epic, win-win, incredible. 2, you get rejected. You would still have her as a friend. Kiba, I don't think Akano would give up your friendship just because you had romantic feelings towards her. Kiba raised a brow. When did you become an expert in relationships? When I ran out of coffee and when I decided your pining is getting out of hand. Kiba crossed her arms. Nope. I'm not doing it. Aid deflated. This is what I feared. Looks like I'm going to have to go with approach 2. Approach 2? Kiba asked. Aid started to scribble something down on a piece of paper. If you aren't going to do sheet, then I'm going to help you. He passed her the paper. Here, it's my Discord handle. Kiba took the slip of paper. So, you're offering to be my wingman? Aid grinned. Essentially. Kiba looked at him in confusion. Why? Watching you stare at Akano all dreamily all day is physically hurting me. Kiba stared at the paper in her hands. Slowly, a grin spread across her face to match Aid's. She raised her head to meet his gaze. Be prepared for the memes. Aid laughed. Right back at you, bucko. Izuku finished tying up a duo of villains. It was another drag deal, second one this night actually. His record for number of drag deals busted in one night was currently 3. Maybe if he was lucky he could break it tonight. He had already called the police and they should arrive any minute now. He checked the zip ties around the villain's wrists one final time to make sure they were tight. He nodded in approval of his work and stood up to leave, spinning around on his heel, only to run smack dab into Eraserhead. Holy shit! He screamed. He hadn't heard the man sneak up on him. Aid. Eraser said simply. Jesus Christ, when did you get here? He asked. About a minute ago. A minute? Eraserhead paid him no mind. I was looking for you. Aid sputtered. We are not moving past the minute thing, Eraserhead. He did exactly that. As I was saying, I was looking for you. There is an upcoming trigger raid in 3 days. How much healing energy do you have built up? The Vigilante crossed his arms. I could bring about 2 people on the brink of death back to full health. Why? Good. I was wondering if you would like to participate in it. Aid did a double take. Eraser, he said hesitantly, I might be going crazy, because it sounded like you just invited me to a trigger raid. I did. Me? You. Aid gave him a disbelieving look, mouth hanging slightly agape. Eraser sighed. Is Aid? I'm inviting you to a trigger raid. Holy shit. Indeed. Holy shit. That is, in fact, what you just said 2 seconds ago. Aid pumped a fist in the air. Hell yeah. He shouted. Holy sirpy. I'm actually going to a trigger raid. Should I take that as a yes to my offer? Aid broke out into a wide smile. Yes. Dear Goddies, I'm gonna get to do real vigilante sheet. Thank you. I'm gonna kick some trigger dealer butt. Calm down. You're not going to see combat. Aid paused his celebration, his smile immediately falling. What? He asked. Eraser put a hand on his shoulder. As much as I trust your combat ability, you're not ready to participate in the battle of a planned raid. Most hero students don't get to do that until their 2nd year usually. Then what am I supposed to do? Cheer you on? Aid muttered sarcastically. Eraser frowned. Aid, combat is only one of the jobs in a raid. They consist of multiple moving parts, each one no less important than the other. There's the heroes, the police, the people operating the comms, the surveillance teams, and you'll be working with the medical team. Oh, Aid said, his mood brightening back up. All right. I can do that. Great. Eraser said. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a crumpled napkin with an address scribbled down on it. This is where it's going to happen. Be there by 3 p.m. on Saturday. Aid took the napkin from Eraser's hand, noting with amusement the printed on paw print in the corner. This man and his cat cafes. Hey, Aid said, his eyebrows knitting together in concern. You said at 3? I usually patrol at night. I don't go out during the day. I thought of that. Notice how it's on Saturday. That's by design, Aid. Now you won't have to skip going to preschool dash. I'm 14. To be able to go to the raid. Eraser finished. Aid huffed. Okay, fine. But how do I explain this to my mom? The black-haired man shrugged. Just say you're going to hang out with a friend. He gasped. You consider us friends, Eraser? I'm so touched. Eraser swatted at his head, but Aid ducked under his hand. Before either one of them could speak, the sound of police sirens rang through the air. Ah shit, Aid said. Looks like the cops finally showed up. He turned to run away. Would love to stay and chat more, But I don't want to be arrested along with these villains. See you on Saturday, Eraser. He gave a two-finger salute and broke into a sprint down the alley. Eraserhead gave him a small wave as he left. Izuku shrugged off his vigilante jacket and tossed it into his closet. He flopped into his bed and threw his arm over his eyes. He was tired as F-. His phone buzzed from its place on his nightstand. With a groan, he rolled over and pushed himself back up. He grabbed his phone and checked to see what caused it to go off. A notification from Discord was displayed on his lock screen. From Metzgelhertz. Hey, this is Kiba. He unlocked his phone and opened Discord. From Upagers. From Metzgelhertz. Hey, your username is fitting. From Zero Rude. I know I named myself that, but am still offended. From Metzgelhertz. You have to admit, with your two brain cells it describes you perfectly. From yeah, well, yours doesn't. From 1 second. From Metzgelhertz. Oh no. Dumbass on Ice has changed Metzgelhertz name to Gay But Snake. From Gay But Snake. You know what, I'm not even going to deny it. From Gay But Snake. I know it's true. From Gay But Snake. I'm still gonna change yours though. Gay But Snake has changed Dumbass on Ice's name to Hippocratic Oath? Don't know her. From Hippocratic. Don't know her. From Hippocratic Oath? Don't know her. What's that? From Gay But Snake. Jesus Christ. From Hippocratic Oath? Don't know her. What is it? From Gay But Snake. How TF do you not know? From Hippocratic Oath? Don't know her. It's not my fault, I don't know what the F Hippocraticism oath is. From Gay But Snake. It's the Hippocratic Oath, you walnut. From Hippocratic Oath? Don't know her. Just tell me what it is. From Gay But Snake. From Hippocratic Oath? Don't know her. Why not? From Gay But Snake. Because you are supposed to know medical sheet. From Hippocratic Oath? Don't know her. Then I am just gonna Google it. A few minutes passed. From Hippocratic Oath? Don't know her. From Gay But Snake. Yeah. From Hippocratic Oath? Don't know her. I will have you know I'm going to be helping out the paramedics at an upcoming hero raid so you can take your Hippocratic Oath and shove it. I'm cooler than it anyway. From Gay But Snake. From Gay But Snake. And also you're gonna be at a raid? From Hippocratic Oath? Don't know her. From Hippocratic Oath? Don't know her. I'm not fighting though. From Gay But Snake. Still cool. From Hippocratic Oath? Don't know her. From Hippocratic Oath? Don't know her. Even though I know I'm not gonna fight, I'm still a little nervous. Especially since one of my knives is broken. I don't want to get shanked more than usual. From Gay But Snake. More than usual? From Gay But Snake. Also one of your knives broke? How or do I even want to know? From Hippocratic Oath? Don't know her. I just broke it to win a spar against Eraser. From Gay But Snake. What did you do? From Hippocratic Oath? Don't know her. From Gay But Snake. 8 Answer me. From Hippocratic Oath? Don't know her. From Hippocratic Oath? Don't know her. I stabbed it into the ground to pin down his capture weapon. From Gay But Snake. From Hippocratic Oath? Don't know her. Shut. From Gay But Snake. Listen, do you really feel that nervous without one of your knives? From Hippocratic Oath? Don't know her. Yeah. A little bit. I just kind of feel defenseless without it. From Gay But Snake. Alright, cuz I think can get you one. From Hippocratic Oath? Don't know her. Wait, SRSLY? From Gay But Snake. Yeah, from her. From Hippocratic Oath? Don't know her. From Gay But Snake. A trauma surgeon from the hospital. From Gay But Snake. He'd probably be fine with it. From Hippocratic Oath? Don't know her. Really? Thank you so much. From Gay But Snake. No problem, my guy. Thank Haru if he says yes. From Hippocratic Oath? Don't know her. I will. From Hippocratic Oath? Don't know her. This man will suffocate under a mountain of thank you cards. From Gay But Snake. Now that I want to see. From Gay But Snake. Take a photo when you do. From Hippocratic Oath? Don't know her. The C, smiley face. From Hippocratic Oath? Don't know her. Oh shit, I just realized it's 4 a.m. From Hippocratic Oath? Don't know her. Jesus Christ, I need to sleep. From Gay But Snake. From Hippocratic Oath? Don't know her. From Gay But Snake. Holy shit, Aid whispered. In his hands was a sleek black K-bar knife. It was made of strong, heavy metal and had a razor-sharp edge that promised the painful bite of steel for anyone who crossed its path. For a blade that was supposed to be used, the knife was free of any scratches or nicks. It almost looked brand new. He turned the blade over, the dark metal dancing dangerously in the light as he shifted it. On the grip of the knife he could see the steel tang running through the entirety of the handle, clasped between two sides of even darker mica with silver rivets running through both ends to hold it in place. Mesmerized by the deadly piece of art in his hands, he unwittingly moved his fingers to the edge of the blade, pressing his thumb against the sharp metal. Immediately, and without much more effort than just placing his hand along the blade, a bead of blood formed from the cut, a dark red ruby, almost like a jewel adorning a crown of broken obsidian. Eventually, the drop grew too big and slipped down the black metal like a tear. The sudden movement snapped him out of his reverie, and he quickly pulled his hand away. He let healing energy flow to the wound, closing it as quickly as it formed. He liked the blood off his finger, the taste of old coins assaulting his tongue. He didn't particularly like the taste of blood very much. In fact, he didn't like blood altogether. Unfortunately, blood kind of came in his job description. Still, the taste made him smile. It told him that the blade cut cleanly and with ease. He wasn't smiling because it was blood, he was smiling because of the knife. It was appealing. It was deadly. It was perfect. Aid turned to face Kiba. You said you got this from your coworker? He asked. Kiba smiled proudly. Yep. Haru was nice enough to give it up. She reached over to give the knife a tap. You're one lucky fellow. This knife is quirk strengthened, so it'll almost never dull or break. You could drag this thing through hell and back and it would still be unmarred. Aid turned his attention back to the knife. He held it in his hands almost reverently. He turned the blade around once again, pausing as the light caught on something. He leaned in closer. At the base of the, carved in small neat letters, was a name. Yoshida, he breathed. It was spoken so softly it was hardly even a whisper. The name felt firm and powerful in his mouth. Cold and perilous. Fitting. He slid the knife into its sheath, the holster attached to his thigh by two Kevlar buckles. He flicked the lock closed with a click. He couldn't quite place it, but the knife seemed familiar. It felt like a word that was on the tip of his tongue, so close to knowing where he saw it, yet so far. Choosing not to dwell on it, he smiled at Kiba. This is amazing. He said, please tell Haru I said thank you. The mountain of cards may take a while to make. Kiba chuckled. He told me there was no thanks necessary, he's just happy to get other people into knives. She paused. And weaponry in general, come to think of it, she muttered. It still hurt it. Oh, so he likes weapons then? He asked. Kiba chuckled, is putting it mildly, more accurately he is in love with them. Absolutely enamored with all things from blades to guns to even freaking medieval bows, that guy. What is he, American? Kiba sputtered, I mean his dad is. Aid nodded sagely, explains everything. Kiba barked out a laugh, before explaining, it actually comes from his quirk. How so? Just. The doctor shrugged, I don't know the details, just that he needs to have them on him pretty much at all times. I don't know how many weapons he has, probably too many to count. I just know he owns them because of his quirk, and because of that he has a lot. She paused to think, oh, and probably because of his previous profession. Huh, the Vigilante said, neat. Okay, Eraser said, since this your first raid I don't expect you to know what to do, so I want you to listen carefully to what you're told and to do it. No going rouge this time, Aid. I had to jump through some hoops to get you here, so please behave. Aide gave him a salute. Aye aye sir. Eraser smiled. Now, here's how today is going to work. The heroes will enter the building. He pointed to a large gray warehouse 2 blocks down the road. In 5 minutes and do our part. You don't need to know about the details because you, he pointed at Aide, will be over there with them. He gestured over to a group of paramedics. There are 2 med teams. You will be assisting team 2. They have walkie-talkies on them that will tell them when a patient is being brought in so they won't catch you by surprise. Those paramedics are highly trained. Listen to them. You may have combat experience, but they have actually been to med school. They know what they are doing. Aide nodded, chest tightening as his nerves began to act up. As much as he tried to push it down, a concoction of excitement and anxiety had been steadily growing in him as the time for the raid grew closer. Eraser must have seen it, because he clapped his back on Aide's shoulder comfortingly and said, "You'll do fine. You'll have people there to help you. You may be new to this kind of stuff, but you have enough experience to help." Aide nodded again, swallowing thickly. Eraser pushed him lightly in the direction of the paramedics. "Go on, problem child. You've got a job to do." Izuku did just that, quickly moving towards the group. There were 3 paramedics in total. One was a short, around late 20s looking man. He had long, gray-blue feathers on his head in the place of hair. Another was a much taller man. He had an angular face and sharp eyes. His hair was an ashen gray and sitting atop his head was a pair of sleek, almost silver-looking rabbit ears. He looked to be around the same age as the other man. Finally, the last man was of large build with wide shoulders and an imposing height. His arms were huge, the muscles rippling just beneath the skin as he gestured while he talked to Man 2. He had messy brown hair that he cut short with a large stripe of white running through it. He also had completely white eyes, so he assumed it had something to do with his quirk, not age. Unlike the other 2, he looked to be in his mid-40s. He walked over to them and dipped into a deep, dramatic bow, then rose back up, a large grin on his face. "Hello. I'll be your designated vigilante for the evening. Would you like to have some more time to decide, or are you ready to order?" There was no response, just blank stares from the 3 of them. His smile fell. "Sheesh, tough crowd." Featherman turned to his colleagues, a deep scowl on his face. "So, is he just gonna make bad jokes or is he gonna actually be helpful on the field?" The brunette smacked him upside the head. "Washi!" He shouted, appalled. "Don't be rude. You can't just be mean to somebody when they did nothing." He turned to Aide and gave an embarrassed bow. "I'm so sorry about him, Dash." "Don't apologize to him," Washi grumbled. The older man shot him a glare, but ignored him. "He's just a little upset because he feels like the heroes are just letting someone waltz in and do our job for us." "Don't lie," the one with rabbit ears said in. "We all are." He spoke in such a calm voice, but Aide could tell he was angry. His true feelings were betrayed by how calm it was. There was no emotion, it was perfectly cold and hard, like granite. No calm person speaks like that. That's a voice of well-contained anger, simply a wall between boiling fury inside and the rest of the world. "And we have every right to be." Washi shouted, "I bet this kid can't even apply a band-aid, let alone save a life. I was fine with them sending in children as soldiers, I was fine with patching them up from jobs they were underqualified for, but now that they're interfering with my work? I can be angry about that, Fujioka." The brunette, now identified as Fujioka, frowned. "The kid hasn't even done anything yet. Base your opinions on what people have done, you too. All you've done so far is assume." "It's a logical assumption," Bunny Ears said, and man did that remind Izuku of Eraser. "You know how heroes are, they just walk in and pretend like they own the place. Chances are this one isn't different." Aide waved his hands in front of him frantically. "I'm not trying to do that, I swear. I'm just here to help," he explained quickly. "I have a healing quirk. I can heal pretty much any wound, I just have a limited supply of how much I can heal. I also have a good deal of medical training so I can assist you with the easier stuff. Just think of me as portable health in a can, or a helper." The trio considered him, thinking about it. Izuku waited with bated breath for them to make up their minds about him. Surprisingly, Washi was the first one to do so. A large smile spread across his face. It was a sharp-toothed, predatory thing, and Izuku was vaguely reminded of Akano when she started teaching him. Welcome to hell. Izuku shivered. Now that, Washi said, grin remaining fixed on his face, I can work with. But if you even think of doing something you are underqualified for, I will have you out of here faster than you can say, I'm sorry. He was the first domino to fall, and soon Rabbit Ears joined him on team, maybe don't murder the Vigilante. Just follow our lead, he said slowly, and if you don't mess up, then maybe you're worth half a DMN. Fujioka, who had been on his side the entire time, breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to Izuku, welcome to the team, he clapped his hands together, now. You've introduced yourself, but I don't believe we have. I'm Fujioka Yoshiro, he pointed at Washi, that grumpy dwarf dash. You Fujioka? Is Washi Sho, and our little bunny boy is Ishii Akihiko. Ishii waved at him. The walkie-talkie attached to Fujioka's hip suddenly jumped to life, a static voice crackling over the speaker. All units, prepare for action. Heroes will enter the building in 3 P's 2 1. Distantly Izuku could hear the sound of yelling and faint crashing. Washi clapped him on the back, feral grin fixed back on his face. Let the torture begin. Izuku was seriously starting to wonder if he and Akano were related. A few minutes passed of relative inaction, the paramedics making sure everything was in place and explaining a few procedures. Then, all hell broke loose. -1 villain, large cut on arm, PZZ possible concussion -2 broken bones -8 we need healing over here, yes right there -2 bleeding out -8 wrap this Washi I need help CRP, 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 CRP Don't say that around patient's aid. Aid over here aid. Patient flew by. Aid held down patients when they were trying to set a bone, dressed wounds, and healed whatever he could. His supplies of healing energy was depleting fast, but it didn't matter. He was an outsider, that much was clear. The team was still cold to him, with the exception of Fujioka. He wasn't expecting anything more, but it's still kind of seeky. They didn't give him much instruction unless they absolutely needed to, and they didn't talk to him, pretty much at all. On top of that, Ishii kept giving him looks when he healed patients. He didn't know what that was about, just that it was uncomfortable and that despite that he could work with it. Things had slowed down a bit, but the battle was still raging on. Right now he was treating a villain with a long gash down his leg. It wasn't too deep, but it was still big. He had disinfected it and was about to heal it. His eyes started glowing blue, little jumps of static zapping between his fingertips. He was about to reach out and let the healing energy flow into the wound, when a hand was placed on his shoulder. He looked up over his shoulder in confusion. Ishii stood over him, his face a blank mask as always. Don't heal that, Izuku looked at him quizzically, why not? I have healing energy left. Save it. But I can help this man, why shouldn't I? You can do that without wasting precious resources. But it's quicker, more painless, and what do you mean by wasting? Ishii frowned, exactly what the word means. You are wasting healing energy on that. Anger rose in Izuku, he'd faced his fair share of discrimination for his quirk, and he wasn't about to let someone refuse treatment to an injured person. He wouldn't stand for it. Aren't you people supposed to treat all patients equally? Why is this man a waste to you? He isn't a waste to me, just your use of resources is. We are taught to treat patients equally, Ishii explained, but we're also taught to conserve resources. You're making no sense. What am I doing wrong? Ishii stared at him blankly before sighing, let me explain. Let's say you got a steady stream of patients with minor injuries. What would you do? Heal them with my quirk. Izuku said, his voice resolute. What happens when you run out of healing energy? Then ISW to stitches. Now let's imagine someone with a life-threatening injury comes in. What do you do? Heal them. Ah, Ishii said, but you ran out. Izuku frowned, then I use traditional medicine. But what if that doesn't work? What if they're bleeding out and you can't do anything to stop it? What then? What would happen? Izuku felt blood beneath his fingers. He felt his face slick with sweat and tears. He wasn't standing in front of Ishii, he was in a dark alley. It wasn't a small cut, it was a life-threatening stab wound, and the patient he was treating wasn't some random villain, it was Eraser. "He heal them," he said, voice wavering. The hero was going to die, and it was all his fault. "How? You have no healing energy." The sound of a cracking rib. "I'd find some." There was no guarantee he would be that lucky again. "And what if you don't?" The world snapped back into focus. There was no blood on his hands, there was no dying hero, it was just him and Ishii staring into each other's eyes. Then they die. Ishii stared down at him, his face nor his steel-gray eyes betraying any emotion. "Correct," he said. "What do I do then?" Izuku asked quietly. Ishii sighed again. "You do what I've been trying to tell you to do. You conserve resources." He crouched down by Izuku and gestured at the villain's injury. "Look at this cut, it's just over 1/4 of an inch deep. Does that sound threatening to you?" "No," he answered honestly. He had left people with cuts that shallow before to collect healing energy. "Correct. Now you were tasked to help this person, and your innate reaction is to heal them with your quirk because it is easy and it is quick." Ishii's hand fell to his knife strapped to Izuku's leg. "I know you fight, you're a vigilante, so you must know that you cannot rely on your quirk for everything. Healing somebody isn't going to help you fight now, is it? You have to rely on your skill instead." He brought his hand back up and started threading a needle. "Medicine is like that. You cannot rely solely on your quirk. If you do, then you will end up killing someone due to your negligence. But," he held the needle out to Izuku, looking him dead in the eye, "if you learn where and when to use your quirk, it becomes a tool, not a handicap. Back our example, if you only treated all those minor injuries with traditional medicine, then when the life-threatening injury came in you would be able to save them, and save many more." Ishii's eyes seemed to stare past Izuku's body and skip to peering into Izuku's very soul. "So," he said, "do you choose to take the easy way out and hinder yourself, or do you choose to save lives?" Izuku stared down at the needle, the cold metal gleaming in the afternoon light. Hesitantly, he reached out, his hand hovering in the air uncertainly. He closed his eyes. He didn't know why he was hesitating. This was what his entire purpose was. Was he scared? Maybe. Why was he scared? He didn't know. Was he really so afraid of commitment, of not taking the easy route that he couldn't even say he would try? He became a vigilante to aid heroes. He became a vigilante to help people. He became a vigilante to save lives. Casting aside his hesitancy, he reached forward and grabbed the needle. He felt so light without it, and he began to realize how cumbersome his doubt had become. "I choose to save lives," he said with not a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Ishii smiled at him. "Then you are not quite the fool I believed you to be." It should have felt like an insult, but Izuku could tell that to Ishii it was a compliment. Izuku matched his smile and started stitching up the cut. His movements felt more deliberate now, more decisive. He felt awake. Like he wasn't just coasting through every minute, he was living it. Ishii was kinder to him after his decision. In turn, Washi seemed to be too. They gave him more direction, more help, and also trusted him more. More patients flew by. Few wounds to heal and loads to treat. He saved his healing energy and soon he was wrapping limbs as easily as he would use his quirk on them. Broken leg, lacerations, concussion, stab wound, cracked skull, gunshot wound, he helped treat all of them. He wasn't an outsider anymore, he was a part of the team, working in fluid motion with the trio as he had seen Kiba and Akano do together in the ER and as he and Eraser did in battle. In total so far there were 14 people treated by Med Team 2. 2 of them were heroes. 12 of them were villains. As their 15th patient was brought in, a villain with a broken jaw, Izuku thought about this. He had expected a large number of injuries, sure. This was a major raid after all, but it was the ratio of hero to villain that surprised him. 13th villain today, he remarked casually while replacing their stock of gauze. "I'm surprised we haven't seen more heroes." Washi scoffed. "Why do you think?" Izuku thought about it. "Heroes are trained better?" he guessed. "That's part of it. Ishii said, but it's also because they often use excessive force. There was the granite calm again. He was angry. Izuku scrunched his brow in confusion. From what he had seen of Eraserhead, the man used only as much force as he needed to subdue a villain. Nothing more, nothing less. I'm not sure I follow, he said. Think aid, Washi said. Unlike Ishii, he felt no need to conceal his irritation. Of the two heroes we treated, what were their injuries? Concussion and lacerations to arms, he said without missing a beat. And what were some of the villain's injuries? Gunshot wound, broken jaw, fractured skull, concussion, compound fracture to leg. He trailed off, slowly realizing what Washi was trying to say. Of the two, who do you think would hold back less, heroes or villains? I would assume villains, but dash. But when you're faced with such indisputable evidence, you start to doubt, Washi finished for him. When neither party holds back, the weaker person gets hurt much more. Washi scowled, his eyes clouding with anger. The majority of heroes have no respect for the villains they deal with. They beat them bruised and bloody, practically on death's door, then send them to us and expect us to fix them like they're broken toys. I've seen men half drowned, women covered head to toe in burns, legs ripped to shreds, faces mangled beyond recognition, you name it, I've seen it. They don't let people see the things we do. Ruins their perfect image. No one argued with him. It seemed they all agreed to some extent. Fujioka nudged Washi comfortingly with his elbow. I've seen those things too, Washi, but you've got to remember that not all of them are that bad, you know. Some of them are gentle, some of them are kind, some are doing their jobs with care. He paused, a devilish smile spread across his face. In fact. Oh God, no. Washi screamed. Ishii shook his head. There he goes again. Fujioka put his hand across his chest proudly. I once worked alongside a hero named Ares a couple of times. He would always stay behind and help out the EMTs and paramedics after battles. He smiled at Aid, kind of like you. Izuku couldn't help the blush that crept across his face. Fujioka continued his story. He treated everyone so kindly and with such gentleness. Villains you would see him subduing ruthlessly only minutes prior, he treated like they were worth the world to him. They were all patients to him, people he loved to help, despite having them shoot, stab, and use their quirks on him previously. He was a true hero, I tell you. Izuku couldn't agree more. Ares was one of his favorite heroes before he dropped off the map. He turned back to arranging the new packages of gauze into their container. A warm feeling filled him. For one, it was almost peaceful. The battle was almost over after all. The action was calming down. For the first time since the raid started, he relaxed fully. A few minutes of relative calm passed by. Suddenly, he heard panicked shouting start in the distance. Then, he heard the sound of people running. Then, the warehouse exploded. Aid flipped around just in time to see flaming debris flying right at him. Without wasting a second, he dove out of the way. He could feel the object clip over the tips of his hair and feel the heat of the flames on his neck. He didn't stop to contemplate his narrow avoidance of death, instead immediately snapping his head back up to survey the situation. The warehouse was consumed in flames. Concrete debris and chunks of burning buildings surrounded the structure. The flames danced across the walls, pouring out of every window and broken part of the building. Already, a thick black smoke was rising from the destruction. Hordes of people were running from the building in fear. Some people ditched the group, while others could be seen dragging the injured with them. He looked around frantically. Where was Eraser? With no hesitation, or perhaps no sense of self-preservation, he ran towards the building. Eraser! He screamed. Eraser, where are you? Someone who was fleeing in the opposite direction bumped shoulders with him. He kept pushing forward. Eraser! A group of people pushed him out of their path. Eraser! A large wooden beam fell from the building towards him. He rolled expertly out of the way. Please don't be dead. Please don't be dead. Eraser! He cried. His eyes swept over his surroundings, panicked. Eraser! He ran around the perimeter of the building. Eraser! From his right, he heard loud coughing. He ran towards it, finding a body trapped under a thankfully not burning piece of debris. It was Eraserhead. His body shook with harsh coughs as he tried to claw himself out from the wreckage. His foot was caught. Izuku rushed forward, and using all the strength he had, he pried at the debris pinning the hero down. At first it didn't budge, and Izuku's heart sank. He widened his stance, took a deep breath, and strained with every bit of power he had against the rubble. This time, he was able to lift it. Not much, but enough to allow the hero to pull himself free. The second the man was clear, Izuku dropped the debris. He immediately rushed to Eraserhead's side. "Eraser!" he yelled. "Are you all right?" Eraser coughed again. "Yes, luckily," he croaked. "Thank you for getting me out from under there." Izuku's brow knitted together. "What happened?" he asked. Eraser scowled. "It wasn't just a trigger storehouse like Intel told us. It was a production facility." More coughing. By the time we realized that, it was too late to pull out. Some sidekick with a flame quirk launched an attack, and the flames lit some spilled chemicals. Unluckily for us, they caught fire and spread it to the rest of the lab. Cough. You know the rest. The whole thing combusted. We barely had time to run. "Did everyone get out?" he asked. Eraser looked around, counting softly under his breath. He stopped halfway through and cursed, "SAR's still in there." The hero moved to stand up and run back in, but the second he put pressure on his foot he fell to the ground with a gasp of pain. Izuku glanced nervously at the burning warehouse. Every second they wasted was a second closer to death for SAR. Eraser was in no state to save him right now. "I'll go," he said. Eraser snapped his head over to him, scowl already fixed on his face. "No," he said, "no way." "Then who?" he asked, glaring right back at the man. "I can go," Eraser growled. "Just heal me. If you go in there you'll die from smoke inhalation or burns. That doesn't mean you should do it though, Aid." "Why not?" "I brought you to this raid as part of the med team so you wouldn't get hurt, Aid." Eraser shouted. "I can heal myself," Izuku argued. "You can't. You made a promise you wouldn't go rogue." Eraserhead screamed. Silence hung in the air, and he could see Eraser's eyes widen in understanding of what it meant. "No," he said softly with fear in his eyes. "No, Aid, no." Izuku gave him a bittersweet smile. "Sorry, Eraser, looks like I'm going to have to break this one." He turned his back to the hero. "Aid, wait, dash!" he cried, but it was too late. The Vigilante had already started running. Eraser was left on the ground, only able to watch helplessly as Aid disappeared in a wreath of flames. As soon as Izuku entered the building he regretted it. Immediately thick black smoke clouded the air in front of him, swirling around between the flames. The fire danced and the smoke followed. They spun around the room together like a waltz. Izuku could have appreciated it if not for how much pain it was causing him. The smoke was so thick he could barely see in front of him. If he held out his arm he could barely see the tips of his fingers. The fumes stung his throat and burned his lungs. Each breath was painful, like drinking lava. He felt like he was suffocating, in fact he probably was to some degree. His eyes watered and stung. There was a steady stream of tears pouring down his face, the soot in the air sticking to it, making it look like he was crying tar instead of tears. In spite of all this, Izuku kept pushing on. He kept running and searching. He needed to find SAR. If he didn't, he could die. No, he would die. This brought Izuku to his next obstacle, fire. It singed his skin and burnt right through it. Epidermis, dermis, fat. Soon it would reach muscle. It was the worst thing he had ever felt, being burned alive. He had had third-degree burns before, but never this fast, never this many, never all at once. He had never been afraid of dying from those burns. He activated his quirk, letting healing energy circulate through him, healing his wounds instantaneously. Blue lightning crackled around him. In his rush, he forgot to turn his quirk off. Without anywhere for it to go, the healing energy just kinda sat in him. A lick of flame rose to his face, scorching a small line across his cheek. The healing energy that had been sitting dormant immediately jumped to restore the skin. Izuku's jaw dropped a little. Bit in shock. If he just didn't turn off his quirk, he couldn't really be hurt. It would heal as soon as he was burned. It still hurt, but it couldn't harm him. A manic smile spread across his face. He could do this. He continued to circulate through him, so as flames consumed him, he came out unscathed. It felt like he was being eaten alive by thousands of ants. He was in pain like none he had felt before. He was literally on fire, but he didn't care. He was okay. He could do this. He felt his healing energy supplies drain steadily, and was immensely grateful for Ishii for telling him to save it. He would be dead without that. He was on a timer though, and he couldn't ignore it. If he didn't get in and out in time, he would die as well as Sar. So he leaped through flames, not pausing to flinch or cry out in pain as he did so. He didn't have the time. He was fine, he could do this. He let the smoke and flames bite at him, he didn't care. He could do this. A large piece of metal swung down from the ceiling. The burning hot iron hitting his face, dislocating his jaw, and branding a large mark across his face. He popped his jaw back in, and the injury healed. He could do this. He healed his lungs as the cells died from chemical and thermal irritation. He could do this. His fingers turned black from smoke and bloody from burns. He could do this. Blisters formed and healed again and again and again. He could do this. He could do this. He could do this. Izuku bursted through a wall of flames into a new room. A figure lay curled up in the corner. To his immense relief, he could see their chest rise and fall. He was still breathing. He ran up to them and pulled them over. They were dressed in a very familiar black coat and mask with red detailing. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. It was Sar. Izuku checked him over. He had a good amount of burns on him, mostly first and second degree, but there were a couple thirds. Luckily there was nothing he couldn't fix, he just needed to get him out of here first. If they ran out of healing energy on the way back they were both screwed, so he didn't heal him right now. He leaned in to listen to his breathing. It was hoarse and shaky. Sheet, he cursed, smoke inhalation. Izuku hoisted Sar up on his shoulder, and was vaguely reminded of doing that to Eraser. With no small amount of effort he started hobbling out with the hero draped across him. The way out was in some ways easier than the way in. Before he had been stumbling around blindly, simply hoping to find the hero. He had no idea where he was going and where he was. He was completely in the dark. Now though, he had a clear destination and a general direction to get to it. He didn't know the route out by heart, but he had an idea. He wasn't blind anymore. However, there was a new set of complications. First, he had to lug an Enitor Ifeng man with him. A man who was, might he remind you, a lot taller and heavier than him. Izuku was muscular now, but he wasn't goddamn an all might. He was just a slightly jacked 14-year-old the size of a Russian nesting doll with a baby face. He was short, and not nearly strong enough to carry Sar easily. At this point he was more dragging the guy along with him instead of carrying him. Second, he was still on his timer. His healing energy was depleting fast. Even faster now because he was using himself as a shield between Sar and anything that could harm him. He didn't have enough healing energy to manage both the hero's wounds and his own. He just had to pray to God that Sar would be fine. Izuku just needed to get them both out in time. That brought him to his last point. He had another timer now. Not just on himself, but now on Sar as well. If he didn't get him out in time, he was dead. He didn't want to spend the healing energy on him and strand the both of them in the fire, but he couldn't let Sar die. If he didn't manage both timers well, they were both F'd. So with the added motivation of, 2 lives are resting on your shoulders stupid, don't he made his way out with haste. He pushed through flames and used his own body to keep them off Sar. He took the burns, he could afford it, Sar couldn't. He dodged falling objects and let smoke fill his lungs. He let his skin turn red and black. He let the fire bite into his flesh and bone and consume it. It didn't matter. He could do this. As long as he got them out. He could do this. As long as he got Sar out. He could do his. Izuku didn't know how long he had been running. He didn't know how many times he had been burned. Everything hurt. When Izuku saw the cool light of day shine into the golden glow of flames and embers, he felt like he could cry. Oh, there he went. Tears slid down his face freely. He didn't even try to stop them. He ran faster, dragging Sar with him. He ran towards that light with everything he had. His chapped lips broke into a smile, the soot-coated skin splitting and causing blood to dribble down his chin. The cuts healed immediately. He ran into that light. The world seemed blinding. Sar was safe. They were safe. Relief flooded into him. It felt like stepping into a cool pool of water. He didn't have the luxury to indulge in that feeling, however. Sar didn't have the time. "Help!" he yelled, his dry throat screaming in protest. "Help! He needs immediate medical help." Sar had been exposed to the smoke for far too long. Izuku could heal him, but he still thinks he will need intubation. There was still sheet in the lungs, and if he healed them fully there would be nothing left for the burns. Luckily, that was one of the things he could do, as he carried the supplies to do so on him in his bag. It was important to stabilize airways. "He needs intubation," he yelled. He wasn't great at that yet, and it wouldn't hurt to let the paramedics know. Unfortunately, they couldn't do anything with that mask still on. Izuku pulled out a scalpel from his pocket and went to work on getting the mask off. He felt bad as he started lifting the mask, as Sar probably didn't show his face for a reason, but his life was more important than his comfort. Luckily, the skin was only burned, and was only melted into the mask in a few small places, which he easily freed from his face. Once he was sure the mask wasn't attached to his face in any other places, he lifted the covering from Sar's face. The hero's face was marred with viscous burns and a few old scars. He had a well-defined jawline and sharp cheekbones. His eyebrows were singed but had good shape. Barring the burns, he was very attractive. Izuku didn't understand why he hid his face. Ishii skidded to a stop behind him just as he started intubating Sar. "Am I doing this right?" he asked, hating the way his voice quivered with the question. Ishii looked closely. "Yes," he said, crouching beside him. "Good job," he tacked on stiffly. Once the tube was in securely, he started squeezing the pump rhythmically. "Could you take this?" he asked. "I need to heal the lungs." Ishii nodded and wordlessly took the pump from him. Izuku placed his hand on Sar's chest and focused his mind. He had found that his healing energy would normally just jump to whatever was closest to the point of contact, but with focus he could direct it to some degree. He didn't want to heal the burns right now. He pictured the lungs in his mind, the pink tissue expanded and contracted, the image was clear as day in his mind. He let the healing energy go, and even though he couldn't see it, he knew it went to the lungs. He smiled. Just used enough to heal them partly. Just enough so there wouldn't be any permanent damage. He was dangerously low on healing energy now, but he could make do with it. He pulled out his new knife. Yoshida's black metal shone beautifully. Izuku cut off Sar's breathes quickly and ripped off his jacket and shirt, observing the burns as he went. He focused on the third-degree burns and the 2 fourth-degree ones he hadn't noticed before. They were small and located on his ankles. Just as those 2 burns closed up, his healing energy ran out. It felt like trying to shoot a gun, only for it to be empty. He could honestly hear the empty click in his head as he tried to activate his quirk again. He looked back over Sar's body. It was all 2nd degree and 1st degree left. It would scar for a few months at most. His breath caught as his eyes reached Sar's face. There was no 3rd degree, but it was burned, it would scar and bad. His face would heal from red and angry burns to a gnarled mess of silver scars. It might be vain, but he felt horrible for Sar. His face was going to have permanent damage. As much as Izuku was wrong to think it, it would look bad. It would be distorted and messed up. Immediately Izuku's mind filled with anger. Why did that in turn have to mess up? Why did the fire have to spread? Why did Sar have to be trapped? Why couldn't Izuku have gotten him out faster? Why couldn't Izuku have healed him? Why did Izuku always have to fail? Why did this stuff happen to people who didn't deserve it? Why didn't it happen to him? Why did he have to be so useless? Why did he have to be a failure? Why did it have to be like this? The thought silenced his mind for a moment. He looked to Yoshida sitting calmly in his hand awaiting his decision. He saw how its edge shone bright and sharp as if speaking to him. It didn't have to be like this. He moved back from Sar and Ishii, checking to make sure no one was watching. When he was sure no one was, he rolled his breathes and lifted the knife in the air. For a second doubt crept in. What if this was the wrong thing to do? He purged it from his mind as soon as it came. He tossed the idea like paper into flame. 1 second and it was gone. He stuffed a roll of gauze between his teeth and bit down hard. With no doubt or fear, he ripped off the band-aid and plunged the knife into the muscle of his thigh. Once it was halfway sheathed into his leg, he dragged it sideways, though an area he knew was non-lethal, but harmful nonetheless. Pain seared through his leg, and the only thing that kept him from crying out was the gauze in his mouth. On the flip side, warm happiness crept through him. He felt fuzzy and light-hearted. Dopamine was flooding through his brain. Why did his quirk have to be so contradictory? His leg throbbed with the beat of his heart, and a pained tear slipped through his eyes. Pathetic. He should be able to deal with the little pain. He pulled the knife out and removed the gauze from his mouth, stuffing some in the hole, and used the rest to wrap his thigh. He could stitch it up when he got home. He rolled his breathed leg back down and slid back over to Sar and Ishii as if nothing had happened. As far as Izuku was concerned, nothing did. He just had healing energy that he didn't before. He just had the means to heal Sar's face now. He reached across the body to touch his face, letting blue lighting fly. The burns shifted from red and blistered to just red, then to pink, then to perfect skin. The face stitched itself back together as Izuku and Ishii watched, one with resigned confidence and the other with his steel gaze. By the end of it, Sar's face was back to pale smooth skin, the old scars the only thing left that broke up his porcelain complexion. Ishii looked at Izuku. He knew the Vigilante had run out of healing energy. There was no question in his eyes. He was probably halfway done piecing together what Izuku had done. There was nothing in his eyes, just cold HS. Izuku met his gaze. Ishii stared into his eyes and Izuku in turn did the same. Tempered metal met pine tree green. Izuku did not back down from Ishii's stare. He was not the only one with steel eyes. Ishii was the first one to break eye contact, simply returning to manning the pump. He did not say anything, his expression did not change. His eyes stayed cold, and his mouth stayed in an impassive line. If he had opinions, he did not voice them. "May I go?" Izuku asked. He found his voice was calm and hard, just like he had heard from Ishii times before. It wasn't hiding anger, unlike the rabbit-eared man. It was hiding something else. What that something was, even Izuku did not know. After a long pause, Ishii's reply came, "Yes." His voice was granite. Izuku sat at the end of an unused ambulance, his legs swinging freely off the edge. Suddenly, a hand smacked him over the head from behind. "Oh, what the hell?" he said, looking over his shoulder to see who it was. "The fuck dash." It was Eraser. Izuku shrunk down. The man was glaring at him with fire hotter than the burning warehouse in his eyes. Izuku would quite honestly run back into that than face him right now. He looked away nervously. Eraser did not. Eventually he cracked under the pressure. Sorry," he offered. Eraser wasted no time in pulling him into a headlock. "You absolute effing idiot," he shouted angrily. "What about any of that seemed like a good idea to you?" "I'm sorry," he cried. "Interesting." Eraser deadpanned. "I had to save Sar." "You don't say?" Irritation was creeping back into his voice. "He would have died." "Wow," Eraser said, sarcasm laid on so thick you could spread it across toast. "Really? What was I supposed to do?" Eraser tightened the headlock. "Literally anything besides that aid. Literally anything." "Eraser, I can't breathe." He tightened the headlock again. "You don't get oxygen privileges until you say the correct thing." "I'm sorry." He choked out. He tightened it again. "Wrong. I messed up." Again, correct, but wrong. He couldn't breathe. "W won't do it." Again. Eraser finally let him go, and Izuku dropped to the floor gasping for air. "There," Eraser said, "that wasn't so hard now, was it?" Izuku paused his gasping to glare at Eraser. Yes, it was. I couldn't breathe, dumbass." Eraser cracked his knuckles. "Huh? Did I hear you say you wanted to be put in a headlock again?" "I couldn't quite hear it. What did you say?" Izuku gulped in fear. "Nothing, sir." Eraser pinned him with a glare. That's what I thought. Izuku wanted to die. The hero sat down beside him and ran a tired hand through his hair. Now that you've been reprimanded, I can do what I need to do. He pulled Izuku into a hug before he could even blink. Do you have any idea how worried I was, kid? He asked, and Izuku felt something wet on his shoulder. I thought you were going to die. I wouldn't dash, he started to say, but Eraser cut him off. The man whispered, burying his face further into Izuku's shoulder. Let me have this. They stayed like that for 5 minutes before Eraserhead finally pulled away. The wet patch on Izuku's shoulder had since doubled in size. When he saw Eraser's face, his suspicions were confirmed. Eraser had been crying. Eraser, he said helplessly. It was clear from Eraser's face the topic was closed off. The hero wiped his. I have to ask Aid, how did you survive there? Eraser said, his voice a little groggy. You literally leap through flames. How are you not dead? Izuku perked up. He was actually pretty excited to explain his discovery. Well, you know how I can heal myself? Eraser nodded. Well, if I just don't turn off my quirk, the healing energy has nowhere to go and kinda just circulates through my body, so the second I actually do get hurt, it heals immediately without me even having to think about it. I become functionally immortal. You know, Eraser said slowly, I'm only a lowly teacher at UA, so I could be wrong, but that sounds an awful lot like a super move. A beat of silence passed. Holy shit! Izuku yelled, I have a super move. Eraser chuckled lowly. So, what are you going to name it? Izuku hummed and paused to think. Juggernaut, he settled on finally. Eraser smiled, barely an upturn of his lips. Good choice. Izuku smiled back. So you're not angry at me anymore? Eraser laughed full on this time, before leveling Izuku with a dead-eyed look. Oh, absolutely not. I am still FING furious. Izuku did not have the courage to say anything to that. He chose to move on to a different topic. You know, Izuku said, I think this went well for my first raid. How is any of this screaming good to you? I did not die. Eraserhead face palmed. God help me, he muttered. This was it. Today was the most important day of his life to date. Getting his quirk was minuscule, losing Bakugo as a friend was small, saving Eraser irrelevant, and becoming a vigilante was barely infinitesimal in comparison to today. Nothing compared to this moment. Yes, that's right, today was the long-awaited HeroCon. More importantly, it was his first HeroCon cosplaying. He looked up at the entrance. Large posters of All Might and various other heroes plastered over the large windows. Their smiles loomed over him, the sun reflecting against the glass beside them and surrounding the posters in warm light akin to a holy glow. Yes, holy. As far as Izuku was concerned, this was sacred ground. It was HeroCon for Christ's sake. What's more divine than that? Aid. Izuku turned to face the voice, seeing Kiba jogging over to him. She was dragging Akano with her by the wrist. Kiba was dressed as Mandalay from the Wild Wild PP Cats. The costume was incredible, and if Izuku didn't know better, he could have confused her for the real thing. Everything from the wig to the skirt was perfect. The only thing that set her apart was her voice and her sharp-toothed smile. Akano was dressed as Tiger. Her face was fixed in a scowl, but what else was new? Her costume had a few more alterations to it. The skirt was more conservative, the shirt didn't expose any stomach, and she wasn't wearing a wig, her red hair instead tied up in a messy ponytail. One thing that was similar to Kiba's costume, however, was the craftsmanship. Not a single stitch was out of place. Kiba was much the slim figure he knew from the ER, but with Akano out of her scrubs and more skin exposed, he could really see how muscular she was. She wasn't a bodybuilder by any means, and she definitely has less than him, but she had lean muscles that moved with confident power as she ran towards Izuku. She could definitely beat someone up. Kiba! Izuku greeted her. There you are. Your costumes look amazing. I almost thought the real Mandalay and Tiger were running over to me for a second. I didn't know you two were going to go as a pair. Kiba laughed. Thank you. We usually do a theme. It was actually Akano's idea this year. Akano's face stayed mostly impassive, but her embarrassment was betrayed by the faint blush that spread across her face. You did all the sewing. She grumbled to Kiba, I hardly did anything. Izuku gaped, wait, you made this all yourself? Kiba's chest puffed out proudly, you get your but I did. My dad was a seamstress, I learned a thing or two from him. Well now I'm double impressed. It looks so good. Yours looks great too, she said, gesturing to his own outfit. He wore a loose-fitting black jumpsuit with a light gray belt running around his waist and the breaths of the suit tucked into tall black boots. Yellow goggles hung around his neck and a white scarf sat curled up on his shoulders. His hair was dyed black and blood-red contacts took the place of his spring green eyes. He was cosplaying as Eraserhead. Thank you. He blushed, it's really not that great. I just threw it together with a bit of paint and stuff I bought from the store. Kiba waved her hand dismissively. Lies, it looks great. Besides, that's the spirit of cosplaying. Making do with what you have. It looks freaking amazing, especially for your first year. Akano finally spoke up, I'm agreeing with Kiba on this one. It looks good. Izuku had nothing to say to that. When Akano compliments something, she means it. Formalities are really just a suggestion to her. Ha! Kiba crowed. Akano complimented you. Now you have to accept that you look awesome. Yeah, gloat all you want. He grumbled, I'm being ganged up on. SCK it? There was a pause and Kiba threw a glance to Akano, before elbowing her in the stomach. The red-haired woman sighed, is it? She said monotonously. Kiba smirked in triumph. They walked down Artist Alley glancing at the booths as they passed them. So if we spend an hour in Artist Alley, we can make it to present Mix panel, then spend time in the dealer's hall, and if we're lucky we can make it into Wash's panel as well. Then we can have lunch in the cafeteria. If we time it perfectly we'll make it just in time to participate in the costume contest. Kiba muttered to herself, working out the times. Akano hummed her confirmations, adding a thing or two every now and again. Now was one such time, that'll take about 2 hours. We'll have an hour left after that if we want time to rest before our shift tonight. We could go to the Q&A with Midnight. She's always an inspiration every year. Kiba said excitedly, sounds good. Anything you want to add, Aid? He shook his head. No, that about covers it. I would have loved to have seen All Might's panel, but I don't feel like waiting 5 hours to ensure we have a place in line. Kiba nodded along. Did that 1 year, was not worth it? Love the guy, but his speech basically boiled down to, you can do it, and plus ultra. Akano chuckled, we could always go to Endeavor's panel and throw tomatoes at him again. Aid sputtered, again. Kiba sighed wistfully, much as I would like to represent the medical community and nail him in the nuts with rotten fruit again, we got kicked out last time. It's a wonder we weren't banned. Wait, Aid said, how many times have you done this? Kiba didn't have the decency to look embarrassed. Only like twice. Don't get worked up about it. How have I not heard about this? He asked, mostly to himself. It was Akano who answered, his agency does everything to remove any trace of what happened from the internet. The only way to know about it is to be there or to hear about it from someone in conversation. Aid shot a look at Akano. You know, I expected this from Kiba Dash. Hey! But not from you. How did she rope you into that? Akano actually laughed, full-on laughed. Oh no. I was the one to suggest we do it. There was silence. What? Kiba laughed. Literally everybody in the medical community hates the man, but Akano has a special distaste for him. Izuku stared at them blankly. It feels like you just told me that the earth was flat and the sky is red. You're telling me that Akano was secretly an agent of chaos like us all along. Akano huffed indignantly, I am not. Izuku gave her a dead-eyed look. After what I just heard, don't even try to deny it. I am nowhere near the same level as you two. She protested. Yes you are, you just don't want to admit it. Kiba shouted. I am not. R2. They continued to peruse Artist Alley. Kiba found a few figurines to her liking and bought them while Izuku mostly admired from a distance. He didn't have the money to get a lot of the stuff he wanted. It was too expensive. His eye caught a present Mike figurine. It was handmade and absolutely stunning. It was of the man standing in a triumphant position, one hand in a peace sign, the other on his hip. His mouth was stretched wide in a smile that could rival All Might's. The best part, however, was the small cockatoo sitting on his shoulder. It was adorable, it was high quality, and it was $125. The price tag hung around the hero's neck, encircling it like a noose. It really put a damper on the mood. See something you like? Izuku practically jumped out of his skin. Holy hell, when did you get there? He asked Akano. She ignored him. Are you going to get it? He looked back at the figurine wistfully. Its price was more than he had on him. Nah, he said. I don't want it that much. Akano inspected the tag. I could get it for you. Izuku immediately snapped to attention. No. I really don't want it, Akano. It would be a waste of your money. He didn't want to make her spend that much money on him with nothing to give in return. Akano hummed thoughtfully before picking up the figurine. Too late, I'm getting it for you. Akano, no. You don't have to do that. She was already handing it to the cashier. Perhaps not, but I want to. The cashier swiped her card and handed it back to Akano in a bag, which she promptly handed to Izuku. He looked down at the figurine in the bag. Present Mike stared back up at him. You didn't have to do that. He said. No, I did not. He frowned deeply. I have nothing to pay you back with. Akano raised a brow. Am I not allowed to do something nice for a friend? Of course not. But, he fidgeted nervously, I have nothing I can give you in return. Akano sighed. If you want to repay me so much, how about you pay attention in the next lecture I give you? That's right, I see you drifting off. Is that enough for you? Izuku blushed and looked down. Thank you, Akano. Don't mention it, she said and turned around. Immediately, her eyes widened in shock. Sheet! She cursed and ran over to the booth where Kiba was trying to buy literally everything on the table. Izuku watched in amusement as the woman cuffed Kiba over the head. He continued to walk down the alley, bag in tow. Holy shit! Are you dressed as Eraserhead? The voice came from a guy in an artist booth he had just walked past. They were wearing a royal purple cat mask with silver detailing and tassels coming from the ears. It only covered the top half of his face, and tufts of lavender hair poked out from the edges of it. Izuku blinked in surprise. He hadn't expected to be recognized. Yes. He said lamely. Not many people recognize him. How did you know? The kid gestured to a sign behind him in the booth. It read, Underground Heroes and Vigilantes. Izuku opened his mouth and closed it. Oh. Dude, I'm so glad I finally met someone who knows about him. He's my favorite hero. The kid said, Today has kind of been a bust. Not many people have come here, and if they do it's only for the Vigilantes. No offense to Vigilantes, but underground heroes are cool too. Izuku smiled, agreed. He stepped closer to the booth to look at what was sold. Eraserhead is also one of my favorites. He's really cool. I know, right? I swear, no one I have met here knows about him. It's nice to meet someone who does for a change. He hummed in agreement. What you selling here? He asked. Mostly figurines, but I've got some posters I drew as well. The kid pulled an Eraserhead figurine from the back shelf and placed it in front of him. It was so accurate it was almost scary. It was like someone had shrunk Eraser down and froze him in place. This is one of my favorites, the kid explained. Took a while to get right. You made this? Yep. Izuku could hear the smile in his voice. I make all of these. It was official. Izuku wanted it. Needed it. He held in his impulse to buy it on the spot. He wanted to talk to this guy a bit longer. What else do you have? He asked. Oh, I've got loads, the kid said excitedly. I've got Eraserhead, Ms. Joke, Sir Nyai, Sar. He continued to list off heroes and even reached ones that Izuku didn't know of. He eventually paused. Oh, he said, and of course I've got Vigilantes. There's Cuckleduster, Stendhal, Crawler, Popstep, and some of the newer ones like Broken Mirror in Hosu, and Aid right here in Muse Dashed. Izuku cut him off. Wait, you have Aid merchandise? The artist was obviously surprised by his outbursts. Yeah. He reached under the table and pulled out a tiny figurine of him. You a fan? Izuku stared at the figurine of him. Yeah, he said absent-mindedly, too enamored with the little statue of him to come up with anything more. The little figure's arms were positioned defensively, holding out a black knife in each hand. The eyes were glowing blue and wisps of light blue resin came off them to imitate the lightning that often came off him. "Will color me surprised," the guy said. "Very few people know about him." "How did you find out about him?" Izuku met his eyes. Forums? Makes sense." A grin formed on his mouth. "I'm about to make you so jealous. I once saw him fighting outside my window. Took down 3 people doing a trigger deal. He knocked the case of Tigger right out of their hands with a knife. It was pretty cool. Did some research after that and found out who he was." "Thanks," Izuku said stiffly, "so jealous." The artist waved a dismissive hand at him. "Anyways, aid aside, do you see anything you like?" Grateful to have the conversation off of him, he picked up the Eraserhead figurine and the one of him. "How much do these cost?" "The Eraserhead one is $50 and the aid one is $25. Sheet, that was most of his money. The artist gave him a once-over, "But," he said slowly, "since you're dressed as the man, I'll sell the Eraserhead one to you for only $10. Izuku gaped. "Really?" They shrugged. "I appreciate a man with good taste. It's nice to find someone who likes underground heroes too." Izuku grabbed $35 out of his wallet at lightning speeds. "You've got yourself a deal." They smiled. "Pleasure doing business with you." He trailed off, looking to him for a name. He almost said aid, but realized that would be a sheet idea, especially since they knew who that was. Midoriya? He offered instead, "Izuku Midoriya." "Shinso Hitoshi." He gave in return. "Nice to meet you, Shinso." "Likewise." He started to walk away to the next booth when Shinso grabbed his wrist. He looked back at Shinso in confusion. The artist immediately released his arm in embarrassment. I was just wondering if I could have your number. It's not often I meet someone who likes the same thing as me." Izuku understood. It was like that for him too before he became a vigilante. Plus, anyone who liked Eraserhead was a friend of his. "Sure, dude. Do you have some paper I could borrow?" Shinso handed him a business card of his. It was light lavender with the words, "Perpielli's Arts Emporium." Izuku chuckled at the pun as he wrote down his number. He handed the card back. "See you around, Shinso." Shinso grinned. "You too, Midoriya." He ran back to where Akano and Kiba were. They didn't notice him creeping up on them, so he was able to hear them talking about him. "I'm so proud of him, Akano," Kiba sniffled. "Our little boy is all grown up and making friends who aren't in their 30s. Akano patted her on the back. "They grow up so fast." Kiba cried. "Where did our little baby go?" In the blinking eyes, it seems like our antisocial kid is finally being a normal FING human being. Izuku had never kicked someone so fast in life. Eraser would be proud. Present mix panel was great and went off without a hitch. They got good seats and his speech was amazing. It was about the challenges of becoming a hero with a disability and how he overcame it. Hearing loss had been really hard for the hero at first, but he learned to cope. During the end of the speech, as Present Mix eyes raked over the crowd, they paused on Izuku. What a lot of people don't understand about hearing loss. He stopped talking as he locked eyes with the Vigilante. Time seemed to freeze. Then, and quickly as it had stopped, it resumed. What a lot of people don't understand about hearing loss is that dash. He continued on with his speech as if the pause had never occurred. Izuku thought, weird. Behind the stage, Present Mike practically ran to the break room when his speech was done. "Aizawa!" he shouted. "Aizawa, you're not gonna believe what I saw." Aizawa looked up from the book he was reading. "What is it?" he asked. "At my panel in the crowd, there was a kid dressed as you." Silence filled the room. "I'm sorry, what?" Their time in the dealer's hall passed quickly, and soon enough they were sitting under the shade of a sakura tree eating soft serve ice cream to stave off the heat. Kiba and Akano chatted while he liked his chocolate cone. It was a lovely day out, the sun filtering through the tree and little pink flowers fluttered to the ground, dancing joyously in the air before settling to the ground. One such flower landed on his ice cream right as he took lick. He coughed and hacked as he breathed it in accidentally. Dimon's sakura flowers. People romanticize them but all they do for Izuku is annoy Hai. Sakura flowers. Romantic. He looked over at Akano and Kiba chatting away. His time had come. I have to sheet, he declared loudly. The duo looked over at him. Did you have to announce that out loud? Akano asked. He stood to leave. Yes. You're taking your ice cream with you? He looked back at them, also yes. Akano pinched the bridge of her nose and muttered something under her breath. Izuku took the opportunity to mouth, "Make your move," at Kiba while pointing at Akano. Her jaw dropped. Izuku winked and used his two hands to make a kissing motion. He ran away before Kiba could throw something at him. So, that was weird. Kiba said awkwardly. What else is new? Akano replied. They turned back to eating their ice cream. Kiba was tense the whole time. What should she say next? What should she do? It was just like her to start questioning how to be a normal human being. Surprisingly, it was Akano who broke the silence. Do you remember how we met? Kiba huffed a nervous laugh. How could I forget? I still remember that cafe. Kiba grinned. Same. I walked in soaked from head to toe. It was a rainy day. August 15. 6 years ago. Akano smirked, eyes in a different place. I was knee-deep in studying. Kiba laughed her brass bell laugh. You looked like you wanted your chair to swallow you whole. Your hair was more disheveled than I've ever seen it and you had bags under your eyes the size of pillows. Akano smiled. Whatever compelled you to walk over to me? She asked. Well, Kiba started, I saw you sitting there looking like you had the weight of the world on your shoulders, and I thought, man, that person is having a shitty day. She looked at Akano for confirmation to continue. The woman nodded, and Kiba resumed her story. Being my extroverted self, I felt I needed to make that right. I remember being nervous that you might not appreciate my help, but I looked at you and I thought you looked like you needed a friend. I looked at you and saw someone who needed a laugh and a smile dearly. I looked at you, and despite all my effort to put it into words, what made me go over there was a simple feeling that told me, go talk to them. You were like a magnet and I let myself be pulled. Akano picked up the story. You sat down across from me and said, nice to meet you, I'm Sanada Kiba, and I'm going to be your friend. And you said, Thif. Akano chuckled. I did, didn't I? That you did. Akano bit her lip. What made you stay? Why didn't you walk away? Kiba leaned back. I guess because I knew it would happen. It just confirmed my suspicions that you needed a friend. So I kept talking, I bought you a coffee and you didn't try to chase me away anymore after that. Eventually my one-sided ranting became a back and forth between us. I guess I just knew deep down, you didn't mind. I was annoying, but a welcome distraction. And the rest is history. Akano said. Kiba nodded. And the rest is history. Akano frowned. What about after that? What about when things got dark? What about all the times I stormed off? All the times I cursed you out? All the times I said I hated you? Why did you stay? Kiba took a bite of her ice cream. When you phrase it like that you make it sound like you were a horrible person. I was. Akano bit out. No, Kiba shook her head. You weren't. You were going through a tough time. No one can fault you for making mistakes. Plus, you skipped a major part of our story there. For every time you stormed off, you came back the next day. For every time you cursed me out, you would apologize twice. And for every time you said you hated me you would say you were grateful for me 3 times over. For all the times I stuck by you, you stuck by me. But I was horrible to you. Kiba grabbed Akano's hand. But you weren't. Don't you see? You were and are a great friend. You scared off people who made fun of me for my quirk. You helped me study for midterms when you yourself were struggling. You took me out for lunch and made me laugh and smile more than I had before. You got angry, you got sad. But the Akano I knew always came back eventually. The Akano I loved always came back eventually. Why did you stay? She asked again. Kiba squeezed her hand. You know I've told you that 1,000,000 times over. I know. Do you need a reminder? Akano looked at her, something unreadable in her eyes. Always. Kiss her, Kiba. Kiss her. Because you're my best friend. Because I love you. Kiss her. Akano flashed a bittersweet smile. Thank you. Kiss her. She did no such thing. The three of them walked to the costume contest. It was hosted in a large hall, with a stage at the end of it and the room lined with rows upon rows of chairs. They chatted with the fellow cosplayers, taking photos and talking about heroes. There was laughter and compliments galore. Even Akano, who sucked at talking to strangers, was lightening up. She even asked for a photo or two. People practically swarmed Kiba, and even asked for an autograph or two. Izuku chalked it up to her having a great costume. The final call for sign-ups rang over the intercoms and Kiba ran off to put her name down for the lookalike contest. Akano shoved him along with her. "I'm not going to win," he shouted at her as Kiba dragged him off. "I look nothing like Eraser." "Christ," Akano shouted back, "can't you just be a normal kid for once and go have fun?" Izuku gestured to himself. "What about me screams normal to you?" Kiba flicked him on the head. "Stop griping, you're gonna have fun and you're gonna like it." He whimpered and rubbed his sore forehead. For the 100th time, Aizawa wondered how Hisashi had roped him into this. The voice hero always worked as a judge for the costume contest, but how on earth did he manage to make Aizawa do it too? Who did he stab in his previous life to warrant this? Regardless of how or why he ended up here, he was stuck sitting among a panel of 5 other heroes judging how well people dressed like them. He wanted nothing more than to keel over and die as contestants whizzed by, saying their lines and showing off their costumes. Hisashi, the traitor, nudged him. "How are you doing?" He fixed him with a dead-eyed stare. "Awful, no thanks to you." The full-grown man pouted. "Come on. It's not that bad." "Yes, Hisashi, it is." "Stop being dramatic, it's just a contest." "It's hell." Hisashi frowned before an idea popped into his head. "Hey," he said brightly, "maybe if we're lucky the kid cosplaying as you will participate." Aizawa scoffed. "Fat chance." Just as he said that, the intercom buzzed to life. "Contestant number 136, please come to the stage." A short, 12-year-old looking kid clambered onto the stage. He was dressed as Eraserhead. The universe hated him. "I'm cosplaying as Eraserhead." The kid said, "Yeah, that's about it." "But you have to do an impression of him." Someone shouted from the crowd. "What? No one told me that." He knew that voice. "If you paid attention you would have noticed." "F off Kiba," they shouted before sighing. "Okay, impressions." "But that." He leaned into the microphone, letting his face morph into a terrifying grin. "Making us dress like and sound like our pick at a lookalike contest," he said in Eraser's signature monotone, very logical. "That wasn't some random kid. That was Aid." Hisashi burst out into laughter. Holy sheet. He sounds just like you." 10 out of 10. He shouted that last but into his mic. Aizawa leaned into his own mic. 0. This very competition is illogical." Aid scowled. You Eraser. My impression was great." He started walking off the stage without waiting before the other judges' verdicts. Hisashi frowned at him. "What was that, Eraser? You can't treat a fan like that." Eraser scoffed. "That," he spat the word out like poison, "was not a fan. That was Aid." Hisashi blinked. "Wait, as in your vigilante buddy?" "Yes." Hisashi pulled out his phone and started texting. "Oh, this is too good. Nomuri is gonna love to hear this." Aizawa slapped his phone out of his hands. Hisashi squawked like the cockatoo he is. Izuku was disqualified for being rude to a judge. He didn't care. He got to watch the competition with Akano instead. The person in question having saved him a seat because she knew he was going to do something stupid and lose his spot. During the show, he came to the horrifying realization that not only could Kiba look like a person almost perfectly, she could also do flawless impressions. That woman could be a spy if she wanted to. She got a 10 out of 10 from 4 of the judges and a 9 out of 10 from the other 2. It was the highest score so far. All in all, the contest took an hour in total to complete. It was fun, he had to admit. Now the rewards were being handed out. Best costume went to a man dressed as Edgeshot and best impression went to a girl who went as Ryukyu. With those 2 out of the way, it was finally time for the overall winner to be announced. Present Mike took the stage. It is time for our convention royalty to be announced. This year's winner took the win in a landslide once again, completely beating out the competition. Everybody, can we get a hand for our reigning champion, taking her win for the 5th year in a row, contestant 237, the Golden Queen of Conventions, Sanada Kiba. The room went up in applause. Kiba walked to the podium, and the voice hero presented her with a bouquet of roses and a trophy. She beamed at the crowd, seeking Akano and him out. Akano and he smiled right back. When were you going to tell me that you are literally famous in convention circles? Izuku asked. Kiba looked away bashfully. I'm not that famous. Kiba, Izuku said flatly, you literally have a title. Do you mean to tell me that the Golden Queen of Conventions is not famous? It's true, Akano monotoned. You're not just a nerd, you're a mega nerd. Kiba swatted at her playfully. Shut up. I'm not the only mega nerd here. I got a 10 out of 10 from Present Mike. And a 0 from Eraserhead himself. Akano pointed out. I only got a 0 'cause he wanted to spite me. Aide grumbled. Old man is just jealous because I can pull it off better than him. Kiba started to laugh but cut herself off, the color draining from her face. Hey Aide, maybe stop talking. Why should I? He asked. You know I'm right. No, Eraserhead drawled from behind him. It's because you shouldn't insult someone who can sneak up on you. Izuku felt his soul leave his body. He slowly turned around to look at the man. Hey Eraser. He glanced away, looking for an escape route. Fancy seeing you here. He flashed his teeth. Izuku did not know what that was, but it was definitely not a smile. Pleasure is all mine. Akano stepped forward. You're Eraserhead, I presume. He blinked. Yeah, and you? Akano extended her hand. Dr. Furuya Akano, I work at Mizudafu Hospital. Thank you for keeping this idiot from killing himself by accident. Eraser took her hand and shook it. I assume you're the one who has been teaching him medicine? Akano nodded to Kiba. Me and her. Kiba approached the hero and shook hands with him. Dr. Sanada Kiba, same occupation as Akano. Thank you too for teaching him, Eraser said sincerely. He's saved my butt a few times. The man looked away from the doctors, his eyes narrowing. I see you, Aide. The Vigilante, who had been trying to sneak away, froze in his tracks. Was the impression really that bad? He asked, fear tracing the words. Much as I hate to admit it, it was spot on. Izuku tugged at his collar. Then can I run away from the angry hero now? Eraser sighed. Unfortunately not. Mike has threatened to eat all my food in the staff fridge at UA if I don't get a photo with you for him. A dastardly plan started forming in his head. Let me guess, we ruin it as much as possible? The hero grinned his toothy grin. You know me too well. How much do you think we can scare them? Depends on how well you can match my smile. I can match it pretty well, but I hate to break it to you, that is not a smile. He gestured to a poster of All Might. That is a smile. I have no of a clue what this is, he said, mouth mimicking his. Christ, that's terrifying. Kiba said, then she tried to do it herself, which would give Izuku nightmares for life. It was spot on. I second that statement. Akano said, recoiling from Kiba. Eraser pulled out his phone, and Izuku did his best to keep any emotion out of his eyes and keep his lips pulled up in what was almost a snarl. The photo was taken quickly with a click, and Eraser showed it to him. I was right, he said. I do pull it off better than you. Trace glared at him. You can run now, he said, mirth filling his sharp eyes. I'll give you a 10-second head start. Izuku booked it like a wild animal was chasing him. 10 seconds later, one was